Well, good afternoon. Welcome to the BBC's election studio. This afternoon here we'll be reporting on those results from all the local elections that were held yesterday, not of course the Euros yet. But the local elections consisted of 27 county councils and 7 of those big unitary councils, as well as 3 mayors. And crucially, we'll be looking at the message this gives to the political parties. Once we've got enough wards in, we'll announce our projected national share of the vote, which we can do despite the fact only 45% of the English electorate and no one in the rest of the United Kingdom voted yesterday. But that's the magic of our psephology here in the studio. Politically, of course, this has been a weird morning. Things have been moving very fast. As everyone knows, the Prime Minister's original plans was to get these local election results, bad as they may be, out of the way, and then to reshuffle his government. But the resignation of 3 cabinet ministers, including James Purnell's last night, forced his hand. So we've had a new government being announced, dribs and drabs, through this morning. And just to remind you of the key points in that reshuffle, perhaps the most significant is that Alistair Darling stays, despite rumours that the Prime Minister wanted to get rid of him, as Chancellor of the Exchequer. It's thought he said, listen, I stay in this seat or I leave the government altogether. That would have been a devastating blow to the Prime Minister. Jack Straw, he stays as Justice Minister. Alan Johnson, who people have been suggesting is a more attractive potential leader of the party for the next general election, no signs of him going for the leadership at the moment. He takes over as Home Secretary, the post left by Jackie Smith. David Miliband, man who in the autumn last year made a half-hearted, or failed anyway, challenge for the leadership, and who said that James Purnell's challenge last night was a mistake. He stays on at the moment as Foreign Secretary. And Yvette Cooper, just been announced, will take over at Work and Pensions, which James Purnell had. This leaves a couple of places, still important ones. John Huhne resigned as Defence Secretary, and without any political side to it, saying he backed the Prime Minister, so that's open still. And of course the Health Secretary post, because Alan Johnson left, is still vacant. So those 2 may come through this afternoon. So now let's just have a look, though, at the important thing, which is the next stage in this whole political game, is what these council results are going to tell us. I said that only under half England and none of the rest of the United Kingdom is actually able to vote. But nevertheless, this is the next, what could be the next blow to the Labour government. This is what the backbenchers, who've seen insufficient resignations from the cabinet, who maybe hoped for more resignations so that they could mount a genuine challenge to Gordon Brown or force him out. This is what they'll now be looking to. This and the Euro elections on Sunday, which may show absolutely without peradventure that Labour's doing so badly that a change of leadership must take place. And then it'll be up to those backbenchers, because it's unlikely, needless to say, that anybody who's just accepted a job in the new government, let alone in the new cabinet, is suddenly going to scarper. Anyway, let's have a look at how these local elections are panning out now. The total number of councils we've had in so far: 3 Conservative, 2 Liberal Democrat, 1 Liberal Democrat, and no Labour. And the total number of councils, Hung is down 4, Liberal Democrats up 1. Down 1 and up 1. Sorry, my screens here aren't working at the moment, so I can't see these things. Total councillors. And now this is a crucial one, because the Tories are hoping to make big gains in number of actual councillors. Labour has about half the number up for grabs to the Conservatives tonight, but yesterday, but they're expecting that they might lose half, which would be bad for them. So it's the gains that matter. But anyway, this is the raw figures at the moment: 131, 52 for the Liberal Democrats, and this is the change. Conservatives up, Labour down by 23. So they've got to get to round about 200 or 250 if they succeed. Nick Robinson joins us now from number 10. So, Nick, let's just go back to the main political business of the day while we wait for these results to come in. This isn't at all the reshuffle the Prime Minister wanted. The question is it a reshuffle that gives him a springboard for recovery between now and a general election?
The answer, I think, is no by his own lights, David. Only a few days ago, Gordon Brown was talking of a reshuffle that would, apparently in his phrase, be what he called a firebreak between the past and the future. One of the reasons he fell out so badly with Hazel Blears, who then stormed out of the cabinet, was that he was effectively saying to her, you are the past, you are associated with the damaging days of expenses scandal, I need to move forward. Now then, his advisers were saying to him, you regrettably do need a new Chancellor, not just because Alistair Darling's own expenses were in the headlines, but because the conclusion many around Mr Brown had reached was they needed a younger, more energetic politician who would take on the Conservatives at the election. They are not getting that. Alistair Darling made it absolutely plain there were only two choices in his mind, to stay on as Chancellor or to leave the Cabinet. Mr Brown, a weakened Mr Brown, in the face of this direct revolt, this assault on his leadership, has decided to keep Alistair Darling as Chancellor. And that really means, David, though there are some interesting shifts in the lower ranks of the Cabinet, that at the top this will look a government remarkably similar to the one that we were talking about a day or so ago. The key figures will be the same: the Chancellor, the Foreign Secretary, the Business Secretary. The three most powerful people really in the government will be the same. One big addition, of course, is the man who could have sought to replace Gordon Brown as leader is still the most likely successor if he goes. That is Alan Johnson as Home Secretary.
So how can things change now? Because the assumption was there might be very bad results, we don't know them yet, from yesterday's elections, and then he'd have a reshuffle and sort of grit his teeth and start again. Now he's had the reshuffle. Does it mean that it's all over to the backbenchers now? Because the people who've joined this new government or have stayed in post have shot their bolt, haven't they?
I think that's absolutely right. The attention now moves entirely to the backbenchers. Three cabinet ministers took crucial decisions in the last 48 hours, which have propped up Gordon Brown, for the moment at least. First, Alan Johnson rushing out after Hazel Blears' resignation, not only to defend Mr Brown, but actually to say that he'd be a better leader than he, Mr Johnson, would be. Then, late last night, David Miliband, who had only just been told by his friend James Pennell that he was resigning, he'd not been consulted about it, I'm clear about that from all the parties involved. He had a moment where he could have joined Mr Pennell. He didn't. He criticised him in public, he backed Gordon Brown. And then finally, John Huhne, very interesting this, a man who'd been highly critical of Gordon Brown before he became Prime Minister, a man who was very close to Tony Blair, resigning because he wants to give up politics, leaving the Cabinet, but not taking the opportunity to join in the fun, as it were, and say, well, frankly, I'm partly leaving because Gordon Brown is hopeless, endorsing his leadership. So each of these men have made it easier for the Prime Minister to survive. And the reason is quite clear. As one other cabinet minister put to me, they said, we face the choice at the moment between a slow but inevitable death at the next general election or instant death if we change our leader, have to have an instant election and then go down to defeat. So this is about raw calculation. Now, the question is, do backbenchers agree with that calculation? Many may say, why on earth should I put my head above the parapet, risk the flack that I will get if the guys who sit round the cabinet table haven't got the guts to do so? But you never know, David. There may be others who say, simply, this cannot go on. We will try and force it. Last thought for you. Even if that happens, though, Gordon Brown can still fight, and he could win.
He could win the general election, or he could remain at number 10?
No, my point was that even if there were a leadership contest, we tended to say, you know, if there are 70 names, then there's a leadership contest, then he'd have to go. Well, he wouldn't have to go. He might look round the cabinet table, say to the country, say to his party, I've got the key people in the party behind me. I will fight this leadership contest.
Thanks very much, Nick. Let's join Jeremy Vine now. Have a look at the change that there's been so far. We've only had a few results in. The bulk of them will come through early afternoon. But let's see what we've had so far, Jeremy, can we?
We can, David. What we're looking at here is comparison of our key wards we've selected to just go through and look at the direction of travel for the parties. We're comparing with when those wards were last voted on in 2005. So here we go. And this shows a very dramatic drop for Labour here. 12% down. They're being hit and hit hard. 12% down on their voting last time. They would have had a bit of a buffer in there from 2005. That was a general election year, so more of their voters would have turned out to make sure they got back in at Westminster. But even so, down 12% is very bad for them. Conservatives up 3% here, up 3%. Early days with this data. And Lib Dems, as you can see, down 2% based on what we've seen so far. So it's impossible to take these figures, by the way, and add them to the voting figures and say, you know, Labour on X% nationally. It's too early for that. This is pretty raw data, but that's the direction of travel for the parties at the moment. Let's take a look at our map on the wall here, and as you've mentioned, it's English councils, 34 of them, 27 county councils, shire counties. That's why so much of the map is coloured blue. Interesting battle, though, in Devon, Lib Dem Devon. The Conservatives need 9 seats here. We're constantly looking for clues about what might happen in the southwest between Lib Dems and the Conservatives at the next general election. Somerset's a very good example of a very tight council, but Conservatives making headway in Devon as things stand at the moment. But really, the councils to isolate are in the top left of the map here. Lancashire, Derbyshire, Nottinghamshire, Staffordshire. These are the 4 Labour councils, only 4 that they are defending in these elections. And Derbyshire is the strongest. So to cut to the chase, if they lose Derbyshire, it's been a terrible, terrible election for them. They might lose all 4. What I can tell you at the moment is the Conservatives have gained 2 in Derbyshire, 2 council seats, 1 from Labour, 1 from the Lib Dem. And if we're looking at Staffordshire here, the Conservatives have gained 11 seats now in Staffordshire. It's been a Labour council since 1981. That's going to start worrying some Labour MPs. There are Labour MPs in Tamworth, in Burton, in Stafford. Bring the map up here. And these are the colours we left the map just before the voting in these local elections. Let's have a look at where the colours are now. Very early days, because most of the counting happening today, so we haven't got very much, but we have got some clues. Hampshire stays Conservative down here. This is Central Bedfordshire here, one of the new unitary councils. There are 5 new unitaries: Bedford, Central Bedfordshire, Cornwall, Shropshire, Wiltshire. That stayed blue. It was theoretically blue before. But what's interesting, not a single Labour councillor elected in that new unitary council. If we look here, this is Bristol. It was no overall control. It's now gone Lib Dem. That's a great result for them. Very worrying for Labour here, because Bristol sends 3 Labour MPs to Westminster. So take an example, one of them, Doug Naismith, 2,700 majority at the last general election in 2005. All 5 Labour councillors who stood in his parliamentary seat area of Bristol North West are gone. All 5. Similar story in Lincoln. Lincolnshire Council stays blue. In the middle of blue Lincoln is blue Lincolnshire is red Lincoln, a Labour seat held by Labour's Gillian Merron. Solid majority, 3,800. What's happened there? 7 of the 10 council seats in Lincoln have gone from Labour to Conservative. So if you're Doug Naismith or Gillian Merron, you're starting to worry there. One small addition to point out with Lincoln, up here is the parliamentary seat of the Conservative who famously claimed expenses to get his moat cleaned, Douglas Hogg. He is standing down from Parliament. We gather, though, in the council ward, which is inside his parliamentary seat, there's been quite a sharp drift from Conservatives to Liberal Democrats. So lots of the map to colour in. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. Well, we'll be joined in a moment by Nick Clegg, leader of the Liberal Democrats, but first Hilary Benn joins us from Westminster. Hilary Benn, the Environment Secretary. Good afternoon. You staying in your job?
Well, I'm very happy doing the job I'm doing at the moment. I think we'll just let the Prime Minister announce the makeup of the new cabinet. We won't have to wait very long.
Bit of a shambles, this reshuffle. Not quite what the Prime Minister wanted, is it?
Well, I don't agree. I mean, he's reshaping the government. He's getting on with the job of work in what has been, let's be honest, a pretty difficult week. But I think when all of the excitement and commotion of today has passed, we'll get back to the real choices we've got in British politics, which is about what policy you've got, what choices you make, whether you're on the side of people in tough times or not. And on that, Gordon Brown has been doing the right thing, and that's why I think he's the right person to lead the country going forward.
There seems to be a lot of discontent on Labour's backbenches, and we've been talking about the possibility that that's where the trouble will come for the Prime Minister now. I mean, despite this reshuffle of the cabinet, if the election results that we are currently reporting prove bad for Labour, they will take fright.
Well, these always were going to be difficult elections for us. Some of the seats were last fought in 2005 when, as Jeremy Vine was just saying, we had the general election, and that boosted our vote. I think one will also be looking to see what progress the Conservatives are making, and I think the European results will be different again. We're likely to see the smaller parties gaining on probably quite a low turnout. But look, in the end, this is a time when people have to stand up and be counted. And these are difficult times. That's not a moment to run away from the person who's giving leadership to the country and to our party. It's the time to get behind him and to support him. And that's what I'm doing. And I think that's what a lot of Labour Party members and Labour MPs will do.
12 percentage points down.
Well, they're very disappointing results. And I'm sorry for a lot of very good Labour councillors who will have lost their seats. But don't forget, David, the last European elections in 2004, Labour got, 22% of the vote. People said at the time, well, that's not a very good result. A year later, we won the general election for the third time. And if a week is a long time in politics, well, up to a year can be even longer. And I think when the excitement of the moment has passed, as I say, the next election will be about a choice. Life and politics is about the choices you make.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ben, you say a week's a long time in politics. I think a day's a long time in politics these days. Over in Bristol in a moment, we'll join the Liberal Democrat leader Nick Clegg. The Bristol unitary authority has been taken by the Liberal Democrats. Just see what happened there. They needed 4 gains to get outright control. There's the result. Lib Dems on 36, up 4. The Conservatives up 4. Labour dropped 8 in Bristol. So we're joined by Nick Clegg. Now, Nick Clegg, first of all, it's conventional to say congratulations on the victory in Bristol. And I've said that. Now I want to turn to the results that we're getting through at the moment, which is a fall in the Liberal Democrat vote. We've had 170 of our key wards in. The Liberal Democrats are down 2 percentage points. Admittedly, Labour down 12, but the Tories are up 3, you're down 2. It's not a very pleasing picture, is it?
Well, as I think Jeremy said, these aggregate figures now don't make a whole lot of sense because they're so partial. The picture that I'm getting is that we are having a disappointing time of it in parts of the southwest, Devon and Somerset, as far as I can make out from the early results. Spectacular gains against Labour here in Bristol. Spectacular gains against Labour in their northern heartlands. For instance, the 6 county seats in the Burnley area, we've taken 4 of them, and a surprisingly good set of gains against the Conservatives in the southeast.
You mentioned
two gains in Eric Pickles' own seat, for instance, winning seats against the Conservatives in Eastbourne, and even in places like North Norfolk. So, like always the case with these elections, a bit of a patchwork, a bit of a setback in the southwest, but very significant gains elsewhere.
You mentioned Devon. The Tories have gained 6 seats there. There seems to be a swing of 5% at the moment from the Liberal Democrats to the Tories, which might give them the council.
Yes, it might do. This was always going to be a difficult fight for us because, of course, we have been, if you like, the incumbent party in that part of the country for a very long time. As it happens, they are extremely well-run councils, both Somerset and Devon. Devon we control outright. Somerset we've been running as a minority administration.
But Nick Clegg, isn't it a bit of a disappointment to you? I mean, you've made great play with being, the party that is making the running here. Vince Cable, the only man... Well, hold on a second. Vince Cable, the only man who understood what was going on in the economy. You, the only person who was quick to say we've got to clean up politics. You, the first person to say we've got to change the Constitution. And the net result appears to be that your vote has fallen.
Well, I really do think it's just simply, sort of academic to talk about a net result when so few results are still in. As I say,
all right, go on.
I think the pattern is emerging from the information I've got. Is that in places like Bristol, what is happening is a pattern which has been established for quite some time, which is in our big cities. Our big cities are being transformed from Labour cities into Liberal Democrat cities. Sheffield, Liverpool, Hull, Newcastle, now Bristol. That's an astonishing transformation in urban politics. You're right, in the rural parts of the southwest, where we have been strong in the past, there's clearly a strong challenge from the Conservatives, but in other parts of the country, we've actually been making gains against the Conservatives in the southeast, gains against Labour in the north. I think that's, what that tells you is that in keeping with the sort of patchwork of politics in the country at large, where Labour is doing badly in its heartlands, we are making all the running, the Conservatives are not. Where the Conservatives have traditionally been strong in the South East, we've actually been making gains. Where we have traditionally been very strong in the rural South West, we're clearly facing a challenge. That's the fairest assessment I can give you of how we're doing. As a whole, I think that paints a picture of real momentum for the Liberal Democrats.
Well, we shall see when all the results are in. I have to say that Professor John Curtice is fairly confident, I talked to him a moment ago about this, that the trend of things is fairly even and that therefore it may not change very much. But of course you could be right. There may be big surprises for the Liberal Democrats to come. Maybe your vote will go up, but at the moment it's as I described. Anyway, I hope we can join you again later on, Nick Clegg, when we've got our projected national share in, and then see whether you're still confidently smiling. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks.
Let's go to Preston now and find out what people on the street in Preston are saying. We join Regina Vaidyanathan.
Well, behind every vote is a view, and we're here in Preston's market to try and gauge some of those opinions. Now, I'm joined by 4 working mums, Kathy, Fiona, Mila and Habiba. Start with you, Kathy. You normally always vote Labour.
Normally, always.
But you didn't yesterday.
No, I've no intention of voting ever again.
And why is that?
Just because of the expenses row and all that. Business is really, really quiet. It's been quiet for at least 4 months. It's getting worse. I'm just keeping my head above water at the minute. And when you read this about the politicians claiming all these expenses, it just seems to add insult to injury, you know, and no, I'm not going to vote.
So you're not going to vote now. You didn't vote either, did you, Fiona?
No,
and you've never voted.
No, I don't.
What could the politicians do to try and make you vote? Anything?
Very similar. Well, it's trust, like a belief. Like I say, I'm a small business owner myself, and I'm bringing up a family as well. And it's nothing. The expenses has killed all of us, and like you say, we're just holding as it is.
So your biggest message would be to focus back on the economy?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, now you two as well, Mila and Habiba, are also small business owners. Let's start with you, Mila, then. You did vote, and you stuck with Labour this time.
Yes, the reason for that is simply because Gordon Brown, you know, we're in a race, that we're halfway through it. We need to come out of the recession. There's no point starting again and going back to the start.
So you think he should stay as Prime Minister?
Absolutely, and he should be held accountable for what he's done. I mean, it's all right rocking the boat, you know, Hazel Blaze and James Pennell. How dare they abandon them when we need them the most? You know, I think they should come back and be made to walk the plank. Personally, never mind rocking the boat. As a small business owner, I can't quit. I have to carry on. Everybody I worked for in the past, Woolworths especially, have all gone bust. I can't go back to my old job. I have to make my business work.
Okay, just very quickly, final thought from you, Habiba. You're also running a small business. What would be your message to the politicians who are watching this?
Just to help the economy. You help the economy and you've sussed it, really. That's it, you know, we've all got mortgages, we've all got young children that need to be looked after at the same time, you know.
Okay, thanks, ladies. So it seems that a message here from Preston Market from these working mums is focus on the economy, and that's the message that they want to get through to the politicians.
Thanks, Regina. Well, we're joined now by the Shadow Foreign Secretary, William Hague. Good afternoon, Mr. Hague.
Good afternoon.
Houdini's done it again, hasn't he? I mean, James Pennell went and everybody said, well, that's the end for Brown. Not at all. He's reshuffled, he's started again, he's got his Chancellor in place. Government as usual.
Well, we'll see. It's not up to the Conservatives, up to the internal divisions of the Labour Party how these things work out. We would like to be rid of all of them, of course, and have a general election. But I think he's left with a very fragile and weakened cabinet and as a weakened Prime Minister, because he clearly hasn't been able to move ministers who he wanted to move. It's very evident he wanted the Chancellor out of that job, quite possibly that he wanted the Foreign Secretary out of his job, and he hasn't felt strong enough to move them. So he's left with them knowing that he wanted to move them, and it's a weakened team if it stays in office over the next few months.
What makes you think he wanted to move them?
Sorry, I couldn't
I said,
hear that.
what makes you think he did want to move them? I mean, that's just propaganda, isn't it?
Well, it is so. We don't know their internal dealings, but it is the way he spoke about the Chancellor, always in the past tense in the last week. And it is said that he offered him other jobs. And clearly, Ed Balls was keen to be Chancellor, Peter Mandelson to be Foreign Secretary. All of this was being teed up until recently. So I think it is a weakened and fragile cabinet. But more than that, a weakened Prime Minister. To have this steady departure of ministers, to have the timing of a reshuffle dictated to him by events and then the contents of it dictated by other ministers, is really not a Prime Minister in charge of events or his government anymore. So we need that general election.
So it's good luck for you, really, because you could have been landed with Alan Johnson, who everybody says will be a much more attractive leader of the Labour Party.
Well, we're ready for any of them. They are consumed by internal division. They suffer the problem of having an unelected Prime Minister who has no mandate from the country. It's probably not the solution to their problems to have a sequence of unelected Prime Ministers. The people of this country have been crying out in these elections for a general election, and that is what the Conservative Party is also campaigning for, and what I think the voters in the results coming in have shown that they want. It's a massive rejection of the Labour government.
And what would you call, on the results that we're dealing with this afternoon, the local election results, what would you call an endorsement of the Conservatives, sufficient to make you feel confident about winning the next election which you're talking about?
We never take the next election for granted. We're never overconfident about that, whatever the results. But clearly we are doing very well here. We seem to have nearly twice as many votes as the Labour Party. We're now making very important gains in the West Country from the Liberal Democrats in Somerset, and it looks like in Devon as well. So we're winning in all parts of the country, in the north against Labour, in the southwest against the Liberal Democrats. We just take nothing for granted.
What kind of improvement would you want on the last time these council seats were fought? What sort of percentage should we be looking for?
Well, we've obviously wanted to gain more seats compared to before, and we're gaining a lot more seats compared to before.
I asked you about percentage.
Yes, the percentage.
Vote.
On the percentages, the percentage vote of all the main parties, I think, has been affected, first of all, by so many minor party candidates standing, nearly twice as many as before, and also by the expenses scandal that we've recognised throughout this campaign has hit all the main parties.
Right.
But the Conservative Party has come out streets ahead of that, not only in how to clear up the expenses scandal, but also in these results, far ahead of the other two main parties.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, we shall see how that pans out. Let's go back to Downing Street and join Nick Robinson. Nick.
Well, there are two key jobs that we still don't know how they're being filled here at Downing Street, David. Health and defence. Now, the expectation was that Sean Woodward would be very likely to fill that job at defence. That hasn't been confirmed. There are even suggestions that the junior minister, the Minister of State there, Bob Ainsworth, may be moved up in the job, but I can't get either of those things confirmed. Health is also an important vacancy. The interesting question is whether Caroline Flint, a friend of Hazel Blair's, who was widely expected to resign either with her or the day after, who then endorsed Gordon Brown, and in her answers about why she was endorsing Gordon Brown, rather slipped on her words and said she was looking forward to serving in the government, giving away that maybe she had been promised a job around the cabinet table. Might she go to health? We're waiting for that level of detail at the moment from the Prime Minister's office. And I heard you ask there, William Hague, whether there was any evidence that the Prime Minister wanted to make a different sort of reshuffle. The truth is there is evidence, because senior advisers to the Prime Minister told me that he thought that Alistair Darling needed to move from being Chancellor. I'm absolutely clear that that was discussed. I'm clear that Mr Darling was sounded out about a move to the Home Office. I'm clear that James Pennell was sounded out about a move to education so that Mr Balls could go to the Treasury. It's always deniable in the end, David, because the Prime Minister doesn't have the conversation directly, so they can always say the Prime Minister never offered anything to anyone other than the jobs that have now been taken.
So, Nick, very briefly, this round-robin letter that may go, if you've got all this secret information, what chance do you think that has of getting off the ground? We only have a few moments.
I think it is now not off the ground. They're waiting and hoping that another bit of bad news will persuade people to sign it. Today, it seems to be ever so quiet.
Nick, thank you very much indeed. Well, we've not had many results in. We've had 4 councils. We've got 30 to go, so stick with us while we give the results of these very important local elections, and particularly for our projected national share, showing how the 3 main parties are doing compared with what these were last fought 4 years ago. So needless to say, we'll be back with more this afternoon after the news at 1 o'clock. We'll be back here at 1:40, and I hope you'll join us again then. Thanks.
Gordon Brown fights for his political future as he's forced into an early reshuffle. Another minister stands down, John Hutton, the fourth member of the Cabinet to quit this week. Alan Johnson is the new Home Secretary. Alistair Darling stays on as Chancellor and David Miliband continues as Foreign Secretary.
In today's other news, on the eve of the 65th anniversary of D-Day, we hear from veterans who took part in the Allied invasion of Normandy.
Later in sport, Liverpool's accountants give a stark warning over the financial future of the club. Co-owners Tom Hicks and George Gillette lost £42 million in the last financial year.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the BBC News at 1 o'clock. Welcome to Westminster. Gordon Brown is reshuffling his cabinet in an attempt to reassert his authority after the shock resignation of the Work and Pension Secretary, James Purnell. The BBC understands that Alan Johnson is the new Home Secretary, Alistair Darling keeps his job as Chancellor, and David Miliband will stay at the Foreign Office. The Defence Secretary, John Hutton, has said that he's leaving the cabinet. The reshuffle comes as Labour braces itself for bad results in English local elections. Now, this may not be the reshuffle that the Prime Minister had originally wanted, but at 10 o'clock last night, there was a real question mark over whether Gordon Brown would still be here this lunchtime. But he is, and by all accounts, the reshuffle is proceeding apace. Now, all morning details have been leaking out, but as yet Downing Street haven't confirmed any of the appointments. So let's take a look at how we understand Gordon Brown's cabinet is shaping up. Alan Johnson will move from Health to become the Home Secretary. He takes over from Jackie Smith, who resigned earlier in the week. And despite all the speculation that he might be moved, the Chancellor, Alistair Darling, is staying put. David Miliband will remain the Foreign Secretary. And Jack Straw also keeps his post as Justice Secretary, as is the Business Secretary, Peter Mandelson. The University and Skills Secretary, John Denham, he's expected to become the new Communities Secretary. That's the post that Hazel Blears resigned from on Wednesday. It's reported that Yvette Cooper will become Work and Pension Secretary, the jobs that James Purnell left so dramatically late last night. And in the past few minutes, we've heard that Ed Balls is to keep his job as Schools Secretary. Well, let's get a roundup of an extraordinary day of events. Our political correspondent, Joe Coburn, now reports.
The Prime Minister's position had never looked so perilous. As the polls closed last night, James Purnell, the Work and Pension Secretary, announced in a statement he was quitting the Cabinet and asked Gordon Brown to go for the sake of the party. In his resignation letter, he said, "I now believe your continued leadership makes a Conservative victory more, not less, likely. I'm therefore calling on you to stand aside to give our party a fighting chance of winning." It was a monumental blow and could have been fatal if David Miliband, the Foreign Secretary, once accused of plotting against Gordon Brown, had backed James Purnell's move. Instead, he said his friend was wrong.
I don't share the judgment that he made. I have a different decision. I think that the voices that we need to listen to are the voices of people who depend on a strong and effective and progressive Labour government.
James Purnell's sensational move rocked Downing Street and forced the Prime Minister to bring forward his critical reshuffle in a bid to hold on to power. Having reshaped his cabinet, the Prime Minister can expect a certain amount of loyalty and protection against the bad news that's expected to come from voters. But the Prime Minister's authority is weakened. He couldn't move Alistair Darling out of number 11 and install his close ally Ed Balls. But crucially, he's been able to persuade the man seen as his potential successor to take the vacancy at the Home Office, ensuring Alan Johnson's loyalty, at least for now. In an unexpected turn of events, the Defence Secretary John Hutton, once one of Gordon Brown's toughest critics, has said he's leaving the Cabinet, but for family rather than political reasons.
My decision is a personal one. I am absolutely committed to supporting Gordon as Prime Minister and doing everything I can to get a Labour government re-elected at the next election.
In other moves, John Denham has replaced Hazel Blears to become the new Communities Secretary. The new cabinet will be bracing themselves for bad local election results as counting continues across the country. So far, the Conservatives have made modest gains, winning control of the new Central Bedfordshire Unitary Council and increasing their majority in Lincolnshire. David Cameron remains focused on Gordon Brown's leadership.
We need a government that is strong, that is united, that has a purpose. Instead, we have a government in complete chaos. We really do deserve better than this.
A sentiment echoed by the Liberal Democrat leader after his party scored their first hit in the local elections, gaining Bristol from no overall control.
This government can no longer govern. It is dysfunctional, it is in meltdown. They're now fighting with each other rather than reaching out to help people.
The opposition is on the attack, but Gordon Brown may have more to fear from those within his own party. One long-term critic of the Prime Minister has openly called for a contest.
There should be a leadership election. We should have the chance that we didn't have 2 years ago, that there should be 3 or 4 candidates. If Gordon wants to be one of them, that's fine, to lay their stall out, and so that we, our voters and our members, can make a choice about who is leader of the Labour Party and what direction we're going in.
The Prime Minister has survived this latest drama, but the local and European election results may trigger more rebellion and calls for him to go. Jo Coburn, BBC News, Westminster.
Well, our political editor, Nick Robinson, is in Downing Street for us. We can go to Nick Robinson now. Nick, any more blanks to fill in on this reshuffle?
Oh, there's still quite a few blanks to fill in, crucially in health, crucially in defence. But what is interesting about today is that this is not the reshuffle that Gordon Brown hoped to have or planned to have, indeed. Not just because some people have walked out, most notably, of course, James Pennell overnight, the Work and Pension Secretary, who either would have kept that job or been promoted. But earlier this week, Mr Brown's senior advisers were saying the Chancellor would be moved, that he had to be moved. It was time for a fresh start at the Treasury, partly for political reasons, to take the battle to the Conservative Party in the next election, partly because he wanted his old ally Ed Balls in that job, partly because Mr Darling's own expenses were in the public domain and there was a desire, to quote advisers to Mr Brown, to have a firewall between the past and the future. In other words, to decode that, there had to be a clean break, if you like, between those people who had got themselves into the headlines because of their expenses and those who had not.
So at 10 o'clock last night, when we thought there was a real possibility that Gordon Brown might fall, can we now say that he's in the clear?
We can't yet say he's in the clear. We can say he's much stronger than he might have been. Why? It'll seem odd, that, won't it? Because James Pennell took a solo decision, a lonely decision, a brave decision, and nobody followed him. He was hoping that by not telling anybody that he was about to resign, it would maximise the shock value, it would maximise the surprise, it would also make it impossible for Mr Brown's allies to brief against him to try and damage him. The problem was no one then followed him, but more importantly than that, his close friend and ally David Miliband, the man who wants to be the next leader of the Labour Party, far from following him, actually criticised him in public and said he wanted Gordon Brown to succeed. That was the crucial moment. Now, I'm joined now by Lord Mandelson, the Business Secretary, close ally, of course, of the Prime Minister's. Lord Mandelson, we get you to stand slightly this way, if we would. Thank you very much for joining us here on BBC News. This is not the reshuffle that Gordon Brown wanted, is it? Neither the timing nor the personnel.
Well, I don't know what foundation you have for saying that. He's been saying for days, as you know, and others have been saying on his behalf, that he's going to restructure his government around the policy priorities. This is about policy. This is about embedding the legacy that we have in public service investment and reform and taking forward that agenda in schools and education and health and crime.
But when you restructure a government, forgive me, you normally change the key personnel and you're not changing the key personnel.
Let me finish making the point. You know, when you see the new government, Nick, and when you see how he's restructured it around priorities, you will also see, in addition to what he's doing in domestic policy, he's reinforcing his commitment to getting this country out of the global recession that we're suffering from and putting in place the conditions for our future economic success, the prosperity and jobs that we're going to help create in the future. And you will see structures and personalities matching that as well. You'll also see a lot of political and constitutional reform. We've got to clear up the mess in British politics and the crisis that is gripping all the political parties, and you'll see that going forward as a priority as well.
You've used a very interesting, a revealing phrase, new government, old faces. You stay in your job. The Chancellor stays in his job.
Nick, you can't have it both
Let me
ways.
finish the question of you. The Foreign Secretary
You've
stays in his
obviously
job.
rehearsed it, so
The
I don't want
Prime
to interrupt
Minister.
you.
I didn't even know you were coming, so I haven't. But there we are. Let me just go through it again. Prime Minister, Chancellor, Foreign Secretary, Business Secretary, key advisor of the Prime Minister. Same people, same faces, no change.
Nick, you
I
can't-
ask you the question, how new?
You can't have it both ways. You can't have gone through these last few days and today as well, talking about all these people who are leaving the government and then telling us that they're the same faces. Some good people have stepped down, that's true, but very many more good people are going to come into the government, as you'll see both today and in the coming days.
And Lord Sugar is hired, not fired.
Well, Lord Sugar is he's just one heck of a man, and you'll see him pioneering enterprise and backing small and medium-sized enterprises around the country. That's what we need. If we're going to succeed economically in this country, we're going to have that sort of success, and Alan Sugar's going to help us achieve it.
Very grateful for your time. Thank you very much indeed. Peter Mandelson there. Back to you.
OK, Nick, thank you very much for that. Well, I'll be back shortly. Now let's get full analysis of those results from the local elections in England, which are still, of course, coming in. We can join David Dimbleby. David.
Thanks, good afternoon and welcome to the BBC's election studio. We'll be here all afternoon monitoring the counts. Over 2,000 councillors, 34 councils. Important, of course, for local government and for the people who live under those governments, but more important perhaps for the government as a whole and those Labour backbenchers as an indicator of what people feel about this Brown government and the changes that we've seen today. What else is going to happen after that? We'll be speculating on some of that with Nick Robinson and others. But first, let's just have a look at the councils we've had in so far. Not many. They'll come in later, and we'll get the projected national share, the key thing, later on. So we've got Conservatives on 3 and Lib Dems on 1, just 4. And the change we have is the Lib Dems up 1 and 1 fewer hung councils. And the councillors. Now, 250 or so is a kind of target that has been set for the Tories. They may say it's an unfair to gain. At the moment, this is the number they've got. We've got, remember, 2,000 to go. So those are the figures at present, 131, 52, 20 and 10. And this is the change so far. 18, up 1 for the Liberal Democrats, down 23 for Labour. Early days, doesn't tell us that much. So we'll have more of that later on, and we'll, as I say, have this key thing about how the under half the electorate in England that had the right to vote, what actually they said when faced with a ballot box as opposed to a pollster. Jeremy will be with us too all afternoon. Jeremy.
David, yes, we'll be looking at exactly what's happening on the map, who's gaining and who's losing. And I can tell you now the latest figures on change. Now, before I show you them, just bear in mind here we've got about 170, 200 key wards that we're analysing. And this just gives us a sense of which party is up and which party is down, the direction of travel. It's very, very early days, but have a look at this. Labour down 12%. Now, that's based on the comparison with the last time these seats were up, which was 2005, general election year, when Labour did a little bit better than maybe they might have done if it was just local elections, because their own voters turned out to vote them back into the national government. But that is a big, big hit for Labour, down 12%, if that is sustained as the wards come in. Conservatives up 3%, so pretty much where they were. Lib Dems down 2%. Might be that those figures even out and they're pretty much level pegging on 2005. Those are our change figures. I'll take you to the map now. And as you say, it's English councils only. It's not even all the English councils. Lots of city areas missed out on this map. If I colour it in, you'll see predominantly shire counties here, all in blue. These are the colours the map was in before we all voted. And at the top left, you can see Lancashire, Derbyshire, Nottinghamshire, Staffordshire, and Somerset and Devon. Let me just talk about these for a moment if I can. Both Lib Dem, very, very tight Somerset. And what we're hearing is that it may be that Lib Dems lose control of both of these councils, which wouldn't augur well for them in the southwest, given that they will have all kinds of contests at Westminster between themselves and the Conservatives. Conservatives are gaining in Devon. We're hearing they have, we think, there's been a net loss of 2 Lib Dem seats in Devon. The Conservatives need about 9 to make an inroad there. Let us now mention Lancashire as well, up in the northwest, because the BNP, British National Party, has taken its first county council seat. It already had 4 district councillors in Burnley, Burnley West, the county council seat, has gone to the British National Party. If you look at the map, we see now the colours of those councils which have already counted. There's not much on the map because, of course, today is counting day in most places, so not much business is done yet. But Bristol is Lib Dem. They're really celebrating the Lib Dems because there are 3 Labour MPs in Bristol who will be worrying now for their seats in that city. That's Hampshire, staying Conservative. New unitary council of central Bedfordshire is Conservative, but not a single Labour councillor elected to that new council, which, again, the governing party will find worrying, one imagines. And Lincoln up here, one thing to say about Lincoln, it's in that wash of blue, somewhere in there is the constituency seat of Douglas Hogg, who claimed famously for his moat. We gather in that little ward there, that council ward that's inside his constituency, been a big swing away from the Conservatives. David.
John Curtice, Professor John Curtice of Strathclyde University, has been up all night looking at these figures. You've been reading the runes, John. How long before you can tell us the projected national share, that thing all politicians are waiting for?
Well, it could be quite a while yet, David. The results have been coming in quite slowly this morning. We've still only got 225 or so of the 700 keywords that we're using to try and identify what we think the projected national vote should be. So we may have to hang on for an hour or so yet until we've got enough data before we can say we really have something that we're quite firm on. But the direction of travel is pretty clear. The Labour Party has had a pretty bad set of results and pretty consistently. The Liberal Democrats not making much progress, probably falling back a bit, and the Conservatives, while advancing, not making advances on the kind of scale they would like to make this close to a general election.
John, thank you very much. Well, we will have more of John Curtice and others, many politicians and people talking about the results as we gradually put them together over the next couple of hours. We'll be back here on BBC One at 1:40 after the news and the local news. I hope you'll join us then.
It's just coming up to 17 minutes past 1. Our top story this lunchtime. Gordon Brown fights for his political future as he's forced into an early reshuffle. Alan Johnson is the new Home Secretary. Alistair Darling stays on as Chancellor. And David Miliband continues as Foreign Secretary. Coming up, the ordinary people specially trained to go behind enemy lines will be live at Pegasus Bridge 65 years on.
Coming up in sport, Roger Federer is aiming for his 4th straight French Open final. He takes on Juan Martín del Potro in the semis this afternoon. His chief rivals Rafael Nadal, Andy Murray and Novak Djokovic have all been knocked out.
Other news for you now, and 65 years ago tomorrow, tens of thousands of Allied troops landed on the beaches of Normandy for an operation which ended the Nazi occupation of Western Europe. All week, Robert Hall has been travelling across northern France, hearing the stories of former Allied soldiers and the people they liberated. Today, he's reached Pegasus Bridge. Robert.
Pegasus Bridge has always been a central point for those who have links with the airborne operations which preceded the landings on the 6th of June. Hundreds of paratroops, in fact many thousands across the whole region, landed during the night of June the 5th. Today is no exception. There are crowds and crowds of people, a lot of impromptu ceremonies, but we wanted to talk about another operation, an operation so secret that one of those involved, although it's 65 years on, needed security clearance before he could speak to us.
In towns and villages, in the windswept sand dunes, the liberators are remembered. But the missions of one unit are far more difficult to trace. They were codenamed Jedburgh, groups of 3 from Britain, France and the United States, parachuted behind enemy lines, bound by total secrecy.
We were the original terrorists, if you like, just depending on which side of the fence you are.
Well, everything about the Jeds was unusual. We broke every rule in the book.
I said, how's the pay? He said, double. I said, I'm in.
They wanted us to look like ordinary, unhealthy civilians.
Hidden from public view, the Jeds trained for the expected and the unexpected.
Then they took me out and had me shoot a pistol, had me shoot a gun, break out of a jail, get into a door, pick locks. You can't imagine. I was a perfect bandit.
Once in occupied France, the aim was simple: to link up with local resistance groups and to do whatever was necessary to prevent German reinforcements reaching Normandy.
It was presented to me, you will parachute into Nazi-occupied Burgundy. You will carry a medical kit with you, but you won't carry any heavy weapons. You'll be given a personal weapon to defend yourself.
Inevitably, there were narrow escapes and near misses.
I heard a shot. I looked around. The guy had a pistol in his hand. He shot me through my pocket and my wallet.
They searched the whole wood. They surrounded it. I climbed up a tree and they put troops all the way around with dogs and started going through the wood. The part where we were at one end, they didn't do it. They give it up by then, fortunately. But we were laying in the wood all day expecting them to come.
If you're in danger of being captured, you know too much to fall into the hands of the enemy and to give that information away. You're expected to take that capsule, put it in your mouth. You hold it in your cheek, and if it's necessary, you get it between your teeth and you bite down. One quick bite, inhale quickly, and it's goodbye, Charlie.
The Jedburgh teams were expected to last a matter of weeks. Fortunately for today's generation, enough of them survived to tell their stories and to relive a great and secret adventure.
For me, it was not a game, but it was a kind of a new life that I didn't imagine existed. And I must say I enjoyed myself.
Well, tomorrow the action moves to Arromanches, and you can watch events there with Fiona Bruce at 4:20 on BBC One in a special programme, D-Day, the Veterans Return. Back to you.
Robert, thank you. Airbus has warned airline crews to follow standard procedures if they suspect faulty speed indicators. It follows the disappearance of an Air France aircraft on Monday. Reports from French air accident investigators suggest there were inconsistencies in the speed the missing Airbus was travelling. Sensors on board picked up several readings during the flight. A court has heard how a 7-year-old girl was deliberately starved to death and held prisoner in her home by her mother and her partner. Kyra Ishak was found unconscious when paramedics were called to her home in May last year. She later died on the way to hospital. Her mother, Angela Gordon, and her partner both deny murder. A group of veterans fighting for the right to sue the Ministry of Defence for compensation after being exposed to radiation has won the right to a full appeal. More than 1,000 servicemen blame their ill health on a nuclear testing programme which took place in the Pacific and Australia during the 1950s. Let's take you back now to Westminster, where Gordon Brown has been reshuffling his cabinet. John Sopel is there. John.
Louise, thank you very much. Well, in a reshuffle, the headlines are normally taken by the people given jobs. I suspect in this reshuffle, it's about the people that are staying put, that Gordon Brown couldn't move. Let's speak to James Landale in Downing Street. James, what's the latest we're hearing?
Well, at the moment, the latest we've just had is a flurry as Peter Mandelson came out, interviewed by us earlier. And what was interesting about it was the way Peter Mandelson was casting this reshuffle. He was talking about that the Prime Minister wanted to bring some good from all of these changes. By changes, he meant the resignations. He said there will be a strong silver lining. In other words, this is a reactive, a defensive reshuffle. It is not so much of a proactive one, certainly on the evidence that we've got so far. The names, by and large, the names we've got so far are staying the same. For all the talk of a new government, we are seeing the old faces remaining in their jobs. And all of the new positions that we've seen so far, they have simply been a shuffling of the pack from within the cabinet. We've yet to see the new names, which we expect later on this afternoon.
Yes, OK, James Landale, thank you very much for that. But I suspect Gordon Brown relieved that he is able to carry out a reshuffle at all, given the state of play late last night. Well, from here at Westminster for now, back to you in the studio, but an awful lot more from us still to come. Louise.
Absolutely, John, thank you very much. And let's catch up on the weather. John Hammond is here to tell us all about it. Hello.
Yes, and a week is not only a long time in politics, Louise. A few days ago, we were sweltering 27-degree heat. That was then, and this is now. For some of us, just 7 degrees in pouring rain. What a contrast. It's been pouring this morning across parts of Durham, Northumberland, Cumbria. A bit of snow up over the tips of the Pennines. It's that cold. Some snow for the Munros of Scotland too. A lot of showers across Scotland, particularly the north and the east this afternoon. Some brightness further south and west. And actually Northern Ireland not shaping up too badly. Just a few showers here, some sunshine, 14 degrees in Belfast. Plenty of dry weather across the west of Wales too. A few showers further east, but out of the breeze and in the sunshine, not too bad. And that's the story across southwest England as well through this afternoon. 1 or 2 showers setting up across the spine of Devon and Cornwall. Actually, the south coast of England seeing some lengthy spells of sunshine. Further north, though, there will be 1 or 2 showers not far away from the London area. Of course, the 2020 bonanza starts this afternoon. Could be 1 or 2 showers in and around Lords. You can catch the action, of course, on 5 Live. Now, the rain just keeps on going across northern England overnight tonight. In fact, it expands. It turns wet across a good part of the Midlands, and then this wodge of wet weather starts trekking its way westwards. There will be some drier spells elsewhere, but always the risk of a shower virtually anywhere. And it will be a chilly old night as well. Temperatures under the range as 5 or 6 degrees. Tomorrow, it keeps on raining across northern England, the Midlands, into Wales as well. And hour by hour, those totals will tot up. In fact, we are quite concerned about the extent of the rainfall and the heaviness of it, particularly in a zone from sort of Bristol up through the Severn Valley, West Midlands, East Wales. We could see as much as 2 or 3 inches of rain, which could well cause some disruption. That rain arcing its way across the Irish Sea into the far southwest of Scotland, Northern Ireland as well. Some of the best of the weather tomorrow will be across parts of Scotland, the far northwest of Northern Ireland, and perhaps some southern counties of England. A bit of brightness here, but elsewhere cold and wet, I'm afraid.
Oh, John, thank you. At 1:30, a reminder of our top story. Gordon Brown is reshuffling his cabinet after the shock resignation of James Purnell last night. We'll have all the latest developments on the BBC News channel this afternoon. That's all from the news at 1 this lunchtime, so it's goodbye from me. On BBC One, we can join the BBC's news teams where you are. Bye-bye.
Hello.
Right now on BBC News, back to John.
Hello and welcome to Westminster, where the reshuffle is continuing at pace. We're watching the opening and closing of that famous black door in number 10 Downing Street, and as you can see on the screen there, Ed Balls to remain as school secretary. What is the significance of that? Well, earlier in the week, Gordon Brown was determined and Ed Balls was expecting to become the Chancellor of the Exchequer. But as we've been hearing, this has been a defensive reshuffle. It has been about Gordon Brown shoring up his own position within the government after the shock resignation late last night of the Work and Pension Secretary, James Purnell. Let's just go through the details of the cabinet reshuffle as we know it so far. And of course, Downing Street hasn't confirmed this yet. It's thought the crucial role of Home Secretary is going to be filled by Alan Johnson. He was a man tipped as a possible new leader if Gordon Brown were forced out. Alistair Darling is staying as Chancellor. Now, he's been reported to have said that he would not move to another job. David Miliband was keen to keep his job as Foreign Secretary. We understand he is keeping it. Jack Straw is another one not moving. He's going to carry on as the Justice Secretary. He said this morning that Gordon Brown is the best man to lead the party. Peter Mandelson, he's staying on as Business Secretary. He said that Labour would implode if the party did not unite behind the Prime Minister. And the BBC has learnt that Jim Murphy is going to remain as Scotland Secretary. Mr Murphy is the latest minister who has pledged his loyalty to Gordon Brown. John Denham is expected to be named as the new Community Secretary, taking over from Hazel Blears. And unconfirmed reports say that Yvette Cooper, she's going to become the new Work and Pensions Secretary. So Ed Balls is to remain in his post as the Secretary of State for Children, Schools and Family, but there are still other cabinet vacancies to be filled, most notably that of the Defence Secretary John Hutton. He is stepping down, but he's stressing, and this is really interesting, his loyalty to Gordon Brown, because in the past he has been a critic. Now, all this on a day when local election results will bring more probably pretty grim news for the embattled Prime Minister. Well, let's go first to Downing Street. Our chief political correspondent, James Landale, is there to take us through the various machinations of the day. James, we can come to the detail in a minute. I just wonder whether I could get your overall political assessment of the significance.
Well, if you look at the context of this, normally in reshuffles we agonise, is it a Blairite or a Brownite reshuffle? What's the gender balance? Are there more women than there were before? You know, what does the Prime Minister mean by that? In this reshuffle, forget all of that. There'll be lots to talk about it towards the end of the day. This is a reshuffle that is designed to ensure the survival of the Prime Minister in the context of the last 24 hours when he has had a direct challenge to his personal authority by a key member of his cabinet, namely James Purnell. Therefore, if at the end of the day the Prime Minister can say, I have now appointed my 22 or 23, depending how you count it, members of the Cabinet, they have all agreed to the jobs that I've asked them to do for the duration, and nobody has challenged my authority again. At that point, the Prime Minister and his allies will be able to say, look, we have a united Cabinet. The Cabinet was invited by James Purnell to rebel against him. They have chosen not to. Therefore, if there's any talk of rebellion, the ball is put back firmly in the court of the Parliamentary Labour Party across the country, as well as the MPs, and they will have to make up their own minds. But in terms of the Cabinet reshuffle, on the evidence so far, the Cabinet is backing the Prime Minister. So that will be the aim, if they can get to the end of the... There'll be lots of talk about a new government, about a recasting of the structure of it. There'll be more focus on democratic constitutional reform. There's another talk about public service reform. All of that will come, but the key point is, can the Prime Minister survive and buy himself time? And on the evidence so far, he is doing so.
OK, James Landale there in Downing Street, thank you very much. Of course, it's the day of the English local council elections. Let's get the latest on all of that. David Dimbleby is waiting to take us through it. David.
We're here in the BBC's election studio. We'll be covering the local elections, which we're analysing. We're waiting here, of course, for the crucial projected national share of the vote, which will tell us how, compared with the same time these seats were fought 4 years ago, the parties are doing. At the moment, it's looking as though Labour is running at down 12 percentage points, which takes them to round about 21 or 22%. I think almost the lowest they've had ever. And the Conservatives are gaining round about 3% or so on their result last time round. Anyway, we'll be looking at that. We'll be looking at the actual councils and what's happened. We've had various bits of news through. Let's just have a look at what we've had in so far. Key to this is over 2,000 councillors, and this is the current state of play. The Tories on 131, Liberal Democrats have 52, Labour 20, the others 10. Nothing, that tells you nothing until you look at this, which is the change. At the moment, the Conservatives are showing 18 up and Labour 23 down. So we had the result from Bristol. Now, Bristol was taken by the Liberal Democrats. Liberal Democrats appear not at the moment to be doing too well because the Tories have gained control both of Devon and Somerset councils. But they did take Bristol, and this is how they did it. Labour went down 8, and 4 of those seats went to the Tories, and 4 went to the Liberal Democrats. And then one of the new unitary authorities, Central Bedfordshire, this is a Tory area. We don't talk about gains and losses here. We talk about wins here, and the Conservatives on 54, Liberal Democrats on 11. Critically, no Labour councillors in the new unitary authority. Lincolnshire, the Conservatives up 14, the Liberal Democrats down 3 here, which is a bit of a disappointment for them. Labour down 15 in Lincolnshire. The Conservatives hold on to control of Lincolnshire. And Derbyshire. Derbyshire, one of 4 counties that the Labour Party still has control of. We joined Gillian Hargreaves there. What's the news from Derbyshire this afternoon?
Well, Derbyshire should be a flagship council for Labour. They've held it for nearly 30 years. But if they lost 5 of the seats that they have, then they've lost overall control of the council. And we can confirm that the Conservatives have taken 6 seats from them. So if Labour make no more gains this afternoon, then it's game over for them. They're no longer in control of Derbyshire County Council.
And that would be devastating for them because that's the place. They've had that place since 1978, or 28 years, haven't they, I think? 28 years.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely, and they've run it very well. They've run a series of awards for the kinds of services they provide. They've won awards for their care for the elderly. New primary schools have gone up. They've kept the council tax relatively low. So if they lose seats and lose control here, that shows that voters, although they might be satisfied locally, are going to vote on national issues and show their discontent with what's going on with the Westminster government.
And if Derbyshire goes, Nottinghamshire, Staffordshire and Lancashire, which are much smaller majorities for the Labour Party, are likely to go as well. So there'll be a complete wipeout for Labour in county councils. You'd agree with that?
Yes, yeah, that would be absolutely the key thing, that this swathe of seats in the West Midlands and East Midlands would be gone.
Well, our editor of political research here at the BBC, the august David Cowling, is sitting next to me, and he's been studying these results, frowning at the figures as they come through, or perhaps not frowning. What do you make of it so far? Is it, I mean, we are very early on, and some of these results actually are taking longer to come in than we'd expected. I know John Curtice was saying originally we might get some results sort of early afternoon, but apparently the count is going quite slowly. I can't think why in places. But are you getting a general drift of how it's going to look for Labour?
It's relatively early, still many results to come in as you suggest, but it seems to me the headlines are that Labour is going through another bout of agony. It's seeing a whole raft of its county councillors wiped out, people who were elected have probably been sitting in those seats for the best part of some of those 20 years. They're being wiped away. So the big drops in Labour votes, but that's in a sense relatively easy. The thing I think that the challenge is for the Liberal Democrats, they really have taken a bit of a pounding in places. We've heard of the two counties they won Bristol, but that was only because of the Labour vote collapsing. Their vote, I think, went down a little as well. And for the Conservatives, although I'm sure Mr Osborne and his colleagues will be wanting to say, the best they can, and I'm sure will identify places where they're doing well. But nevertheless, the overall picture appears at this stage to be that they're not really quite near that point which is going to be necessary for them. The sorts of leads, the sort of attraction of getting people to come and join them that's going to be necessary for them to pull off the really big event of taking the next Parliament.
Has the whole election really been kiboshed by the row over expenses? I mean, I note so far, on the Labour side, John Prescott and Alistair Campbell have said there was no campaign. Where was the campaign? And the answer is, of course, everybody was defending their expense claims, both on the Tory side and the Labour side.
And the anecdotal information that I've heard is that a lot of people on the doorstep have been getting quite a lot of fairly sizable abuse. We mustn't also forget that this being on the same day as the European elections, a number of parties have benefited in local elections from the overspill, if you like, on the tail shirts of the European, where I suspect is going to be much more of the protest vote evident.
Well, we'll see what happens on that on Sunday when we have unlike Holland, who I see have announced, or the Netherlands, who've announced their results. We don't announce our results until, so proper. Jeremy.
David, let's take a look at the change on 2005. 2005, a general election year, and I will show you what's happened to the party's votes in the wards they were contesting then, which have come up again in the last 24 hours. And as you've been saying, Labour is having 7 bells knocked out of it here, down 12% on the vote in 2005. They might be able to claim there was a bit of a buffer there because it was a general election year and they had more of their voters turn out. But it's still looking very bad for them. Conservatives up 3 and the Lib Dems down 2. Now, if I show you the map, that Conservative Liberal Democrat difference, where Conservatives are making inroads a little bit on the Liberal Democrats, is really making a difference down here in the southwest. This is Somerset, Lib Dem very tight. Devon, Conservatives needed 9 seats to take Devon. We'll watch in a moment and see what's happened down there. But you heard Gilliam Hargreaves talking about Derbyshire. 6 losses needed to take Derbyshire Council out of Labour control. They've had it since 1981. Looks pretty likely now that Derbyshire will go. And by the way, in Lancashire, up the top, the BNP, British National Party, have just got their first county councillor. So if I change the map now, we'll see what's come in. And look at the southwest. Look at Somerset going blue and Devon going blue. So the Conservatives really celebrating that crucial tactical area of how they do against the Lib Dems with everything that's going on against Labour. That's a very encouraging sign for the Conservatives. As you can see, Lincolnshire Conservative, as David said, Central Bedfordshire, also a new council, but not a single Labour councillor elected there, and lots of Labour MPs will be looking particularly in Lincoln, in Bristol, which has gone Lib Dem, where there are 3 Labour MPs. Labour MPs will be very worried looking at this.
Good. Well, we're just coming to the end of this very brief section that's only on the news channel. we're going to be joined in a moment by viewers from BBC One. So you can go to BBC One or you can stay with the news channel and see the same thing. But anyway, we'll stick with it. So, good afternoon. Welcome, if you haven't been with us before, to the BBC Election Studio, where we're looking at the local election results. In particular, on Sunday, we'll be looking at the Euro elections, but we're looking at the local elections. We're looking at over 2,000 councillors. We're looking at 34 out of 351 councils in England, and only England, and under half of England, had the right to vote yesterday. Nothing in Scotland or Wales or Northern Ireland. 3 mayors, on the other hand, 27 of them county councils, 7 of them these big unitary councils. So we'll be looking at these results. What we're heading for is, of course, not just what happens in those particular places, but what the lesson is for the main political parties. And in particular, needless to say, because of the febrile atmosphere at number 10, what it means for Gordon Brown's government and the future of that government and the feeling among backbenchers. It's been said that, you know, if it had gone very, very badly, there'd have been a reshuffle on Monday. As it was, it went so badly, they had to have a reshuffle this morning. So we'll be looking at all of that. But the first thing is the actual results that are coming in. So let's have a look at those as they stand at the moment, if we may. The total number of councils so far, Conservatives controlling 5, Liberal Democrats on 1. Doesn't tell you very much, does it, at this stage? And the change is there. But watch that as the afternoon goes on. Conservatives up 2, Liberal Democrats down 1, and 1 no longer a hung council. Now, the councillors. I said there were over 2,000 of them being elected. The Tories had double the number of councillors, so you'd expect them to be higher anyway than Labour at the end of the afternoon. They're on 131. Again, it means nothing at the moment. 52 for the Liberal Democrats, 20 for Labour, 10 for the others. This is the change so far. And the Tories will do well if they get up 250 or so. At the moment, they're running at 18 and Labour down 23. So we'll be watching that. Now, keeping an eye on what goes on at number 10 is James Landale. And James, we've heard all these changes going on. Let's first of all see if there's any new news, because it seems to come out every 5 minutes from number 10 this afternoon.
Yeah, we're going in fits and starts. Nothing new at the moment. All the speculation now at the moment are the 2 big offices of state that have not yet been filled. One is health, one is defence. Speculation that Sean Woodward might get defence, but none of that confirmed. Also speculation about health could be, some people are talking about Caroline Flint, the former Europe Minister. Also other people talking about perhaps Liam Byrne, who's currently the Cabinet Office Minister who has the right to attend Cabinet, but he's long been tipped to somebody who could come up. So that's just the latest round of speculation. We've just had Peter Mandelson coming out, effectively putting the case for the government here, saying that this is a reshuffle from which the Prime Minister can draw a silver lining, which was very revealing language, because it shows how this is a reshuffle that is, if you like, reactive rather than proactive. It is reactive, responding to what happened from James Purnell's resignation. It is about trying to make the best of the pretty dire situation they're in at the moment.
James, thank you very much indeed. Well, now I'm joined here by a couple of political guests. Harriet Harman, who's staunchly been speaking for Labour right through this crisis as Deputy Leader of the party. Alistair Campbell and John Prescott say there was a lack of campaigning and blame you, among others, and blame that for the bad results that are coming through, of a fall of 12 percentage points at the moment to your lowest ever in local elections.
Well, I think that we're all facing disappointment in these results in the Labour Party. I think that we're set to lose. I know it's early days in terms of the elections that have been announced, but I think it looks as though we're set to lose some very good, hard-working councillors and have a disappointingly low share of the vote. But I think it's really a time for steady nerves and really thoughtfulness and political maturity. I think that we will have to do some listening and more consideration as to what's caused these bad results. But I think it's already clear that these were elections which are in what are more Tory strongholds than Labour strongholds. I mean, if you look, they're defending about 1,000 councillors and we're defending about 400. But I think actually above all, there's the elections have been overshadowed by people having genuine apprehension and fear about the recession, and obviously governments always take responsibility for the economic situation,
Isn't it a dislike
and also about the expenses?
You politicians and the Prime Minister and the whole ragbag of what's been going on.
I think above all, it has been overshadowed by really dismay and disappointment about expenses. And although the reality is that there has been abuse of the MPs' expenses across all parties, the government has taken, I think, a particular hit on that. But I think it's not a time for us to be blaming each other or turning in on each other. I think we have to be politically mature, and we have to have strong nerves as well, because fundamentally I think we all still strongly believe that the government is the right government to take this country.
Who's we all?
In the Labour Party.
Oh, really?
Yes. I think that we
But
strongly...
James Purnell doesn't think it.
Well, we strongly believe in the economic policy which has been set forth, and I don't think James Purnell or anybody else has said that we should be taking a different direction on the economy. And that is absolutely crucial for people's prospects in the future, and also for the country's prospects for the future. So I think that that's what we've got to do. We've got to be analytical, but we've got to have steady nerves, and we've got to take the country through this difficult economic time.
Yes, it's a brave message, Harriet Harman, that, but it doesn't actually accord to reality. You've got Barry Shimon wanting to get all the backbenchers signing letters and voting against the Prime Minister. You've got John Prescott, former deputy leader, saying that there was no campaign. You're bound to have, by the end of today, very disillusioned Labour party chairman in the areas. You're going to lose probably 4 county councils, your last 4 county councils. You're going to go into an election whenever it comes with a disillusioned, disgruntled party, aren't you? I mean, of course, it's your job to say it'll all be all right, but actually it's not going to be all right.
No, I make no bones about the fact that it is a difficult moment, but then the question is, how do we respond to that? I think we've got to listen to what the voters are saying. We've got to understand and learn the lessons. But I think as far as the economy is concerned, and as far as the government is concerned, we've got our duty to do. That's what we are in government to do, and we are going to be preoccupied, not by looking at turning in on ourselves. We're going to be preoccupied about the prospects of people in this country. Of course, we've got lessons to learn, but I think on the massive issues about the economy, we will be taking the country forward. And on the expenses, we are taking the action, but it's yet to be seen really to have been completed. We're going to make sure everybody pays back if they've misused their allowance. Those who've wrongly claimed won't be able to stand again at the next election. And in fact, there'll be no longer the gentleman's club approach of the House of Commons setting its own allowances. And therefore, we will get that sorted and give Parliament a clean bill of health, which it needs.
We wait to see. But one thing we do know, which is you talk about this grand plan for the economy, and we know that Gordon Brown wanted Ed Balls as his Chancellor. And he's stuck with Alistair Darling because Alistair Darling said, if you move me, I'll leave your government. And he couldn't afford to lose Alistair Darling. Well, so he's got the wrong Chancellor for a start to put things right.
He's got the Chancellor who he praised in the House of Commons last week and who has done a very good job over the last 2 years. And I have to say, David, I think that the reality is that if we'd have not had the policies that the Prime Minister and the Chancellor has led through, we would have had many more people unemployed and many more businesses going to the wall. So I know that the economic situation is far from bright at the moment, but actually they've done a very good job in the face of a global economic storm.
But it's not the Chancellor that he wanted.
Well, that's not the case. This is the Chancellor who he's appointed.
It's the Chancellor he's got,
and,
yes.
And he's obviously got full confidence in him, and I'm sure the whole government will have.
And do you think there will be a challenge in the next couple of days if these results go badly from the backbenchers?
I don't think there should be. I don't think there will, but I don't think there should be. And I do think that the last thing the public want to see is the government upon whom public services depend and our economic prospects depend, turning in on ourselves. That's why this reshuffle is very important, so that Gordon Brown can have a strong, united team taking the country forward in these difficult times, and that's what the reshuffle will achieve.
We're joined by one of your Labour backbenchers, Mark Fisher from Stoke. Mr. Fisher, thank you for joining us. Hello. Well, you've been hearing Harriet Harman and what she's been saying. Do you agree with her? No need for a change, steady as we go?
No, I usually agree with Harriet, but not on this instance. I think that we should all listen to what the public said very clearly at the ballot box last night, and I suspect what they will repeat on Sunday night. And I think Gordon, who's done a wonderful job as Chancellor and given us 10 years of stability and low interest rates, the very stability he created as a Chancellor, we are now seeing huge political instability. And I think the best thing that could be done is he should be big enough to stand down and allow a caretaker Prime Minister to prepare the way for a steady and rational transition to a general election in a few months' time, when we've got a new Speaker, we've put the MP's expenses crisis to bed, and we can make a decision on the next 5 years in a period of calm, not a hysterical referendum on MP's expenses.
What is a caretaker Prime Minister? That's not going to be very appealing to the country as a whole, is it? What's a caretaker Prime Minister?
I think that a Prime Minister makes it clear that he's not going to struggle on for a year, but he's going to try and create some stability in the system, and so we don't have a general election as a referendum on MP's expenses, which would be the worst thing, not only for the country, but for any Prime Minister who was elected at that general election. I mean, it's very childish of Mr Cameron to say, I want it now, because he may want it now, but he would be elected not on a rational assessment of his manifesto, but on a hysterical referendum on MP's expenses, which is no way to make decisions for the next 5 years.
Well, Harriet Harman's listening to you, so a caretaker Prime Minister, Brown stands down, to avoid just struggling on for a year.
Not at all, and in fact I was campaigning in Stoke last week, where Mark Fisher represents, and I can say that, having listened to what people were saying, people were very angry indeed about expenses, there's no doubt about that. And I do think there is a point about political instability, but all of us, members of Parliament, we can all play a role in that. And I think that Mark is right to say that the country doesn't want instability. And therefore I think it's incumbent on all of us Labour members of Parliament to make sure we play our part in promoting stability in the government, not promoting instability, which would be what a leadership challenge would amount to.
Mark, just on the point you made, a couple of things. One is, haven't the people who've rejoined, so to speak, or remained in the cabinet and the government, from your point of view as potential opponents, sold the pass now? They can't, they're stuck in there until the election. And therefore, presumably, you now rely on backbenchers getting together. And I just want to ask you whether you think there are enough of them to get together to make a challenge, or are you just sort of whistling in the wind when you say what you've said?
I don't know, but what I do know is what the public are saying, both at the ballot box and what they've been saying, I suspect, to every MP around the country, in the streets and in the pubs and clubs and surgeries, and also what the media are saying. And it's not just Labour backbenchers who are going to be an effective voice in this. I think the media and the public, and we should be listening to the public, and I think we'll hear it again on Sunday, that they're saying very clearly to Gordon, thank you, you've done a wonderful job, but do the decent thing and stand down and let somebody else take us through a few months of peace and quiet to the next general election, so we can have a proper look at where this country is going.
It's pretty devastating to have a party as divided as this on air, on television, during an election programme.
Well, I think what the public are saying is that they're saying we're absolutely disgusted about the expenses and we're very angry, and they're also saying we're apprehensive about the economy. And the question is whether whether the party and what the party should do is unite to go forward.
But it's
behind
not uniting.
an economic...
You're seeing you fighting each other.
No,
here in the studio.
I'm not fighting, because actually I don't think that Mark Fisher is suggesting that the government take a different course. Now we
He's
have
just changed
heard,
prime ministers, which is
well,
quite a major change.
I agree with him that we shouldn't have political instability at a time when people are worried about the economy and when the government is halfway through sorting out the expenses. So I hope that Mark Fisher, who's obviously entitled to express his view, will actually rally round and draw in behind the new cabinet that's got an important job to do.
Harriet Harman, thank you very much. We go down to Devon now, and the Conservatives have taken control of Devon and of the council there. Martin Oates is our reporter there. Martin, good afternoon.
Well, of course, Devon's just the kind of place where, you know, the Tories need to roll back the Liberal Democrat tide. And I can tell you, there was real concern amongst Devon Conservatives this might not happen because of the expenses business over the last few weeks. Anthony Steen, the Devon MP, dominated the national headlines for nigh on a week. Well, it doesn't seem to have made much of an impact, particularly, of course, concerned that UKIP might do the kind of thing they did the last time there were European and local elections on the same day, do well in the European elections and do correspondingly well in the locals. That doesn't seem to have come through. In fact, the Conservatives have taken a seat from an independent in Devon. The only bit of fallout possibly from that is that the Greens have gained their first county councillor in the southwest ever in Anthony Steen's Totnes seat. The other bit of news just over in Dorset is that the three of the four remaining Labour wards on Dorset County Council, 3 of them have fallen quite spectacularly. Now, they're at the heart of Jim Knight's, the Education Minister's, highly marginal seat. Now, Jim Knight's not going to be a happy man this afternoon.
Thank you very much indeed, Martin. And let's now go to Taunton in Somerset and join Clinton Rogers. And after that, I'll be talking to George Osborne, who's been sitting patiently here, though he's looking quite pleased with himself.
Yeah, I have to say that it's somehow fitting that our county's been in a sports centre here, because both the front runners in this race, the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats, both thought they could win this. It was always going to be tight. They only had 1 seat majority of the Liberal Democrats going into today, but in the end, well, it was pretty much a one-horse race. The statistics that we have now, Conservative 33, Liberal Democrats 21, Labour 2. So already the Conservatives have an overall majority of 10. There are 2 seats still to declare, but a big swing to the Conservative. Labour never strong here anyway. They started today with 4 seats, ended up with 2. So 16 years of Liberal Democrat rule comes to an end in Somerset. Back to Conservatives, the way it had been for decades before.
Well, thank you very much. That's going to be interesting for a general election, isn't it, that battle in Somerset? Are you still with us?
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm just having difficulty hearing you. Yeah. I think it is going to be interesting because the Liberal Democrats here in Taunton have done quite well, but elsewhere across Somerset they haven't done so well. Going back a few years, this part of the West Country has always benefited from what they called the Paddy Ashdown factor. When Paddy Ashdown was leader of the Liberal Democrats, that's when it started to really swell the Liberal Democrat vote here. It started to ease away, and they're left thinking today, what went wrong? Because certainly here in Somerset, they pride themselves in running what the Audit Commission calls a 5-star authority. They really don't know what happened here to get the votes so far swinging to the Conservatives.
Well, thank you very much indeed. We're joined now by George Osborne, Shadow Chancellor of the Exchequer for the Tories. What, last time, 2008, you got 44 percentage points in the popular vote in the local elections. What are you anticipating getting today?
Well, I saw the BBC projection, which I guess is 35 or 36%, but I mean, we'll wait. Obviously, there's a lot of seats to be counted. I mean, I think on the projected vote share, as the BBC themselves are saying, because there are an awful lot of minority parties, fringe parties standing, who don't normally stand in council elections because it's at the same time as the European elections, I think our vote share is going to be down. But our lead over Labour will remain pretty much what it's been in most of the local elections we've had in the last couple of years. More significantly, we are winning across the country, in Devon, in Somerset, in Lancashire, in Derbyshire. I mean, I heard Harriet Harman describe these as Tory strongholds, Tory heartlands. These were Labour heartlands just a few days ago in places like Derbyshire, and these are the crucial general election battlegrounds. So not only do we have good Conservative councillors, good Conservative councils now elected to represent local people, which is important, but on the ground war, the actual leafleting on the door, the organisation of the campaign in the areas where the general election is going to be decided, we have done spectacularly well.
Before I let Harriet Harman in to answer that, which I'm sure she'd like to do, David Cowling, just on the figures, you mentioned 35. We haven't actually done our projection, but it's just running. It looks as though it's running it up 3 points from last time round. Yeah. What's your reading, David, of how the 2 main parties are doing, and indeed how the Liberal Democrats are doing?
Well, it seems to me that Mr. Osborne's point that the gap is important is quite critical. And it remains, and that will give the Conservatives confidence. But what I think
the gap between Labour and
the Tories. So even if the Conservatives come down, if Labour goes down, it's the gap in between, the distance between. But it does strike me that, and it's a challenge for all of the major parties, and maybe on this occasion for the opposition parties, that we're in the middle of the biggest firestorm we've had for 80 years.
Which particular firestorm are you talking about?
The economic firestorm, forgive me. There are several blazing away, as we know. The forest is overburdened with fires. But we're in the middle of a big economic crisis. and in great difficulties, and Labour, certainly there is a willingness to slap Labour. Nobody is suggesting that. The agonies are evident as the results pour in. But it seems to me that in those circumstances, the last time there was a big opposition minor party vote was in 2004, when we were still in a period of economic prosperity. We're now in very, very tough times, probably away from a general election, and yet it seems to me the Conservatives haven't got that critical mass that Labour achieved prior to 97, which actually made it incontrovertible that they were going to win. Now, that doesn't mean to say the Conservatives can't win the next election, but it's somehow the Conservatives, I think, have to answer the question, why not?
Would you have expected them to be harder hit by the moats, the duck house, the manure, the helipads, all the stuff? Because it was to them those what seemed particular extravagances stuck.
And yet we
heard Anthony Steen.
And yet in the polls, the Conservatives, when it came to who was most badly damaged, about 50–60% said Gordon Brown and very few said David Cameron.
I mean, look, I think, David was talking about firestorms. Of course, there has been the firestorm of the MPs' expenses. And of course, all the major political parties, the Labour Party, the Conservative Party and the Liberal Democrats, have been affected by that. And of course, the campaign that we would have fought on local and European elections was blown off the national news agenda and some of the local news agendas by the expenses row. The question is, who has steered their way through this storm to best effect? And I would argue that David Cameron and the Conservative Party has come through this. Yes, some votes will go to the minor parties. The Liberal Democrats have taken a hit today. The Labour Party has taken a massive hit. But look at the battlegrounds where the general election is going to be decided. For us, it is going to be against the Liberal Democrats in the West Country, and we have, against all predictions, taken Devon County Council, which no one had on anyone's radar, as well as Somerset.
And against Labour?
And against Labour, we hope to at least knock them out of control in Derbyshire, in Lancashire. We look like we've taken control of Staffordshire. In other words, these are the crucial areas where, when we come into this studio to discuss the general election, we will be looking at seats in these places. And the ground war, the Conservative election machine, has delivered against the backdrop of the MPs' expenses storm a pretty spectacular result.
And what do you make of that analysis?
Well, firstly, I'd say that that I wasn't saying that these are Tory heartlands. I was saying that the Tories are defending well over 1,000 Conservative councillors, and we were only defending something like 450 Labour councillors. So that's the first point about these elections. But the second point is that what happens is if people are angry about something like the expenses, they hold the government responsible. I remember after Derek Conway was found to have paid his son for work he wasn't doing, and all of that sort of thing happened, and he was a Conservative MP, and somebody on a high street when I was campaigning said, why doesn't Gordon Brown sack that Derek Conway? The point is that people, not unnaturally, hold the government responsible. Now, we take that responsibility.
For the duck ponds and the...
Well, yeah, to an extent,
that, really.
yes, because they think it's on your watch, and we do take that responsibility seriously too, and that's why we're determined to sort it out. People hold us responsible, and we will make sure that the money's paid back, people don't stand again, and we clear up the system. And that, it's the connection between the expenses anger and people's worry about their own financial circumstances. So it's a combination of economic concerns for their own future and the expenses.
Can I make a point about what Harriet's saying? First of all, she called them Tory strongholds. The seats we're discussing here, precisely because the Conservatives have done well in previous elections, are now Labour's safest county council seats in their safest and remaining county councils. They may end up, at the end of the day, without the control of a single county council in Britain. And when it comes to the expenses route, of course that's dominated politics in the last 3 weeks, but the idea that the Gordon Brown government wasn't in trouble 3 or 4 weeks ago, the idea that the briefing by Ed Balls against Alistair Darling had anything to do with expenses, the idea that James Pennell's resignation letter has anything to do with duck houses and moats. The truth is, a lot of the damage being done to the Labour Party comes from people within the Labour Party who understand that the government has totally lost connection with the British people.
I want to go back, and in a moment we'll have a look at the reshuffle, and just as a reminder to people how things stand this afternoon. But just before we do, David Cowling, would you I was going to say invigilate. I mean, between the two of them, who would you say is right in this interpretation? I mean, Osborne is saying that the Tories are doing well against Liberal Democrats where they need to do well against Liberal Democrats, well against Labour where they need to get well against, and take great comfort in that. Is that true?
I think you'll love this answer, I'm sorry. The evidence is slightly mixed, but let me explain.
I didn't think you'd say that.
No, but in terms of the Liberal Democrats, I think the Conservatives have clearly taken chunks out of them. In certain parts of the country, in Lincolnshire, they just blown Labour away. So of course there is comfort for that. But I think overall, what is happening is it's this total collapse and disintegration of the Labour vote. Now, if one thinks that is going to continue at the next general election, we can call the election now. But the question is, if there is Labour recovery, then it strikes me that the Conservatives in certain places haven't built up enough fat to see them through that enormous leap they have to take to win the next election. That would be my judgment.
All right. Well, a lot will hang on this new government that has, well, with such changes as have been made, or as the Prime Minister has been able to make, what impact that has on the country as a whole, and indeed on the Labour Party. We heard Mark Fisher a moment ago saying that Brown should go, another of the backbenchers saying he should go. But let's just see what the new government looks like. Key figures in it. Alistair Darling, of course, remains as Chancellor of the Exchequer. And Jack Straw, he remains as Justice Secretary. And Alan Johnson, popularly seen as a potential leader, though he always says he doesn't want to do it and he's not up to it compared with Gordon Brown, takes on the onerous role of Home Secretary from Jackie Smith. He was at Health before. David Miliband, who's from some quarters under attack, interestingly, for not having joined James Purnell and gone out and said that he was against Gordon Brown and thought there should be a change. The thing that he intimated in the autumn, and there are people who think he bottled it this time, and anyway, he remains as Foreign Secretary and swears loyalty. Yvette Cooper, Ed Ball's wife, goes to work and pensions from the Treasury where she was. That's James Purnell, his old job. And John Denham, Community Secretary, replacing Hazel Blears, who tried to rock the boat, or indeed did rock the boat, with her resignation. And at Defence, there is still a gap, so we wait to hear. There's some suggestion that Sean Woodward, the Northern Ireland Secretary, might take it over. John Hutton resigned from that, but without saying that anything disloyal, saying that he supported Gordon Brown. He just wanted, for his own reasons, to leave the government and indeed leave politics and pursue other things. And Health, Alan Johnson went from that, and again, that post we wait to see filled. So those are the changes that have been made. Now, Alan Johnson, who's been continually in front of the cameras ever since Prime Minister's questions on Wednesday, praising Gordon Brown and saying he's at the top of his game, has been at it again today. Let's just hear what he had to say.
To recognise that Gordon Brown is leading this country through some of the most turbulent times, you know, a real economic maelstrom around the world that he's dealing with. On the other hand, the issue of a member's allowances that's damaged all parties, dealing with that as well, and tackling the issues like crime and health and education that are the bread and butter issues. So it's a difficult job at the best of the times, and it's not a job that his own colleagues should be making more difficult through their actions.
Because it was disloyal and presumably designed to wound.
Well, that's the only inference you can take from what happened there. But I hope now we can move on. There's been a reshuffle today. In a sense, when I saw the Prime Minister at Prime Minister's Questions on Wednesday, which was just after Hazel Blears had resigned, it seemed to me to be a bit of a turning point in the sense that I think most people were expecting the Prime Minister, under such enormous pressure, to have a very bad question time. Actually, he had a very good question time.
You say that, and yet I read, you know, about this round-robin letter that's going round or whatever of backbenchers, and
Yeah.
you must have heard about it.
Yeah, well, it's a terrible time, and it's a really tough time, and I don't know whether that exists or not. All I know, all I can say from me as a Member of Parliament for 12 years and a Member of Government, it's the government that comes first, and it's the public that come before party interests. And to govern this country effectively, you need unity at the top, and that's what we have to restore.
We're joined now by a former chairman of the Parliamentary Labour Party, 1997 to 2001, now in the House of Lords, Clive Soley, much respected as a backbencher, not held office, but a former chair of the Parliamentary Party. Clive Soley, what do you make of what's going on? And what would you like to see happen?
Well, very sadly, I don't think this can or should go on much longer.
I don't think anyone can take away from Gordon Brown that he was an incredibly successful Chancellor of the Exchequer, that he was incredibly important in taking the lead in helping the international community find its way through the economic crisis of the world. But that's a different job to being Prime Minister, and I do feel that for the last year or so we have been struggling on that, and I think what you've seen in the last few days indicates that it cannot and should not go on. And for that reason I do think it's time for Gordon to stand down and for the party to elect a new leader. I don't see any alternative other than pretty devastating defeat. And although I recognise that all parties have defeats from time to time, the nature and extent of that defeat could be significantly different with Gordon Brown as leader.
Do you have an idea how it might be achieved, if that's what you want to see happen?
Well, it's a matter of for primarily, obviously, the backbench MPs and ministers, both current and recently ex-ministers, to decide whether or not they're going to say this must happen. If there's enough of them to do that, it will happen. If there's not, then it won't, and Gordon will continue. And although I think all of us would like him to succeed, I think a lot of us would feel that it's not going to be possible, which is why I suspect that this won't go on very much longer. And I think that's sad, but I think it's inevitable now.
Harriet Harman, so despite the reshuffle, we keep hearing voices from the backbenches or from former prominent members of the Labour Party saying Brown has still got to go.
But I think that that is by no means at all what the party, the Labour Party, wants. So Clive Soley was not speaking, I mean, he was speaking for himself, he's obviously entitled to have his view, but he was not, that's not what the Labour Party wants.
How do you know?
And I don't believe it's what the country needs either.
Well, we know you think that, but how do you know about the feeling in the Labour Party?
Well, I'm the elected deputy leader of the Labour Party, I'm the chair of the party, I have been round all around the country, knocking on doors with Labour Party members, speaking to Labour councillors, fighting in very, very difficult circumstances, and they feel immense frustration, but they are not thinking that the way forward is for us to change our leader. They obviously want us to do better, and being united is part of doing better, united with a new team in the cabinet. And as far as the country is
deputy
concerned,
leader, no, as far as the Labour Party, because the country has had its say yesterday and it'll have its say at the election. But as deputy leader, you say you know what's going on. Did you know James Purnell was going?
No, I didn't, but I
Surprise.
don't... Yeah, no, I'm not saying I know what's going on in respect of every single individual.
But that's the point. What about the Labour Party in Parliament, the parliamentary Labour Party, the people who have the power, if they want to change the Prime Minister?
I think that there are always a range of views, but I think that the parliamentary Labour Party will want there to be a new team, loyal to Gordon, progressive in their purpose, and absolutely focused on helping people in this country, and certainly not turning inward. No, because Labour members of Parliament are thinking about their constituents who they represent.
Clive Soley hasn't even got constituents. Clive Soley's outside this all. He's watching it now as a peer, and he says there is rebellion afoot.
Well, that's...
Clive,
that
bring you in, Clive. Do you think there's going to be enough members of Parliament, 70 or so, saying Brown must go? You must have your finger on this pulse, or you wouldn't have come on and said what you said.
Well, obviously, I'm not in touch with the members of the backbenches in Parliament in the way that I used to be, but I'm simply saying this as someone who both knows the Labour Party and has a lot of links within the Labour Party, and I respect what Harriet's saying, and I think she's been fighting an incredibly good fight. I just say that if you take the longer view of what's been happening, and also of the role that Gordon has played as Prime Minister, as opposed from his role on the international financial stage and as previous Chancellor of the Exchequer, it is different. And I do have to say that the job of Prime Minister is different, and we do need it to be done in a different way. And I think without that, then I think the defeats we will face will be greater than they would be otherwise. It is a matter of judgment, and Harriet will have her view, I will have mine, but I have to say it is incredibly important, this, and I do think what's been happening is an indication that it won't go on as it is. Something will have to change, unless we are just to stagger from crisis to crisis, and I really do not want that to happen.
Clive Soley, thank you. Thank you very much. Last word, Harriet Harman. Will you eat your hat if there are 70 signatures by Monday?
Well, I'm saying I don't think there should be, and I don't think there will be. And we are not commentators as Labour members of Parliament. We're not commentators, we're not observers. We make a difference, and I think it's the responsibility of all Labour members of Parliament to think about what's in the interest of their constituents and in the interest of the government, and that is unity, stability. Yes, we've got to learn the elections, learn the lessons of very, very difficult elections, but we've got to be clear-headed and mature, learn the lessons, but go forward positively.
Harriet Harman, thank you very much. We join John Sopel now, who's outside the Houses of Parliament. John, good afternoon to you.
David, very good afternoon to you, and I'm joined by Kevin Maguire from The Mirror and McAvoy from The Standard, and Mark Littlewood, former Head of Communications for the Liberal Democrats. Kevin Maguire, let me come to you first. Is Gordon Brown safe now?
A lot safer than he was last night, and he lives to fight another day, perhaps another year. I mean, I've shouted at enough people who've said with absolute certainty he was finished and would be gone this week, so I put in some caveats. But I think he has been saved, and he'll owe a lot of that to Peter Mandelson, because when James Pennell walked out, incredibly spectacular, and left the Prime Minister really vulnerable, Peter Mandelson rallied round those other Blairites in the cabinet, people like David
Do you think it was Peter Mandelson who played the key role there?
Oh, Mandelson's played, he's almost the Prime Minister's deputy now. He certainly played, he was ringing round, he was marshalling them. Going to be rewarded, of course, with his bigger department. And it's an absolutely incredible tale, because they were friends so close until 1994, when Peter Mandelson backed Tony Blair. Gordon Brown felt that betrayal. Then they became such bitter enemies for so long. And when Peter Mandelson was brought back last year, I thought that was a disastrous move from Gordon Brown's point of view. But I've put my hand up and be honest, it's turned out rather well for him.
So, Anne McElvoy, if he is safe, as Kevin Maguire says, then these local election results don't matter, or the European election results don't matter.
But on what terms is he possibly be said to be safe? I mean, he's leading this rump government, which has been absolutely chaotic, and that is the lasting impression that the electorate will have of this week. It's a depleted government as well. It's lost some modernisers who, while they're not the main ones, Kevin's right, Peter Mandelson stays and plays a pivotal role in supporting Gordon Brown, but he's basically there on life support, and he's only there because these people cannot coalesce around anyone else, and because the modernisers are divided among themselves about whether it would be better to move now or to hang on to Gordon and to reshape the Labour Party later. So yes, he's safe, but he's safe in the sense that he is safe in a job that a lot of people think he really cannot do very well, and you've got a certain electoral disaster at the end of it, so I wouldn't exactly say everything was rosy in the garden.
Yeah, Mark Littlewood, I see you nodding your head, but these are the circumstances in which the Liberal Democrats would normally flourish. Expensive scandals over moats and tennis courts and swimming pools on the Tory side, Labour tearing themselves to bits, Liberal Democrats come soaring up through the middle, and what have we had so far? Devon, Somerset?
I think if you actually look at the national vote share, and right across the country, the Lib Dems are at least holding their own, actually, possibly going to increase our vote share a bit on last year. This nonsense from the Labour Party that, if you like, all the mainstream parties were going to suffer, it seems that the Labour Party's tanked, hit the floor, is being wiped out everywhere, and we're doing pretty well, actually, the Liberal Democrats. We're certainly holding our own against the Conservatives in the South East. Yes, Devon and Cornwall seem to have gone Conservative. They've been, there's an anti-incumbency effect there. But we're making gains against Labour. I think in Burnley you'll see a lot of Liberal Democrat seats gained from Labour. So I think overall the picture is not that all the mainstream parties are suffering, it's just that Labour are.
So isn't that the Monty Python line where someone loses their arm and says, oh, it's just a small just a small flesh wound?
Limb in the southwest.
I mean, we gained Bristol in the southwest. We've gained Bristol in the southwest as well. So I mean, you always say it's a mixed picture, and it always is. There are different results from different parts of the country. But overall, you'll find that the Liberal Democrat vote share will hold up extremely well, and our number of seats will hold up extremely well.
Kevin Maguire, you gave a rallying cry there for the fact that Gordon Brown is, you think, safe. But he hasn't been able to make Ed Balls the Chancellor, which he wanted to do, or do anything else.
Johnny's safe that he hasn't lost the Premiership. That's where he started. It's a very low base. Things are absolutely terrible for him. Labour doing badly in the polls. He's lost 2 cabinet ministers who resigned trying to topple him. A lot of Labour backbenchers are still criticising him. He's got to break out somehow, and he's got to have a plan, whether it's starting with constitutional reform, ditching unpopular policies like the Royal Mail, whatever Peter Mandelson thinks about that. He's got to hope the economy turns round. He's got to hope the expenses row disappears. I mean, he's in a very deep hole, but he's no longer going down. He's actually coming up. And you've got to remember, it's where he started. People were predicting last night he would be gone.
I just think there's this endless capacity for self-delusion in the Labour Party about Gordon Brown, that just because he's still there doesn't mean it's a good thing that he's still there, and I think that is the message that's gone across the electorate.
You're
this
not one
week.
of those who predicted he'd be gone, were you?
No, I didn't predict he'd be gone, but I know the Labour Party too
You
well.
can carry on arguing. We will carry on arguing. In the meantime, David, back to you.
Well, we shan't be privileged to hear it for the moment. Lancashire, Tory target, Labour majority of 2 on that council, and Arif Ansari is in Preston, the centre of that county council where the count's going on. Arif, what's the news?
Hello, David. The news is, just as you join us, the Conservatives have made 10 gains here on Lancashire County Council. Now, that means if they hold all their other seats, they will have taken control of this council for the first time since 1981. So a really big step forward for the Tories here in Lancashire. Also very bad news for Labour. Looking at their situation, they've so far lost 17 seats. That must be worse than they were expecting. That includes their group leader, who was indeed the leader of the council, Hazel Harding. That was always expected. She had a very slim majority. But if you look at some of these other results, for example, Preston East, which is absolutely a guaranteed Labour seat, it's gone from a majority of just over 1,500 to still a Labour hold, but just 300, a massive decrease. And Skelmersdale East, again, what under normal circumstances would be a guaranteed Labour seat, has gone from 1,300 to a Conservative majority of 165. So there are some major reverses for Labour going on down here in Lancashire.
Liberal Democrats and BNP. Can you bring us up to date on those two?
Well, the British National Party has won its first county council seat here on Lancashire, the first county council seat for them anywhere in the country. That's taken place in Padiham and Burnley West. And there is an interesting story in Burnley because Labour had 6 seats there, all 6 seats. They have lost all of them. 5 of them have gone to the Liberal Democrats, 1 to the British National Party. For the Liberal Democrats, it's a pretty mixed picture today. It is true that they made 5 gains in Burnley, which they're going to be delighted about, but elsewhere they're really finding that they're losing some seats, and other ones where they had really strong majorities into the high hundreds, if not 1,000, they've only just managed to scrape back. Plus, they've lost their group leader as well, David Whip. So I don't think there's a great deal for the Liberal Democrats to take from these results in terms of comfort, but the main headline here is Labour doing extremely badly and the Conservatives doing well.
Arif, thank you very much. In a moment we'll go outside at Preston, but we've just had news that the Defence Secretary post has been filled by Bob Ainsworth, who was the Armed Forces Minister previously. And now we join Rajini Vaidyanathan outside, and this time, Rajini, you've got football supporters this time, I gather, with you.
That's right, we're spending the day here at Preston Market, not far from the actual count itself, gauging the views of people here. And if that result is anything to go by, then these 2 Preston North End supporters, Dave and Steve, certainly bear that out. Now, you're both lifelong Labour supporters.
That's correct.
Until now. So, Dave, you voted independent this time.
I did indeed, yes.
Why was that?
Well, for me, the Labour Party doesn't exist anymore in the way I always thought it did. I always thought it represented the working man. I don't see this party representing the working man at all.
And at what point do you think that your party, you're a trade unionist as well, right. At what point did that party stop feeling like your party?
It's been a gradual process, hasn't it? I mean, I worked for a local company that used to thrive. There was over 2,000 people working there. I was made redundant from there. Several others were made redundant. I think the last 200 people there now are on redundancy notice. The problems are all around. There's the expenses scandal. There's the influx of people from Eastern Europe, the cheap labour. It doesn't seem to me that the working man are being looked after at all. I feel we're being ignored.
We'll come back to you in a second, Dave. Steve, you've always voted Labour. This time you voted Conservative.
Yeah, it brought my heart to vote Conservative as well. I've always been Labour. You know, Preston's the home working classes. You know, we're football clubs. We relate to that. It's a working class football club. You know, so for me to go to Conservative, it's been a big change for me. But it's like Dave said, we have no confidence in the Labour government anymore, and it's the first time I'm 54 that I've ever voted Labour, gone from Labour to Conservative. Sorry, and You know, it's a sad day for me, really.
What would you say to the politicians, the Labour High Command who might be watching this right now?
Well, you need to work harder for us. You know, we have to see you working harder for us as well. You haven't. My Conservative candidate's been to my door twice. He's said he's up to date with the local issues regarding my area where I live, Penn with him. Not seen a Labour candidate at all since, you know, so it's obviously right from the basic grassroots level. They're not working hard for us Labour anymore.
And Dave, what do you think about the leadership?
To be honest, I can't bear to look at Gordon Brown. I mean, the bloke, I don't know, there's just something about him, you know. It just seems deceitful somehow. You know, the way that we've had things undemocratically imposed on us, you know. I just see him as a deceitful man, you know what I mean?
That's your view. What's your message to the politicians in the High Command? I asked Steve the same, just quickly.
Steve, you know, do more for us. You've got to do more for us. You know, the working man is looking for someone to turn to, and we don't see it in the Labour Party anymore.
OK, thanks very much, Steve and Dave. So the message to the Labour politicians out there who are watching this is that they've got to do more for the people here in Preston.
Thank you very much. Well, listening to all that, Tony Lloyd is in Manchester. He's the chairman of the Parliamentary Labour Party. Mr. Lloyd, you may have heard Clive Soley saying he thinks Brown should go. He's a former chairman, used to be in touch with the backbenchers. What's your view, having heard those two voters, both of whom abandoned you, about Labour's future?
Well, I think what they said was obviously very real. We know that these have been bad election results. Yes, of course, I'll say the bad election results for everybody, but specifically the bad for my party, the bad for the government. And we have got to do more to get back the type of people that you met there in Preston and up and down the country. We've got to demonstrate, actually, that the policies of the government are those that relate to what ordinary people want. But I will tell you this, that when I was out in my own constituency yesterday, people weren't talking about Gordon Brown. They were talking about the scandal of MPs' expenses. That's certainly true. They were talking about issues around uncertainty in the jobs market and the future for themselves and the children, because those are the real issues that ordinary people face. Now, we've got to demonstrate that we've got a grip on what's happening in Parliament. We've got to demonstrate we've got a grip of what's happening in the global economy. That's beginning to happen. We're not there yet. Now, that's not a plea for patience on the part of the public. What it is, though, is a recognition that we would be irresponsible as a party if we simply said we're going to give up, wander off into hibernation and come back and ask the electorate to trust us in a general election. We've got to demonstrate that we've got the policies, and in Gordon Brown we have got the Prime Minister who can take us through to the general election and win.
What's your interpretation of what the Parliamentary Labour Party themselves think about this?
Well, overwhelmingly, my colleagues in the Parliamentary Labour Party are saying that they think this is not the right way of doing things, that it's there's some simple delusion in those who think that there is a transfer of leadership from Gordon to someone as yet unspecified.
Do you think there's any hope of 70 of them signing a round-robin letter calling for an election?
No. Bluntly and brutally, I do not believe they can get anything like those numbers. We were told 2 days back that a letter was circulating, names were being gathered. That's not materialised. I don't believe that's there. What I do believe, though, is that Gordon Brown has to demonstrate to the Parliamentary Labour Party and to the people of this country that he's got the vision to take us forward, and that many people recognise the enormous achievements that Gordon has over the years, and in particular in the international domain at the G20 with the global financial crisis. But we've got to demonstrate to the British public that their concerns are the ones that we share, and that message hasn't come across.
What about a simple idea in order to endorse what you put forward as your own view, that Labour backbenchers have a simple secret ballot? Do you want the Prime Minister to remain in office, or do you want an election of a new leader of the Labour Party? Wouldn't that clear the things up and stop all this talk about cabals and people whispering in corners and people threatening to resign and all the rest of it?
Do you know who people whisper in corners to, actually? It's to their tame friends in the media who then go racing out and
well, they're speaking to Nick Robinson, who's listening to you in number 10 Downing Street at the moment with a broad smile on his face because he knows who they're whispering to.
Nick is a very happy man, I'm sure, at the moment. He's got something to do.
You mean most of his time is wasted, do you?
I would not be so.
Of course you wouldn't.
So
No.
cruel.
Let me
answer your question. Answer your question. Look, Labour MPs vote every week in Parliament and put their name publicly to the votes they cast. Sometimes on government business, sometimes on WIC business. Labour MPs, when they vote in party elections for the deputy leader, as we had the other year, put the names to people's candidacies. They put the names to a vote, so their constituents, their party members know what they're doing. We don't do these things in secret. We don't do it as I'm not there as a representative of myself.
Okay.
I represent my constituency party.
Let me break across this then, Tony Lloyd, because Nick is listening to you. I'd just like his comment on it. Nick.
Well, I'm touched that Mr. Lloyd is so keen to fill my time. I think he may well be right that there won't be those names on those measures because Labour MPs have been in the trenches. Now, when you're asked to go over the top, you normally do it because you're following someone. And what has happened today is the Cabinet have watched James Pennell go over the top, watched him risk his career and risk his reputation, and no one has followed him. And I think many Labour backbenchers who were thinking of putting their names down may now say, well, look, if our leaders aren't even willing to do it, I'm certainly not. And yet each time I make any prediction about this, David, things change. It is quite unpredictable. Alan Johnson in the last few hours, having endorsed Gordon Brown's leadership, was then asked whether he ruled himself out for running for leader, and he said never say never. Now, let's be clear, he wasn't saying there was about to be a leadership contest, but he is signalling very clearly if there were a vacancy, he would be a candidate, and that means there will be plenty of people who still say, one more heave, let's just rock the boat a little bit more and see if we can get rid of Gordon Brown.
Thanks, Nick. This is meant to be a results programme, and it's now 2:30. We've had precious little in so far, and I know many of you will be wanting to see what actually happens. We've only had 8 councils in. We've got 26 still to go, but this is what we've had so far, and then I'll be talking to the Liberal Democrats and the Tories about what's been going on. The total number of councils here just changed there from 6 to 7 for the Conservatives, Liberal Democrats on 1. Change up 2 and down 1 for the Liberal Democrats and down 1 for Huhne. Councillors still as it was half an hour ago, 131 for the Conservatives, 52 Liberal Democrats, 20 for Labour. And the change since these were last fought, 18 up and 23 down for Labour and just 1 up for the Liberal Democrats. Well, now Chris Huhne is the Liberal Democrat Home Affairs spokesman and Eric Pickles is the Conservative Party chairman. Could we start with the Liberal Democrats' position, which has been commented on as not being quite as buoyant as you might have liked?
Well, I think what we've got is 2 things going on. First of all, we've made a very big gain, typically in line with the sort of gains that we've made in past years in Bristol. So Bristol is added to all the other big cities like Liverpool, Newcastle, Sheffield, Hull, Cardiff, Swansea, Portsmouth that we control.
I'm going to stop you immediately on that because I think you need to answer another question on Bristol. Your share of the vote dropped in Bristol. The Tory share of the vote rose. Now, when you won it, certainly, but is that as good as you would like? I mean, is having people in place more important than the share of the vote you get in Bristol?
Obviously, the key thing is to get the votes in the right place when you have an election system like ours. And one of the things which is most bizarre is one of the biggest gains we ever made in parliamentary terms was in 1997, when we doubled our number of MPs, but our share of the vote went down. Now, I think the electoral system we've got is absolutely mad. But nevertheless, if your main rivals are falling faster than you are, then you gain. And that's the way it works in this country under this election system. But let me complete the point, because we've also had not such good results in Devon and Somerset, where there's clearly been a long-standing period of Liberal Democrat control, and we seem to have had some of the anti-incumbency effects, which we've seen elsewhere working there. But overall, against the Conservatives...
Hang on, anti-incumbency, you're not exactly incumbents, because you're not in government, and
well,
you're not the leading party in opposition.
We've been incumbents in Devon and Somerset for a long time. If you look at those areas where we're fighting the Conservatives more evenly, we've been doing really rather well in the southeast, for example, my own area of Eastleigh, but if you look next door in Romsey, if you look in Eastbourne, these are all areas, and in fact we've even taken a couple of seats in Eric Pickles' own constituency overnight. So to snatch a couple of gains from under the nose of the chairman of the Conservative Party is singeing the King of Spain's beard, I would say.
Let's pause and go up to Stafford and join Patrick Burns, because we think we have a Staffordshire result about to come through.
364. We do indeed, David. This is the moment where Staffordshire County Council becomes a Conservative overall majority again, formally declared now for the first time in, would you believe, 32 years. They've now hit that magic number of 32, which gives them an overall majority. The leader of the Conservative group, Philip Atkins, is going to be the council leader here in Staffordshire. It's the first time this Shire county, it's the only one in the Midlands that's had a Labour majority and one of only 4 in England, and it's the first time it's not had a Labour overall majority since 1981. And I can tell you, the Labour Party are left in a very sad position at the moment, with a few more declarations to come. At the moment, they have just 2 members of this county council, and the Conservatives, as I say, very confident of gaining more yet to that tally of 32. There are great swathes of this county, including towns with Labour traditions, Labour MPs like Cannock, Tamworth, Newcastle-under-Lyme, here in Stafford itself, a very marginal seat, but currently with Labour, where the Conservatives have either a clean sweep of seats or precious close to it. So there's jubilation for the Tory group here in Staffordshire and despair for the Conservatives.
What's your? Have you talked, Patrick, to the workers in the Labour Party and Labour Party chairman and the like?
Yes.
What's their mood about all this? I mean, we heard Harriet Harman saying we've all got to pull together. It's important that Labour concentrates on the economy and the great issues, and you know, we can recover. Is that their view?
I spoke to Councillor Derek Davis, who's one of those 2 survivors, and he was actually the whip on the outgoing Labour administration here, and he is very bitter, very deeply upset about the infighting and the fractious mood among the parliamentary Labour Party at Westminster. And he says this goes back way before the Hazel Blears affair and all that. It's been going on for a period of months, and there's a real sense of resentment that this administration, which has run Staffordshire, as I say, for many years, is being swept away now for reasons which they say, you know, are no fault of their own, frankly.
Patrick, thanks very much. Well, now, Eric Pickles, your party was the one that got lumbered with duck house, manure, moats, chandeliers, doing a proper job, dare I say, and having a second home. And yet you don't seem to have been touched by all this. Labour's taken the rap.
I think we have. I think I saw a message where I think the Greens did particularly well in one of our seats where there was some controversy. I think I saw something in Bromsgrove where we were down a little bit. So don't get any idea that we're feeling particularly complacent. What I do think has happened in this election, which has not really happened before, is we've managed to pile up votes where it matters and not where it didn't. So that's why we've done so well in the Midlands, so well in the West Country, and hopefully I think we're going to do quite well in the North West.
Let's just stay with us, but let's just hear from Jeremy about one result from Bromsgrove and the effect on Julie Kirkbride. Yes, let's just see what happened to her. Jeremy, have you got the Kirkbride story for us?
I have, and of course we're able to zero in on some of the MPs directly affected by the expenses scandal. So here is Julie Kirkbride, MP for Bromsgrove, majority of 10,000, quite a handsome Conservative majority for her, but caught up in all the expenses scandal, married to Andrew Mackay, David Cameron's aide, who claimed for a second home and turned out not to have a house in his constituency. And then there was the row over computer equipment and her own expenses and a £50,000 extension and so on. And she's announced she's standing down at the next election. But what I'll do now is I'll bring up the figure for the general Conservative increase and then just look at Bromsgrove. So generally, the Conservatives here up 4%. That's the figure we've been given, the change on 2005. But just have a look at what's happened in Julie Kirkbride's constituency. They're down 3%. So there's a 7% gap there. Now, We can't obviously know exactly why that is, but it's interesting that there's that dramatic difference in a seat where the expenses scandal has been running very hot indeed. Back to you.
So, as you say, I mean, there are places where you get hit hard because of that.
I think so, and we'll be looking very carefully at those seats. I mean, we did very well in the East Midlands, or the area where the moat was. We didn't.
You're a strategist for the Tory party and their election, and you keep calling for a general election.
Yeah.
Isn't there one flaw in all this, that you haven't actually worked out what you do if you took over, and at some point people will smoke this out? I mean, it's easy to sit there and complain about the way the economy is going, complain about the Labour government, but actually whether you do things differently and what you do differently and what it will cost the taxpayer and what it will cost public services, all those things are lost in fog.
And all that has to be explained through the rigours of a general election campaign, talking to people like yourself who will grill us mercilessly, and we're ready and willing to go through that process.
Are you ready now?
We are ready now to go through that process. When the moment that Mr Brown goes down the mall in his best suit to see the Queen to dissolve Parliament, and I don't think my leader would be terribly happy for me to announce our proposal and our manifesto here and now, even in such august company.
Is it written?
Yeah.
The manifesto?
Yeah.
But you can't tell us what's in it?
It's a bit above my pay grade.
But you've got a...
It's above my... No, we've got a secret. That's a wiki thing to say. We have not got a secret manifesto. We've got one drafted and ready to go. You think we'd be negligent if we didn't have that?
Well, then I think you owe it to the public, who you say are voting for you in droves, to tell them what you're going to do.
And the moment he goes down the mall and comes back and dissolves, that we'll be publishing.
I think there's there's a real issue. I think any party looking at the possibility of general elections, and after all, over the last year, we've had to be ready for a general election at week's notice. We thought there was going to be one last summer, maybe one in the autumn. So I think any party would be negligent not to have something ready. That doesn't mean it's the final version, but I do think that where the Conservatives are weak is that you can't wait for everything to be dealt with in a general election campaign. You have to actually spell out the detail, as Vince Cable has done, for example, for us, on how we would help low and middle-income families through the tax system beforehand.
But you'd agree that Tories are strong in terms of these local election results. They must be feeling very chirpy indeed.
Well, what we haven't seen yet, and it does matter because after all these are parts of the country which are not necessarily typical of the country as a whole. What we haven't seen yet is the analysts saying what the overall vote share is. And I think that's going to be extremely interesting. I think generally what we have seen is the Liberal Democrats holding our own. We've been going up in some key areas like Bristol. Labour going down very badly. What we don't know is whether the Conservatives have made any gains at all in terms of the national vote share, or if they are, they're going to be very small.
Well, we'll have it as soon as we've got enough of our, I think it's 700 or so wards we need before we can announce a projected national share. But in the meantime, I'd like to join Gillian Hargreaves again in Derbyshire, in Matlock, because Derbyshire is this the most Labour-rich of all the 4 county councils they had. They had a majority of 11 there. Do you have an indication now what's happened in Derbyshire?
Well, it was a Labour stronghold for nearly 30 years, but we can confirm now that Labour is no longer in control of Derbyshire County Council. I'm just going to step out of the shot and show you the map that the council is providing here. And you can see that slew of blue that is now appearing on the map. So we know that Labour has lost overall control of the council, but what we don't know yet is whether the Conservatives are in a position to lead the council here. They would need another 8 seats to go their way before we could say that. So at the moment we know definitely that Labour are no longer in control of the council, but we still don't know whether the Conservatives have made a sufficient surge forward to show that they are the leaders.
Thank you very much indeed. We're joined by Derek Davis now from Staffordshire, Labour councillor. So what has happened in your county?
Well, it's been a complete wipeout. I've had 32 colleagues these last, since 1981 we've had control in Staffordshire. Had a lot of friends and a good many friends. All have gone today. I and my one colleague from Burton-on-Trent, Peter Davis, I've now got... The only 2 of us have been elected. We are looking forward perhaps to one or two more, but I've just absolutely conceded to the Conservatives that they will now control Staffordshire, just about 5 minutes ago.
This is a grisly result for you. What do you attribute it to?
Oh, I attribute it basically to the government, and at the end of the day, the government haven't been doing well these last couple of 3 weeks. It's been something where I think there's been a lack of loyalty from some of the MPs. I think it's the press that's got at us. I think the Prime Minister may well have got at us. It's all sorts of things that's going well, and we've got to straighten ourselves up. I've been a member of the Labour Party since 1963, and I've never known it as bad as this. This is the lowest ebb that I've ever known. It's all sorts of things. It's the economy. But basically, the people have turned against us, and we've got to acknowledge that and fight back.
Do you particularly blame the Prime Minister? I mean, would you like to see a change in the leadership of the party between now and the general election? Would that help Labour's chances?
Not at all. Not at all. We've got a Prime Minister. We've only got 12 months to go before the general election. We don't want to change. What we want to do is to rally people together and rally the Labour Party together. And those that don't want to be with us, the Abbotts and the Fields and people of that nature who keep knocking all the while, ask them to resign, pack in. If they don't want to be with the Labour Party, then we don't want them. What we want from the Labour Party is loyalty. And that's the most important thing that I've been brought up all these many years. I'm so disappointed you can't believe it.
Well, thank you very much indeed for joining us, Mr. Davis. We now have, I'm glad to say, at last, the projected national share, the thing that tells us how those people who went to the polls voted and what would have happened UK-wide if everybody had been voting. Better than any opinion poll, the projected national share based on these councils, the 45% of the electorate that had the right to vote on local elections in the United Kingdom yesterday. And we join for that Jeremy.
David, if this result were to be spread across the whole country, what percentage of the vote would each party get? We're about to give you the answers here. Just a quick rider, obviously this is not a national election, it's a local election, so these figures are an extrapolation, but here they are, our projected national share from the results that we're seeing today. Labour, a historic low, down 1% on last year, 24 last year, 23% this year for Labour, a very, very, very poor result for them. But look at the Conservatives here. Now, last year, historic high, 44%, and this year sees them down 6 on 38%. Still a commanding lead for the Conservatives, but down on last year's figure. Better news for the Lib Dems, though, 28% is the projected national share for the Lib Dems. Again, if this result were taking place across the whole country, extrapolating from the wards that we're using in these local areas in England, this is what we think the Lib Dems would have got, 28%. That's up 2 or 3 points on last year's result. So there it is, our projected national share. And to come back to the beginning here for you, there's in living memory no moment when Labour has done worse than this. 24 set records for a bad result, 23 is even worse.
So, David Cowling, just have a look at these figures. Very bad for Labour. The Liberal Democrats up a bit, which was not what we were expecting on the first results that came in. And the Tories not hitting the 40, which they had hoped to hit. But what's your reaction to it?
Well, I mean, clearly it's confirmed the very difficult position for Labour. That comes as no great surprise. I guess it must be something of a disappointment for the Conservatives, because if we're talking about being 1 year away from a potential general election, they had, I'm sure, would have liked it to have been 40% to continue a momentum. It seems they've fallen back somewhat. The Lib Dems, I'm sure, will be very happy about that. But what's uncanny about this is its similarity to the 2004 election, a year before the general. And there the Conservatives on 38, they're on 38 now. The Liberal Democrats were on 29, they're on 28 now. Labour was on 26, they're on 23 now. So the 23 for Labour, these results are still coming in. These things may change slightly, but we sense that this is where the parties lie. And if you take the Labour performance and the Conservative performance, it's a sort of swing that the Conservatives would need to win the next general election. They seem to have got it on these figures.
Are you a bit disappointed, as he was saying, Eric Pickles?
No, I'm not very disappointed, because I was explaining earlier, the Conservative Party's problem has been over the years is we've stacked up a vote share, and that's not been reflected in seats. We've learnt that lesson and we've applied our resources and our targeting to where it really matters. On 38% straight across, you wouldn't expect us to have these kind of results in Derbyshire. You wouldn't expect us to have these kind of results in Staffordshire. So we've actually applied that central weakness that the Conservative Party traditionally have for it to go where votes actually matter.
OK, let me put that to John Curtice. John, is that analysis? Do you agree with that Tories are getting the votes where it matters?
Yes, there is some degree, element of that, of the Tories doing where they matter. But I think the thing I really want to point out about this is the striking similarity between what we are saying today and what we said about the local elections 5 years ago. Because 5 years ago, of course, we also had local elections on the same day as the European elections. Now, this would seem to me to be an indication that when we open the European ballot boxes on Sunday evening, we may well discover the Conservatives end up with roughly what they got in 2004. That may also be true of the Liberal Democrats, but that the Labour Party will be lower, and that on these figures at least we cannot be sure that the Labour Party will get above the 20% mark in the European elections when those votes are counted.
But then what about the recovery that Labour showed in 2005, the year after the local election results that David Cowling was talking about?
We're seeing two sets of results today which can be argued both ways. On the one hand, yes, it can be argued that if, given the Labour Party is doing in these local elections roughly as in terms of the projected national share as they did in 2004, well, maybe they can recover. Though actually do bear in mind, Labour are still doing worse now than they did in 2004. On the other hand, remember the apparent loss of Derbyshire and Nottinghamshire, two councils that have not been lost since 1977, i.e. when they were last lost, Labour went on to lose a general election. Now that strikes me, as it were, the unfortunate precedent for Labour so far as today's results are concerned.
Tessa Jowell, the Minister for the Olympics, is outside Westminster Hall. Ms Jowell, thank you very much for joining us. Are you still, by the way, Minister in charge of the Olympics?
Well, I hope so.
I mean, I heard you earlier on saying you hadn't been spoken to by the Prime Minister today. Have you yet?
Well, I think, why don't you wait and let the Prime Minister set out his government? I think that's what we all owe him.
No, I only wanted to know what had happened to you.
Well, I think it's for you to tell him what's going to happen to me. I'm sorry to be so coy about it, but I think that this all has to be announced in a proper way.
So, if I hear, as I do, that you may get the Cabinet Office, you wouldn't want to speculate on that, but you'd look pleased if I said that.
Look, David, you can try very hard, and this is very irritating, I suspect, for your viewers, but the way to do this is for the Prime Minister to announce his government at the time when his government has been assembled.
Well, congratulations if you get the promotion, and it's nice to see you smiling. Could I ask you this? 23%, the lowest in living memory for Labour, is a devastating blow.
It is. These are very bad results, and I am very sorry about the good Labour councillors who've lost their seats at this time. Very sorry indeed. And of course they're bad results. There's absolutely no point in pretending otherwise. I think this has been a highly unusual set of elections, and what, to some extent, both Labour and the Tories are seeing is a rejection of what people regard as the political establishment, the major parties. We may see this played out in even more graphic form when the results of the European elections come in on Sunday, Monday. It is the case that these elections were dominated by the issue of expenses. I think that we have also to accept that there is not much that people hate more about politics than parties that seem to be divided, and they will punish them. And those are the lessons that we have to take from this. Move on from expenses by putting in place a proper system, transparent system that people understand as being fair. And second, to unite behind the Prime Minister as a new government to take forward the policy programme that we haven't yet delivered as we promised people back at the last general election.
So how do you get rid of those divisions? which incidentally Harriet Harman denied existed, but you've said people don't like a divided party. How do you get rid of the divisions?
Well, I think the perception of division is actually greater than the actual division. And actually, you know, there aren't policy differences that divide government. I think that there's been a lot, you know, that there's been an appearance of, you know, a lot of destabilisation and, you know, a lot of, you know, ministers leading shadow ministers being under the microscope because of expenses on a day-by-day basis. And all that looks messy and untidy, and it looks as if we in government are not focused on the job of serving people, and people don't like that.
It's a bit more than untidy. It's a bit more than untidy when cabinet ministers walk out on election day and saying they're giving up. When Hazel Blears goes out a day or two before, when she's in charge of the local elections, that's a bit more than untidy, isn't it?
Well, again, you know, you have 4 members of the cabinet leaving, each of them leaving for different reasons, and you can work hard to draw, you know, to write a story about all 4 of them, but it doesn't stack up because they have all left the government for separate and very good reasons, and you have to respect that, and you have to accept that as a matter of fact.
Well, yes.
But you know, but the point that nobody would understate from this is that we have a lot of work to do to build back from this. But I am absolutely confident that we can do that by focusing on what people need to get their children into schools, you know, hospitals working properly, people feeling safe and secure. That's the job of government. And if we focus on that, I think that we will find that people are once again listening to what it is we want to say to them.
All right, thank you very much indeed. Chris Huhne.
What's your question?
I thought you might have a comment on what you were hearing.
Oh, well, clearly the comment is
gobsmacked, obviously.
There is no doubt that people have been going to these polls in the attempt to punish the establishment as they see it. But I think that what is coming out of the projected national vote share is that both Labour and the Conservatives have been hit since last year, and we are indeed making gains. The other thing which hasn't been highlighted is, of course, the quite substantial increase in the vote for other parties. And what tends to happen in a general election is that tends to get squeezed towards the Liberal Democrats.
But John Curtice confirmed what Eric Pickles, who's now been replaced by Caroline Spellman, thank you for coming in, the Shadow Community Secretary, what Eric Pickles said, which was that the great advantage the Tories have is that they're hitting where it matters for a general election. Whereas you're not doing that.
Well, I'm not
losing out all over the shop.
I think we will have to actually see the detail of the results. But my impression, for example, is that in a number of the places where we do need to be sure that our vote share is holding up, we've been doing quite well. My own area in South Hampshire, for example, and the seats that we will be defending against the Conservatives, we've done actually had swings away from the Conservatives and towards us. So I think it's more mixed than that. Eastbourne is another area which is a target for us and where we've done particularly well against
the Conservatives. Somerset, you mentioned earlier, Somerset, where you lost 9 seats.
Well, Somerset and Devon, as I said, I think are cases where we've had long-standing control and there have been issues where the councils have lost out, and therefore you've seen an anti-incumbency effect.
So people don't like the Liberal Democrats when they're in control, is that what you're saying?
I think that what we see after a period of any party being in control for a long period of time is that they often prefer to have a change. We've seen that in Conservative
What have you been doing
control.
wrong in Somerset?
What's
been going wrong in local government?
I don't think it's been going wrong. I think that there's an inevitable process whereby if you've been in for a long time, people become weary and want to see change.
Or is it that the West Country is more anti-European and doesn't like the Liberal Democrats' voice on Europe that has led them, in the end, to go back to the Tories? After all, this was Conservative territory originally.
Well, it was originally actually Liberal territory, but if you want to go to how originally you want to be about it, David, but you know, if you go right the way back, I mean, one of the reasons, obviously, for the West Country tradition was the very strong effects from the non-conformist tradition, and that was very important. I don't think the European issue in affecting the county council results is going to be significant. What we've seen over many years now is that people have been very willing to vote one way for particular elections and another way for another elections on the same day. And we'll have to wait and see what comes out of the European boxes on Sunday before we can reach conclusions on that.
Caroline Spellman.
Just coming in, I overheard you putting the question to Tessa Jowell about extraordinary situation that we had yesterday, that we actually had a set of elections, county council elections, held across England and Wales without the shadow cabinet member in post overseeing those elections. I like you, I found that quite astonishing. So yesterday, in fact, I shadowed a vacancy. It was a very strange situation for a very important set of elections. But just picking up on what Chris Huhne has said there about Somerset, I mean, I visited an awful lot of counties since the 5th of May, and I remember going down to Somerset, and one of the key issues in Somerset was the level of borrowing by the then Liberal Democrat controlled Somerset Council. And I think it's very clear that electors are discerning. They are thinking about
financial incompetence by the Liberal Democrats.
Yes, a huge indebtedness in Somerset. That was one of the key issues in Somerset.
I'm afraid I've not been in Somerset in this campaign, so I don't
send
know
Vince
what...
Cable down to sort things out.
Vince Cable will certainly have sorted it out, but it'll be a rare old day in my own county, for example. The Conservatives are the ones who have been nearly doubling council tax over a period when a number of our districts have been freezing it below inflation for 6 years.
We have a new health secretary, Andy Burnham. It's just been announced. Andy Burnham has just been, who was at Culture, Media, Sport, that ghastly conglomeration of departments. He's been made health secretary. Nice, straightforward job, running the NHS. And Peter Hain back in government as Welsh secretary. His constituency, of course, in Neath in South Wales. Now, we've had these shares given to us, 38 for the Conservatives on the projected national share on the basis of these elections in England, 23 for Labour, 28 for the Liberal Democrats, and what we ought to do to make any sense of them at all is put them into a context. Jeremy, can we show them over a number of years so that we can see what the trends are?
We can. Let's go back to the 2005 general election and give you the narrative here, David, with this graph, which will bring on the figures since Mr Blair won his third general election victory. And there it is. Look, 35 for Labour and 32% for the Conservatives. So fairly tight result, but nevertheless decisive. Put Mr Blair in number 10. Downing Street. But as you see, as soon as he got there, things start to go wrong for Labour, and they really take a pounding in the following year's local elections. And of course, part of the momentum from this is what drove Mr Blair eventually from office, because Labour coming down and boxing and coxing here with the Liberal Democrats, the Conservatives looking more and more convincing as these years of local elections go on until they get to last year, 44%. And then you see what was then the record low for Labour, 24%, and actually behind the Liberal Democrats who were on 25%, who were very pleased to be ahead of them last year. Well, this year you can see it gets even worse for Labour. Down they go. As you say, 1% down on last year, 23%. Last year with 24, we were talking about record lows. This breaks even those records. Lib Dems 28% ahead of Labour, so handsome second place for them. But also Conservatives coming down relatively sharply there from 44, and they need to get those 40% up there to really feel very confident about winning a general election. But still, very much in first place. That's the narrative going right back to the general election of 2005 that was won for the third time by Tony Blair.
Jeremy, thank you very much. We're joined by Stephen Byers now, I think, though I can't for the life of me see him myself. Oh, this is him talking earlier, so I'm not going to be able to speak to him. But anyway, Stephen Byers always caused a bit of trouble for this government, saying the next days are going to be crucial for the Labour Party. Here he is.
What we're going to see over the next few days is Labour members of Parliament considering very carefully the future direction of the Labour Party and of the government. We've got local election results today. We'll have the Euro election results on Sunday night. And I think on Monday, Labour members of Parliament will be considering a very important question. Is Gordon Brown a winner or is Gordon Brown a loser? Can Gordon Brown lead Labour to an election victory when the general election is called, or will he lead us to a defeat?
What's your view on that? Is he a winner or a loser?
Well, let's see how the results come out today.
Well, the elections are going to show he's a loser, isn't it?
Well, let's see. We don't know the election results yet, so let's see what happens here in North Tyneside this afternoon with the Euro election results on Sunday night. And then on Monday and Tuesday, when we gather back in Westminster, I'm sure Labour members of Parliament will be considering what the future direction of the Labour Party should be and what the future of Gordon Brown should be.
If the election results are bad, then you think he should go?
Well, what I'm saying is we should reflect on the results when we know what they are. It's a big mistake in politics to make assumptions about the way people may or may not have voted. We've got a couple of days now to see how the Euro results pan out.
We're getting local election results through. They're not good for Labour, clearly.
Well, no, I mean, there's no doubt that we've got some difficult results, but the best thing to do is to step back, to reflect on what's happened, to see what the Euro election results are like on Sunday evening, and then we'll have time. We're all back in Westminster on Monday and Tuesday to consider the way forward and what needs to be done.
Good. Well, that was Stephen Byers. Now, let's just come back to the Tory position. We were talking earlier about where they were strong, where they were not doing so well. What's the greatest comfort you take from these results? Is it falling below 40% on the national share? I doubt it. Is it victories in particular places? Perhaps it is. What would you say?
I think the vote share issue is affected by the furore over expenses. I think all the mainstream parties will see some impact. That certainly we
Well,
can feel it
Liberal
when we're
Democrats are up.
canvassing.
Liberal Democrats are up.
Yeah, well, on the doorstep, I'm afraid they do talk about the mainstream parties together on that. But wait,
these
you
are
asked me,
votes in ballots.
you asked me where I took the most comfort from. It is for us. It's the identification of the battleground. I'm a West Midlands MP. Elections are won and lost in those marginal seats in the West Midlands. So the gain of Staffordshire, for example, is a very important gain. The gain of Warwickshire is a very important gain. For example, North Warwickshire, which adjoins my constituency, has been a Labour seat all the time I've been a Conservative Member of Parliament. So those are important strategic gains. And then the two gains in Devon and Somerset are also very important because we need to win both from the Liberals and from Labour. We need to win in the South West as well as in the West Midlands.
We're going to be leaving BBC One in just a moment, though we will carry on from this election studio on the news channel. So just before we go from BBC One, let's have a look at the results we've had in so far. We've had 10 councils out of 24 in, 24 more to go rather, 34 altogether. There we are. And the current count, 9 for the Conservatives and 1 for Liberal Democrat. Let's look at the change. And there it is, they've gained 4. Liberal Democrats down 1, Labour down 1, and 2 no longer hung. So that's the change, and the key figure we had, 38% Conservative, 23% Labour, 28% Liberal Democrat. Go to the news channel if you want to see more. Good afternoon. So good afternoon if you're watching on the news channel. I'm glad to have you with us. And if you know anybody who was watching on BBC One and still wants to see the programme, tip them the wink to turn over to the news channel and we'll be here with more results during the afternoon. So you will know what we've just been talking about, which was where the Tories and the Liberal Democrats indeed take comfort, if the Liberal Democrats do, from these results. You were talking a moment ago about where you think things were picking up for the Tories, or what you would say, in effect, to the Tory party in terms of directing them to the next election. Do you agree with that analysis?
I think there is some evidence that the Conservatives are well targeted, certainly some evidence of it. But the thing that one has to remember, I guess, is that the scale of what the Conservatives have to do to achieve a victory at the next election is enormous. And therefore, if one is, if you forgive me, harsh in our expectations, it's because the second biggest swing in 60 years is required for you to get a majority of 2. So one is judging these things not as if they were, 2 or 3 years from a general election. We're 1 year away. So I think there is certainly some evidence from these voting figures that the Conservatives are well targeting the seats. I still think myself that there is missing that magic component, if you like, that critical mass, where the Conservatives suddenly spring free, and then you say to yourself, they can't be beaten.
So interestingly, the most likely on these figures and on what you're saying, and knowing that that a swing of 9.6 is it percent is needed for an overall 6.9 is needed for an overall majority. the likelihood is that there will be a hung parliament after the next election on the basis of what we're hearing today, and that the Liberal Democrats will hold the ring.
Forgive the outcome obviously is in the hand of all the people watching and others, but the important mantra is that it's very easy for Labour to lose the next election. It's very difficult for the Conservatives to win. None of which says Labour will lose, none of which says the Conservatives can't win. But we have to remind ourselves of the scale of the mountains they have to climb.
David, we don't dispute the mountain to climb. David Cameron has used that phrase himself. No one is complacent. But I think the contextual point of this set of elections is very important.
Yeah.
Remember that we were defending yesterday 3/4 of all the councils that had elections, and that the seats we had to win really were in the last rump of Labour's control in those counties, and therefore, by definition, difficult seats to take.
Let's go out into the fresh air for a moment and join John Sopel. John.
Fresh air, London SW1, are you kidding? Anyway, well, it's more fresh probably than your studio. Anyway, well, welcome to Westminster, where, of course, everyone's been watching very closely the opening and closing of doors at number 10 Downing Street as this reshuffle continues apace, as well as, of course, concentrating on the local election results. I'm joined now by Kevin Maguire from the Mirror and McElroy from the Standard, and Mark Littlewood, former Liberal Democrat Communications Director. Kevin, I wonder whether we could... Well, I think we've got pictures of David Cameron arriving actually in the West Country. And he's arriving in Exeter, where, of course, the Conservatives have taken the council. I don't know how many local people... Oh, there you are. There are the local party bigwigs waiting for him. I thought he was just going to be mobbed by cameras there. Let's listen in to what he's got to say.
Congratulations on winning Devon County Council for the first time in 20 years. What shines out from these results is that at a time when our government is in such a complete shambles, that there is a clear, a positive, a strong and a united Conservative Party ready to serve our country. And you can see that we are winning, not just here in the southwest against the Liberal Democrats, but we're also winning in the Midlands against Labour. I can tell you that we've taken control of Staffordshire, that we are winning seats in Derbyshire, and in the northwest we're winning seats in Lancashire. You can see the Conservative Party strong, united and positive, winning in every part of our country. And it has never been more necessary to be that strong voice for change. We need a party that is going to bring thrift to our government, that is going to bring responsibility to our society, and right now is going to clean up our politics. That is what the Conservative Party will bring. Let me also just say this. At a time when our economy is in such difficulty and when our politics are so mired in scandal, what we need is a strong government. And yet what we see today is a government that is so weak it is hard to believe. The Prime Minister isn't reshuffling his cabinet, they are reshuffling themselves. And people who are watching this today will think, if you can't run a reshuffle, if you can't run a cabinet, how can anyone expect you to run the country? And just ask yourself about these ministers. What have they been thinking about for these last few days and weeks? Have they been thinking about the jobs that they're meant to do, helping the British people, or have they been thinking about the Labour Party and themselves and their own selfish interests? So let us now unite in an even bigger campaign, because the thing that the British people really need right now is a general election. We need a general election to give this country a fresh start. We need a general election so that we can cleanse Westminster and our politics. And we need a general election so that the British public can be involved in bringing the change that we know in the Conservative Party we can bring right here for Britain. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, David Cameron there in Exeter meeting the party faithful with that message that if you want a party that's united and ready for government, then you've got the Conservative Party, and he goes in amongst the crowd there, and of course the cameras as well, which are following him every step of the way. Well, here at Westminster, I'm joined, as I was just about to introduce before we saw David Cameron, by Kevin Maguire, McElroy and Mark Littlewood. Kevin Maguire, David Cameron's got a point, hasn't he? I mean, you know, if you want a party that's united and ready for government, you look at them and they look an awful lot fitter and readier and hungrier than those that are in power at the moment.
Yeah, he clearly hasn't heard what his own MPs over there are saying about expenses, where I think there's a lot of grumbles about him on that. But no, compared to Labour, yes, they are united, and they haven't had Labour's problems. He hasn't got people resigning from the shadow cabinet, and so he's got something to smile about there. But interestingly, there his share of the vote in these elections. Remember, a lot of them were Tory areas, below 40%, not that good, and also. Labour's fighting and tearing itself apart, but David Cameron still needs to win 130 seats just to get a majority of one at the next general election. He's got to have a swing bigger than Margaret Thatcher got after the winter of discontent. So he's got reasons to be cheerful, but he must also be aware that he's not at the top of that mountain he always talks about climbing.
Yeah, and how do you read it?
Well, I think he is also suffering, Cameron, from the anti-politics vote, which is clearly there in these elections and the strongest that we've ever seen it. So I'm not sure if you can simply sort of take that as the top figure that he can hope to achieve. He clearly does need to build on it, and he needs to get to 40% and beyond. But the fact is the Labour Party, 3rd out of 3, and lagging quite badly on the vote share behind the Lib Dems. And I think that is, and I wouldn't necessarily say the Lib Dems they've also had losses in the southwest to the Tories. But if you look at the tide to me looks like it's going towards the Tories, and Labour is clinging on to Gordon Brown, and that's its preoccupation.
Of the politics that we've seen today just down the road in Downing Street, and of course he hasn't been able to conduct the reshuffle that he wanted, and he's been weakened, but he has still managed to do the reshuffle, which at 10 o'clock last night looked like it may be an impossibility.
Well, you won't excuse me if I don't think it's a major achievement for a Prime Minister to be able to carry out a reshuffle, but I do take your point. Yes, I mean, it's true that last night when all our multiple phones and texts and everything went off after 10 o'clock when James Pennell resigned, it did look for a couple of hours that this could be the wave of big resignations which would have carried Gordon Brown out of office by the early hours of this morning. That did not happen. You're absolutely right about that. He has stood his ground, and the modernisers are divided among themselves, and they did not jump with Pennell, and they did not share his judgment that it would be the right thing to have a leadership contest now. But the fact is that is what the public will remember, that this chaos, this rather fatally weakened character, he is a very brave and a very strong man, Gordon Brown. He won't give up. But the big question is that good for the Labour Party in the long run, or would it just be better to put Gordon Brown out of his misery?
Yeah, Mark, just let me get your assessment on where you think the Liberal Democrats are in all of this, because those seats in the West Country, and we've seen David Cameron pitching up in Devon today, well, those were kind of real strong areas for the Liberal Democrats. Now, if the seats that they've got there and in Somerset, Cornwall, are going to go over to the Tories at the next election, that's going to really weaken.
Well, we've got a tough fight on our hands against David Cameron in the south and the southwest. I mean, just on Somerset, I should say, I actually gather if you look at the 3 Liberal Democrat held seats there, we would have held all 3 of them against the Conservatives in those particular constituencies. And the overall national picture for us is actually fantastic. I don't think we've ever scored as high as 28% of the vote in a national election. We're fully 5% ahead of Labour. Yes, we've edged them out by 1 or 2% before, but there is a real distance between us and Labour this time. We are on the up. The Conservatives are sub 40%. This is the best that Nick Clegg could have hoped for, and I think it's a reflection of his pretty excellent performance on television and campaigning in the past couple of weeks. This is a good picture. Yeah, we've got to find a way of fighting back the Tory tides in the southwest, but overall, this is good news for us.
Kevin, we're hearing that there's going to be a news conference in Downing Street at some time after 4 o'clock. What's Gordon Brown going to say in it?
Well, it's interesting because normally you just given out a piece of paper and there's a briefing behind closed doors and that's it. But if there's going to be a news conference, he's going to be standing there. He's going to try and reassert his authority. He's got to try and put the shenanigans of the pantomime of the past few days and weeks behind him and show he's got some fuel left in his tank.
All of you, thank you very much indeed from the fresh, almost alpine air here in SW1. Back to you in the studio.
John, thank you. Well, we have interesting news from the Doncaster mayoral election, which has been won by the sole elected representative in the UK, as far as I can tell, of a party called the English Democrats, Peter Davies. It was a Labour mayor. Remember, there are just 3 mayors being chosen this time, and it used to be Labour. The English Democrats have won it, and among other things, their policies are against British membership of the EU. But Mr. Peter Davies is the mayor, elected, and will have huge power in Doncaster. Now, I want to go over to Derbyshire, because Derbyshire, as we know, was Labour heartland. They're very upset by the loss of Derbyshire. John Williams, who's the leader of the council there, you held your seat, didn't you, John?
Yes, I just managed to hold on, yes.
So what was it that went wrong for you in Derbyshire? It's a pretty devastating blow for Labour.
It was purely local election fought on national issues and national discussions. The press and the media publicising all the ministers' expenses and the MPs' expenses, and that's all the public was focused on, not on local issues.
And there was nothing you could do to remedy that?
We've tried tremendously, but unfortunately it was just one thing after another what kept coming out, and we just couldn't keep up with it.
So what are you going to do when the general election comes, if that's the mood of people?
We're going to start from today, pick yourself up and fight hard and get it back, and hopefully we can get it back on track again.
Would you agree with what the Guardian newspaper said about the Labour Prime Minister, that the truth is there's no vision from him, no plan, no argument for the future, and no support, and therefore he's got to go?
No, not necessarily. I wouldn't agree with that. I think Gordon Brown does a good job. He could be a little bit more decisive, but he's the best of the three what's down there to guide us through this recession and everything. So, as far as I'm concerned, he's still got my support. It's the rest of the cabinet what he needs to sort out, and he's doing that today, I believe.
You don't think Alan Johnson would be a more charismatic leader, more in the sort of Tony Blair mode?
Not necessarily, not at this moment in time.
How are you feeling? You're looking pretty miserable.
Well, after 28 years of Labour rule, and when you've got one of the best authorities in East Midlands, if not the best, and you get kicked out, you know, it's not exactly euphoria, is it, time?
What's going to change for the people of Derbyshire as a result of this, in terms of actual things that the council did that will no longer happen?
Personally, I think it'll change for the worse, because if we learn anything from history, in 77 to 81, when the Tories were last in control, it was absolutely disastrous for Derbyshire. And I dare say in 4 years' time, Labour will take it back over again and have to really bring it on.
John, thank you very much for joining us. We go down to the West Country now. David Cameron is in Exeter. We're going to hear from him.
Yes, thank you, David. Mr Cameron arrived a few minutes ago in Exeter to big cheers from party activists. The Conservatives have taken control of Devon County Council for the first time in 20 years. That picture mirrored in neighbouring Somerset as well. Why do you think you've done so well in Devon and Somerset and elsewhere today?
I think people are yearning for a strong and positive and united alternative to a government that's failing. And I think they see in the Conservative Party that that alternative is there. Locally also, we are campaigning, as we are nationally, on the idea of bringing thrift back into government, on actually delivering more for less, providing value for money. And it's a great credit to the Conservatives campaigning in Devon, in Somerset, but also I think across the country. What is remarkable about these figures, what shines out, is it's the Conservative Party winning in every part of the country. Here in the southwest against the Liberal Democrats, but in the Midlands against Labour, and yes, in the northwest where we're doing very well in Lancashire against Labour as well.
But the Conservatives are not without blame in the elections, in the expenses scandal. So will that be mirrored in the national elections? Do you think that people will vote in the same way they seem to have been voting in the local elections?
Well, every party is affected by the expenses scandal, and every political leader and every party has a responsibility to act to clean up politics. We've taken that action. We've set up the scrutiny panel. We've got people to pay back money. We've forced retirements. We've made the changes that need to be made for the future arrangements.
I've been touring the southwest ahead of these elections, talking to people out and about what they want from local councils. They could not decide how to vote because of what's happened at Westminster. They still don't have confidence in national politicians. The vote may have gone your way here in Devon, but they still don't have confidence in national politicians.
Well, I think there's a pattern, though, emerging across the country, which is people do see this strong, united Conservative Party as an alternative. I think people in this country know we need a fresh start. And also, when you look at the last 48 hours, the government in near collapse, I think people are asking, what's happened to the authority of the government? What's happened to the authority of the Prime Minister? And the country deserves better than this. And I think people do see a Conservative Party that is tackling the big issues, that has a strong team of leaders, that's united around the country. And what's common about these results is that we are actually doing well in every part of the country.
But Gordon Brown is reasserting his authority, reshuffling the cabinet, ministers coming out in support of him.
Well, two thoughts on that. The first is it's extraordinary when the Prime Minister can't actually choose who are the senior members of his cabinet. It was perfectly obvious last week at question time that he didn't support Alistair Darling continuing as his Chancellor. He's now had to back down and have him. A Prime Minister with that little authority cannot take the tough decisions that the country needs. We need a government with long-term decisions. The second thought is just ask yourself, what have these ministers been thinking about for the last few days and probably the last few months? Have they been thinking about the good of the country, or have they been thinking about the good of themselves and the future of the Labour Party? We need a government that's so united politically it can think about the future of the country, and I believe that's what the Conservative Party offers.
Let's talk a little bit about the European elections, because I've been looking at the results as they've been coming in here today, how people have been voting in Devon. UKIP have moved up to second place above Labour and the Liberal Democrats in a lot of places. There's a chance they're going to do very well here in the West Country in the European elections.
I think inevitably in the European elections people wanted to give the major parties a kicking. I was in a pub around the corner before coming here, and a couple of people came up to me and said, of course we're Conservatives, we'll always be with you at the general election, but, you know, we wanted to send you a message in the European elections.
And local candidates have told me that here today. They've been out on the doorsteps. Their supporters have told them, we'll vote for you locally, but we're voting UKIP in the Europeans.
I think that's been a challenge for us, obviously. I'm very confident that we'll do well in those European elections, that we'll top the poll in those European elections, that we'll send a very strong team of members of the European Parliament to Brussels to stand up for Britain. But I believe the challenge now is to go from these sets of elections to campaign for the general election that the country now so clearly needs. Something I've been saying, I know, for months, but more strongly in the last few weeks, that I think now the whole country now agrees for cleaning up our politics, for giving us a fresh direction, for actually sorting out what is such a weak government, that the case for a general election is becoming unanswerable.
Briefly, let me ask you about the situation here in Devon. People watching will want to know how a Conservative-led administration locally is going to change their lives. Let's talk about the council tax, for instance. You talked about a freeze, perhaps, or even capping the council tax in Conservative-controlled areas. Can the people of Devon expect that from Conservative council?
What we need is thrift in government, whether in local government or in central government. Government's got to understand that people are fed up with these very high levels of taxes. And what we've said is if we have a Conservative government, we will give to our local councils the ability to freeze council tax for 2 years. That would make a big difference to people. People have had a tough time in this recession. They've had to tighten their household budgets.
But is that affordable in Devon?
Yes, it is, because as a central government, we would cut government advertising and government consultancy and give that money to local councils and say, here you are, if you are responsible, you can freeze the council tax. It would be a deal between the two of us, and it's a deal that really needs to be done on behalf of the British people.
David Cameron, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Now let's go over to Nick Robinson. No doubt you were listening to what the leader of the Conservative Party was saying and have some trenchant comment on it, Nick?
Well, yes, I was listening to it, and I'm struck, though, that by today, I think the Tory party, on the one hand, will be relieved that Gordon Brown seems, for the moment, and let's say just for the moment, Gordon Brown seems secure as leader. They didn't want a change of leader of the Labour Party. Alan Johnson would have been a more formidable electoral threat, I think they believe, and therefore they'll be relieved. They will also be nervous, though. These results are not that impressive for the Conservative Party. Yes, they will overwhelmingly have won. Yes, they will take a number of councils, but that national vote share, as you've been saying in the studio, is not as good as it might have been for the Conservatives. They will also know that there are swings in politics, and having had a bloody few days, that Gordon Brown has an opportunity. Who knows whether he'll be able to take it, but he has an opportunity to reassert himself. He has a news conference in Downing Street in the next half hour, and I think he will try to answer the criticisms that you were quoting from the Guardian editorial the other morning. It said that he had no support. He will claim, look, I do have support. The key members of my cabinet are around me. It claimed he had no vision. He will argue that his vision, I think, is to repair the political system and then to regrow the economy as well. And it said that he had no plan, and I know that there are documents written for publication in the next week, one on political renewal, the other on a whole series of achievable, we're told, measurable targets in areas from the economy to health and education, if you like, a kind of mini manifesto for how this government will operate in the next 6 months. So I think David Cameron has been around long enough, he's seen the ups and downs enough to know that this is just another of those marking posts on the route to power, and to feel nervous that Gordon Brown's recovered once before, he might still do it again.
Nick, thank you very much. I wonder whether we could take a self-denying ordinance as Liberal Democrats and as Conservatives on stopping calling for a general election, because you're not going to get a general election. And aren't you wasting your breath, this continual mantra of we must have an election, we must have an election now? You're not going to get an election until Gordon Brown's ready for an election.
But it's what the public want, isn't it? I mean, we've just...
I don't know what the public wants.
I do. I've just
How do you know?
Well, because I've spent the last every day since the 5th of May on the doorstep, and it's a bit like a thunderstorm, David. I mean, can't you feel it out there? The public are thoroughly fed up that they've been given no voice. They didn't choose this Prime Minister. They're fed up with the recession. They're fed up with MPs.
You're going to go on saying it, in other words, even though you're not going to get it.
Because that's what they tell tell us they want. And I don't know, I think the reshuffle, as you're indicating, the reshuffle's bought Gordon Brown a bit of time. You know how I think the public will look at it? I think they'll think, look, this is shuffling the pack, the tired old pack in which we've lost faith. I think the desire for a general election will be just as strong.
Well, I agree entirely with what Caroline's saying about that. It comes across loud and clear on the doorstep, and there's polling evidence, in fact, showing that people want, the majority want an election and want it quickly. And frankly, from our point of view, the quicker the better, because as you can see, we're the only one of the main parties that's sharply up in our vote share this with these local elections.
But
and I believe that will be carried through.
They're going to give it to you, are they?
Well, it entirely depends, clearly, what happens within the Labour Party. I think that the loss of will to govern that we are seeing at the top of the Labour Party is such now that we can't predict whether or not it might be forced, in fact, to have an early general election. It's quite unprecedented to have 4 cabinet ministers walking out in as many days.
Jeremy, before we go any further, can we just have a look at the sort of history of all this and where these results place the parties?
Absolutely, I'll do that in just a moment. We'll have a look at all the councils and see the amazing trajectory of Labour and Conservatives over the last 10 or so years. First, let's just remind you of the map and where we've been left so far. And it's this slightly frustrating thing with the counts not happening overnight, so we're still waiting for quite a lot of results. But here we were yesterday, day before, when the voting was happening. And let's pick out the southwest here. Look, Bristol here, and Devon, Somerset and Devon there, Lib Dem, Orange. We'll come back to those in a second. And remember, we started the day by saying that Labour only had 4 of the 34 councils being contested here. So Derbyshire, Nottinghamshire, right in the top of the northwest there, Lancashire, Staffordshire, Leicestershire. What's been happening? The 4 councils, sorry, for Labour, Lancashire, Derbyshire, Nottinghamshire, Staffordshire, those were therefore right at the top in red. Let's see what the new council colours are. And all you see really at the moment is blue, but I don't want to miss this little dot of orange here, which is Bristol, which the Lib Dems have been crowing about because rather replicates their successes last year in cities. Bristol has gone Lib Dem, having been no overall control, a hung council before, but it offsets somewhat these losses for the Lib Dems in the southwest, which you've been talking about, Somerset and Devon going blue. And by the way, Anthony Steen, who's famously the Conservative MP who had spent expenses money on cutting trees in his house, and then he was interviewed about it and said it's no one's business but mine, and people are jealous of me and my house looks like Balmoral and so on. Totnes is his constituency down there in Devon, and he now has a Green councillor, possibly as a result of all that. So what else have we got here? Hampshire stays blue, new council of Central Bedfordshire is blue. We would have thought it would go blue. What we weren't expecting there was for there to be no Labour MP councillors at all in Central Bedfordshire. Essex remains blue. Lincolnshire, we talked about, includes the City of Lincoln. City of Lincoln has a Labour MP. Gillian Merron is her name. 7 out of 10 of the councillors in her Westminster constituency have gone from Labour to Conservative, so she'll be worried. We haven't coloured in Derbyshire yet. We know Labour have lost it, but we're not sure who's got it. And you can see there Staffordshire, which has gone Conservative as well. Something else to mention, actually, Leicestershire has stayed blue, stayed Conservative, but we're just getting some interesting stories from individual council seats in Leicestershire saying that in one, for example, Labour has dropped 17%, and the 17% seems to have been picked up by the BNP, who went up 17%. The Conservatives still took that seat, though. As far as Tory performance, just one last point on the map is concerned. Gains in the south, 4% or so up for the Conservatives in the south, but also it seems Conservatives doing well, in fact, rather better than that in the Midlands, which will please them very much indeed. We think they're up about 6% in the middle band across England, and also gaining as well in the north, so they will be very happy about that. So there are just some points of detail on the map. You asked for some context. Let me take you to a graph and show you this amazing story of local government since the mid-90s here, since the heyday of Tony Blair. 1996, we start off, Labour not in power then, of course. It was John Major's government having an awful time of it. And we see the positions now reversing. Here we are, 1996, Labour with 207 councils. These are councils across the UK. These are the total numbers. So Tony Blair really coming in, surging in there, and the Conservatives way down below the Lib Dems. 14 councils only across the whole of the UK, Lib Dems on 55. And here's the fascinating thing about this graph, is that you see gradually we go into the general election of 97, and Labour hold on to what they've got, and then gradually they start to fall, don't they? And even though they're winning the elections for the national government, so Mr Blair is elected, then re-elected, and then re-elected again, you can see their numbers of councils coming down here. So by the time Mr Blair wins his third election, they're really doing quite badly in local government. Labour down to 92 councils, and the Conservatives really starting to get altitude again, 186 councils, and then up here, essentially to where Labour were over there, 215 for the Conservatives. Now, there isn't going to be a lot of change in these final figures by the time we put in the newest numbers today because, of course, Labour only had 4 to lose. But look at how poorly they're doing. So as they won those national elections, year after year, they were getting this attrition in local government and the positions have been reversed.
Thanks, Jeremy. Well, let's go down to Downing Street because apparently we have another resignation from the government. Ross Hawkins is there.
Yeah, Jeff Huhne, the Transport Secretary, is, we're told, no longer in his job. He's another removal from government today as we see people move around. Absolutely no sign on exactly who might replace him just yet. We hear that he's actually resigned, stepped down from the government. It's not quite clear what the nature of the resignation is because, of course, today it's not just how you leave, not just the fact you've left, rather, but how you leave. We saw John Hutton going for family reasons earlier and James Purnell going rather more dramatically talk about the Prime Minister's future last night. We'll bring you more when we hear it.
But Ross, Jeff Huhne, I mean, it's like sort of jumping off the lorry as it disappears round the corner, isn't it? I mean, he's left it until almost everybody's in place.
Yes, it's interesting.
Weird. Was he sacked, perhaps?
Well, we are told that he resigned. That's the latest that I'm being told. The exact nature of this hopefully will become clear when we hear from the Prime Minister at some point after 4 this afternoon. We're expecting him to stand up. The normal drill on these things is you get a sheet of paper and nothing more. We're going to get far more from Gordon Brown. Most probably him telling us that he's getting on with the job with a new team, working on the basis they've managed to flush some people out and confirm their support for the Prime Minister.
Of course, Jeff Huhne got into a bit of a pickle with his expenses, didn't he? And flipping houses and all that.
Yes, there were a number of stories about him, and he found himself on the front page of the Daily Telegraph. He denied any wrongdoing, particularly on this issue of capital gains tax, so there simply wasn't anything he'd done wrong at all. But whether you stay or whether you go on this issue of expenses has occasionally been rather arbitrary. Remember the Prime Minister really rather singling Hazel Blears out in her situation, and in the end, she decided to go herself. So the expenses has been a hot topic. We really don't know right at the moment whether that is the reason behind his departure. Maybe the Prime Minister will tell us when we hear from him at this press conference.
Do you know when that's going to be? Because obviously we'll be showing it here on the news channel when it comes. Is it going to be just after 4? Do you have any idea about that? Because people watching may want to know.
We are told it is after 4. If we could be more precise, we would be. Discussions are being had, actually, just off shot with some people who are trying to make this thing happen. So it will be at some point after 4. Exactly when is hard to say, and predicting precisely when the Prime Minister turns up his podium to talk is always something of a mug's game, because you simply never know.
Thank you very much, Ross. Well, let's go back to Lancashire, to Preston, join Arif Ansari. Arif.
Well, David, what I can tell you is that the Conservatives are now just 1 seat away from taking control of Lancashire County Council, the first time they would have achieved that since 1981, so a big political breakthrough down here in the northwest. But the real story, I think, is the collapse in the Labour vote. In terms of the share, they've gone down to 25% from 37 4 years ago, so a really big drop there, and losing some really key seats which you'd expect them to hold on to. Places, for example, like Leyland South West, a key Labour territory, going down from 1,500 Labour majority to a Conservative majority of just over 800. So it really is a devastating day for Labour here. They've lost their leader, Hazel Harding. She was defeated. Take Burnley, for example. They had 6 council wards there. They now have none, most of them falling to the Liberal Democrats, 1 to the British National Party, and it really is going to take Labour a huge amount of effort to rebuild their base here in Lancashire.
Join Regina again if we can. Is that possible? Regina, are you there?
It's a really, really
big blow for Labour, likely to lose control of Lancashire County Council. Now, joined by some local business owners, Peter, Glenda, Riz and Huhne. We'll start with you, Peter. You've voted Labour since you were 18, all your life.
Yes.
And you voted Conservative this time. So you're one of the reasons why the council's changed hands. What was your reasoning for changing your vote?
I think Labour have become very fragmented and no longer fit for govern. So it's time for a change. And I think, you know, despite the political fallout of the MP's expenses, there's no one party any better than another in that respect. But
would you vote Conservative in a general election now?
I think I would, yeah.
OK, let's move to you, Glenda. You're another person who always voted Labour, and you didn't this time.
No, I decided that I would give it a change. Let's go.
And you went for Conservative?
I went for Conservative, yes.
And what were your reasons behind that?
Time for change. For the small businesses, as I'm a new business, and hopefully to give Preston something different for a change.
And again, the same question I asked Peter, would you then vote for the Conservatives at a general election?
I think I probably will. Give them a try for the general election.
You voted Labour all your life. What do you think of the leadership at the moment?
I think that's the other thing. Since Tony Blair left, I think Gordon Brown, I just think it's changed, and from him leaving, I just think it's time for change. Give somebody else, you know, a chance.
Okay, Riz, another lifelong Labour supporter who left Labour behind this week.
Yeah, just don't trust Labour anymore. Too many lies, too much deceit.
Who did you vote for?
Voted for Lib Dem this time, simply because there's something different. We've not trialled them before. We trialled Conservative, trialled Labour. I think Lib Dem. So yeah, again, time for a change, really.
Is there time for the Labour to win your vote before the next general election? What can the Labour politicians watching this take from this?
Stop lying. They can't win my vote now. It's too late. Clean up your act. Clean up politics, really. So. Yeah.
So the expenses thing was a big factor.
Expenses, the war, cash for honours, everything is a combination, really.
Just very quickly, last answer from you, Huhne. You did vote Conservative, you always have. What's your reaction to the news that you finally got the council here?
Yes, it's about time, because everybody used to tell me off when I never voted Labour or Liberal. My family, it's a tradition thing in an Asian family. They always voted Labour, and I always voted Conservative. And I'm so glad, and I hope they deliver their promises. There is a big difference in promising and delivering promise.
OK, thanks very much, all four of you. That's the view from Preston. A bad day for Labour here.
A worse day for Labour in Derbyshire, maybe, because the Tories were hoping to unseat Labour, who had a majority of 11 on the Derbyshire Council and held it for 28 years, a majority. And it looks as though they may have achieved what was far beyond their expectations. They may actually have taken overall control of Derbyshire, but Gillian Hargreaves has the news on that. Gillian.
Yes, this morning we were predicting that Labour might lose control of this council, but we said it would be a long shot for the Tories to take control. Just a few seconds ago, they did take control of the council, and with me is Andrew Lewer from the Conservatives. You're now going to be the leader of Derbyshire County Council.
This is a tremendously exciting day for Derbyshire. It's a tremendously exciting day for all the people who've worked so hard for this, and it's a good day for the Conservative Party. It's an absolute triumph, and we are more delighted than we can say.
Now, somebody in the BBC said to me, who crunches the numbers yesterday, that it would be a seismic shift. It would turn politics on its head if you were able to take control from so far back here. What has gone wrong for the Labour Party?
Well, I think this week's meltdown has really finished Labour off in terms of their local government presence now. The county council has gone. That's all the county councils in the country gone to the Conservatives. And it's our time now to turn Derbyshire into a more balanced political county, somewhere that has a profile that it deserves to have, rather than simply being written off as a Labour heartland. I can now say to people, for the first time in a very long time, welcome to Conservative Derbyshire.
It was a bit of a nail-biter. It was by no means certain that you would sweep the board. Isn't that because people are still a little unconvinced by the Conservative Party?
I think it's because Derbyshire is the absolutely last place to go, and we've worked very hard to get our message across from a county that's had its publicity, that's had its machine working here like mad. And if they can't hold on here, they can't hold on anywhere, and that's an extremely important moment in British local government history.
And what will a Conservative Derbyshire County Council look like? Because you've had a Labour one for nigh on 30 years.
We have. The things we're interested in is more influence for local members over their own area. We're interested in a message of financial prudence and reassurance. We're telling people that those frontline services are crucially important to us, and in very, very desperate financial times, we will do our best to protect the frontline services that the people of Derbyshire rely upon.
And are you expecting a phone call from David Cameron in a few minutes' time?
Well, if the phone is anything to go by today, I'll be expecting phone calls from a considerable number of people today, because it's never stopped the whole day. But I'm quite happy about that today, because I want as many people as possible to join in and celebrate this wonderful moment for us.
Well, David, it's as we said. Earlier today, we were predicting that Labour might lose control of this council, but we did realise it would take a huge swing for the Tories to gain control. In some parts of the county, that's been a 20% swing between the two parties.
Thank you very much. The Tories had Derbyshire between 77 and 1981, and otherwise it's been solidly Labour. And briefly on marginal seats in that area.
Yes.
What does that say about what's going to happen?
Presently we only have one parliamentary seat in Derbyshire, so the importance of the gain of Derbyshire County Council is a predictor for the outcome of a general election. Derbyshire. Same with Lancashire, which I understand we've taken control of. There are 7 Labour marginal seats in Lancashire, so again, very, very important battlegrounds in any future general election.
It's quite interesting, though, that in Somerset, for example, which the Conservatives took control of, all 3 of the seats within Somerset, which are Lib Dem controlled. In fact, the Lib Dems had a lead in the vote compared with the Conservatives. So it's not fair to read across. And I think what is important for the Conservatives is that this is actually a pretty poor result when you see that the Conservative vote share is now below 40% for the first time in this Parliament. And that's always been the key benchmark which you've set out as being necessary to change the government.
Chris, the national equivalent vote share in 2005, when these elections last took place, was well below 40%.
It was 38%. It was 38%,
exactly.
yes, but you went on to lose that election. And that was exactly the point that I'm saying. You need to be scoring over 40% to be sure that you're going to win, and I don't think that's going to happen.
Can you give me back the facts and figures that you needed to make those remarks?
No, I'm delighted to see that they're getting an airing now, David, because it does seem to me that the facts are very important.
Thank you very much. Let's go back to the national political scene just for a moment. We know the Prime Minister is going to be speaking in a press conference sometime after 4, and we'll hang around for that. But let's first have a look at the new cabinet. Well, insofar as it is a new cabinet, the reshuffled cabinet. And these are the positions, just in case you didn't know what had happened. Alistair Darling remained as Chancellor of the Exchequer. Alan Johnson becomes Home Secretary. Jack Storr to Justice, stays in Justice. David Miliband stays as Foreign Secretary. No challenge from him this time round. Yvette Cooper, wife of Ed Balls, the man who was tipped to become Chancellor of the Exchequer but didn't, becomes Work and Pensions. John Denham becomes Communities Secretary in place of the motor bicycling Hazel Blears, who wanted to rock the boat. Bob Ainsworth comes up from Armed Forces Minister to be Defence Secretary, important job with troops engaged in Afghanistan. Ed Miliband remains as Energy Secretary. Andy Burnham from Culture, Media and Sports takes on the important job of Health Secretary. Peter Hain is brought in as Welsh Secretary. Douglas Alexander becomes International Development Secretary, remains, I should say, International Development Secretary. Ben Bradshaw takes over the Culture job. And Liam Byrne, Chief Secretary to the Treasury. And that's about it for the Cabinet. I don't know whether we have any more posts to be filled. I'm not sure whether we do or we don't. Do we have any more posts to be filled?
Yeah,
any more posts to be filled?
Transport.
Jeff Huhne has just gone. Transport. Who's going to get transport? Who's going to get transport? Who do you think will get transport? Well, you won't know, will you? Let's go up to nothing to do with you. Let's go to Lancashire and join Arif Ansari. What's the story in Lancashire, Arif?
The story here, David, is that the Conservatives have taken control of Lancashire County Council for the first time since 1981. It is a major step forward for the party, both nationally and, of course, regionally here in the northwest, and it comes after a very tough fight. David Cameron made this his #1 target for the country. He launched his European campaign up here. He's visited several times, even brought the entire shadow cabinet to Preston, just down the corridor from here. So they're obviously highly delighted to have done this. It was just a few minutes ago they went over the magic number to 43. Just behind me speaking is Jeff Driver. He's the man who's going to be taking control of the county council. And it's kind of interesting what he led this campaign on, really. It was actually to reverse certain spending cuts that Labour had imposed on things like elderly care and children's services. You can hear the cheer there from the Conservative supporters who've worked very hard for this and are delighted. And in the process, and I think this is the point that we have to stress, in the process, the Labour vote here has just melted away. It has gone down from 37 last time to about 25%, and some key wards which you would have assumed would be easy wins for Labour have fallen away. They've even lost their Labour leader here. So a really good day for the Conservatives, a terrible one for Labour.
Thank you very much. Well, now let's go to Ross Hawkins again in number 10 Downing Street.
It's interesting that the Chief Secretary of the Treasury will be Liam Byrne. It, of course, frees up a place at the Cabinet Office. I heard you they're very gently teasing Tessa Jowell as to whether she might have got a promotion from Olympics Minister to that office. So there is a vacancy there that we know about.
Anything else to report at this stage?
We are still trying to find out on some of the rumours flying around here, but you whipped through the Cabinet and we're trying to get a little bit of a lowdown on exactly why it is that Jeff Huhne's departed as Transport Secretary and the nature of that departure.
We're rather short of Labour comment at the moment. We're hoping to rustle up. Well, we've got the Prime Minister rustled up, I suppose, after 4 o'clock, but we're rather hoping to have a bit of a Labour input into all this, since they're the ones who seem most grievously affected by these elections. Let's have a look at Derbyshire. We have the result from Derbyshire. We've got 18 results in now, 16 to go. This is Derbyshire County Council. The Conservative gain, an outright gain for the Conservatives, up 19 councillors in Derbyshire. Labour down 16, and the Liberal Democrats down 2. Independents down 2, other parties up 2. So now we join John Hess in Nottingham. What's the Nottinghamshire picture, John?
Yeah. Well, David, we are 1 seat away from confirming that Labour have lost overall control here. Some of the swings that we've seen in Nottinghamshire in the last hour or so are up to 15%, and the Conservatives are well on course to taking Nottinghamshire County Council, like Derbyshire, for the first time in 28 years. But what we are seeing at the moment is if you like, Labour's heartland. They're the results we're still waiting for, and they're the type of areas of particular interest. Ashfield, Jeff Huhne's constituency, a Labour heartland. We have yet to get the results in from Ashfield. Areas like Gedling, the constituency of the Home Office Minister, Vernon Coker, we've only had 1 result from there. And Labour have been losing to Independents and to the Liberal Democrats. And it's right across the county as well. In the north, in the old coal mining areas, Labour have taken a big hit as well. And I suspect that we will get a confirmation that the Tories have taken overall control here, David, certainly within the next 10 minutes or so.
Fascinating. What is the scale of this defeat of Labour councillors in areas where they thought they were safe? I mean, is it something that can be remedied? And do you interpret it as a result of all the fuss about expenses and that, and the sort of general feeling of disillusion with Westminster, or is it something that's going to survive through an election?
I think it's a combination of all those factors, David. I was speaking to John Mann, a Nottinghamshire Labour MP, who was saying that certainly on the doorstep, the issue of expenses has really irritated traditional Labour voters, but also a feeling that perhaps Labour have not been addressing those core Labour issues which Labour voters would expect. The other factor here in Nottinghamshire is there's almost been a north-south divide within the county itself. So north of the Trent, in the traditional Labour heartlands, the turnout has been has been pretty poor. It's been no higher than about 28 or 29%. You come south of the trend into the more rural areas, the more suburban areas, there have been turnouts of getting on for 49, 50, 51, 52%. And in some of those Conservative areas, even in the Conservative areas, we've seen swings to the Conservatives and an increase in the Conservative vote of getting on for 15, 16%. So they've been doubling, in some cases tripling their majorities. So certainly here a big, big day for the Conservatives. But as yet, we're still waiting for that confirmation that they're going to be the biggest party and will have control of the County Hall here for the first time since 81.
Thanks very much. We have news that Margaret Beckett, who was brought back by Gordon Brown, who was Housing Minister, has been dropped as Housing Minister and doesn't have any ministerial role, so she's out of government now. The deputy leader, rather, of the Labour Party, Harriet Harman, who has, as you'll have noticed if you follow politics at all, been absolutely remorseless in her appearances on the radio, on television. She was here in this studio. She'll take what comes, anything that's thrown at her, except apparently suddenly a question about Jeff Huhne.
Excuse us, please. Thank you.
Please, Harriet, what would you say about that?
Thank you very much. Thanks very much.
Mrs. Harman, could you give a quick comment on Jeff Huhne or something?
When do you think you're going to see Gordon Brown? Excuse us, we're going across here. Not yet.
Do you think we will see him today at all?
Sorry, I didn't get that.
Do you think Gordon Brown will come out at all?
I'm sure number 10 will tell you what is happening in that respect. Yeah.
How are you personally?
Well, I think we're disappointed about the election results, but you know, we'll learn lessons about it, and I think it's a lot to do with the concern that people have got about expenses, MPs abuse of expenses. I'm trying to get through to the House of Commons. Excuse us, please. Thank you very much.
Oh, it didn't seem very surprising to me. He just wanted to cross the road. You have to take your chances if you're crossing the road to get to Westminster. Lethal. I just look left and right and go. Well now, David Cowling, come on. Editor, political research. You know what's going on out there. You're the archaeologist. What's the story?
The story is of serious Labour losses. It's a miserable time. None of this will reassure those many people in the Labour Party who feel that there has to be change, and if that change doesn't come, then they'll feel even more gloomy. I think for the Conservatives, clearly across a number of authorities around the country, some important gains, but I still think there are doubts, questions that others who are not in the Conservative Party can raise about whether it's enough to get them through to the next general election. For the Liberal Democrats, I think started off saying they were treading water. They have certainly lost certain authorities. But I think that you know, their position is, if you like, holding its position. But it's still, there must be some worries for them in the southwest and in places where they've taken seats from the Conservatives 20 years ago, blue chip Tory seats, which now they must be feeling vulnerable in. But it's a rough old trade politics. At the beginning of this January, public opinion was minus 40% in terms of negativism about the future of the economy. This month, when Labour is being mauled all over the place, it's minus 2%. So there has been an extraordinary increase in optimism about where the country's going economically, and yet Labour is being slaughtered all over the place. So it's a rough old trade politics.
Turnout we haven't talked about at all this afternoon. Now, has it? I mean, it's a combined election, local and Euro elections. Has that altered the turnout? Has it been lower than previous local elections?
It's about, our colleagues who are looking after the archives have suggested that it's about the same as it was the last time these elections were fought outside of a general election.
Which is what, about?
Which is about 1993. So it's about the same, 37-38% is our estimate of
1993?
1993, because for 97, for 2001 and 2005, they were all on the same day as a general election. So I think that seems fairly respectable, but we were hearing from John, of course, that there may well be very strong differences between, if you like, traditional Labour areas and Conservative.
Sorry, what are you saying the turnout is this time?
We estimate it's about 37-38% in the areas where there were local elections. Of course, in certain parts of the country where there are only European elections, we don't know whether that position is going to be obtained. It may be likely in certain of those areas the turnout will be lower for the European, because people will be motivated to go for the council.
But the election, the turnout figures that I have for England, say, last year were 35 roughly.
Yes.
36 and a bit before, 36. And then, of course, 2005, 63%.
Yes.
General election.
Yes.
What are you saying they are this time?
We're saying
Why are you
it's
talking
about
about
37.
93?
I was talking about 93 was the last, comparing these elections, forgive me, comparing these elections with the last time they were fought outside of a general election.
Oh, I see.
Sorry.
That's way back.
Yes. But I was born then, David.
I know, but I mean, the elections changed hugely between 93 and now. What does it say about the mood of the... Anyway, is it true that people are disillusioned not voting, to put it crudely, or are they determined to vote in order to express
I don't
themselves?
see any evidence from here that we have an electorate that is thoroughly energised by these events in terms of Parliament.
Right.
There's not a great rage out there that's getting, you know, scores and thousands and tens of thousands more people to vote, I think.
Right, they're not energised. Are they saying a plague on all your houses will stay at home? Not any more than they used to?
I think some evidence that maybe in Labour areas, the Labour's taking a big hit in terms of differential turnout. And of course, in the European elections, a lot of people who voted for the party system here, for the locals, may well feel released and relaxed about voting for other parties.
Okay.
It was clear in Nottinghamshire. John Hess made that point.
All right.
Yeah.
And I was quite surprised, actually, in my own count. I was expecting far more spoiled ballot papers, and there weren't. So both the turnout was looking fairly typical, and in fact, people were expressing a positive preference for one party or another.
Let's join Jeremy. Jeremy.
Well, right on this very subject, just listening to Harriet Harman there saying that it's MPs' expenses that have caused all the parties to go down. We've been doing some polling. We always do polling on the eve of local elections to see what people are thinking, and we asked about the spirit of MPs and politicians. What are they out for? Do you think British politicians, we asked, are out for themselves or their party or their country? Well, this is the result that we got. Look at this, 2009 result, 53%. A majority of people thinking that politicians are out for themselves in this country. And then party, 18%, a degree of self-interest there, I guess, pretty low. And country, 24%, so still 1 person in 4 thinking that politicians are out for their country. We then, somebody clever backstage remembered that Gallup had asked these same questions in 1944, so believe it or not, we can give you a comparison. Have a look at this. 1944, during the Second World War, people are asked, what are politicians out for? 35% say out for themselves. So quite a bit lower, but still more than a third. Out for their party, 22%, so rather more in 1944, and out for their country, as you'd pretty much expect, quite a lot more thinking in those times of national emergency that politicians were out for their country, 36%. So the worrying figure here, of course, is the 53%, isn't it, for any modern politician, that most people think that's what they're out for themselves. OK, let's have a look at the view of the party, the sleaziness of parties, political parties. And we'll go right back to 2006. And we asked this question again just before local elections. Are parties sleazy? And you can see Labour was chosen as sleazy by more people than the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats. You could, by the way, in answering this question, you could choose more than one party. That's why it adds up to more than 100. So Labour on 69%, Conservatives 53%, and the Lib Dems on 39%, scoring rather well. You don't want to score high in this graph. 2007... a couple of years ago, Labour coming down. They had the cash for questions period there, Labour. That's maybe why they were scoring so high, and it was the tail end of Tony Blair, and there was all that disillusion creeping around. So they then started to settle down a bit. All the parties got better scores coming down, fewer people saying that they were sleazy. And then it starts to creep back up again, 2008. So we see Labour and the Conservatives, 46%, Lib Dems, 35%. And then watch what happens this year. Just as we were preparing for this big vote in the local elections, up it comes again, 62% for Labour, 55% for the Conservatives. And Lib Dems not coming up quite so quickly on 39%, but all the parties clearly affected by, or it seems, affected by the expenses scandal, so they're bouncing back to where they were, and none of them will be happy with those scores.
Well, thank you very much. How I hate helicopters clattering around over Westminster, but there's our helicopter joining the melee and showing us a delicious view of Downing Street and Number 10. Clatter, 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 clatter. If it's not the police or the royal family, it's the BBC. Anyway, a crowd standing outside Number 10 waiting to go into the press conference. No, they're not. They're having their... It's very interesting, Downing Street. Life goes on. You know, kids come up and have their photographs taken, go and have a cup of tea. All that goes on, despite the great political dramas we've been seeing today. And boy, have we seen dramas. James Landale is out there. He's been enjoying the drama. James, do you know who those people are behind you having their photographs taken?
They're probably about the 20th group of school children we've had today. There's a sort of little light relief that come up every so often and wonder why we've all come here to photograph them. It's a sort of constant process. And what we do know is that, you know, very few ministers these days are actually coming in front of us. In the glory days, they used to come up, but memorably, after Gordon Brown's first reshuffle, they came up in 2 by 2, but like the Ark. They were coordinated down at the end of Downing Street by the minders to make sure they came up. That hasn't happened this time, not least because there actually hasn't been that much change. I've just calculated that over the half the cabinet we've got so far are pretty much staying in exactly the same jobs they had before. There are very few new actual entries into this cabinet. Very few people, you know, there are people like Ben Bradshaw is a new entry, Bob Ainsworth is a new entry, Peter Hain is a sort of re-entry, if we can use language like that. Other things we know, Jeff Huhne leaving. Interesting, that one. He's going to go off and get various jobs for the Prime Minister, particularly as his sort of European policy advisor and other jobs like that. He's going to be representing Britain at climate change talks in Copenhagen later on this year. Basically stuff to keep him busy before he's in for a shout with the next European Commissioner's job that's due up at the end of the year. So that's his trajectory at the moment.
European Commissioner?
Yeah, possibly.
We've got, of course, we should say we're waiting on the Prime Minister, who's going to be giving a press conference. Where's that going to be? At number 10?
Yeah, that'll be number 10. It'll be just up there, probably on the first or second floors, depending which room they're going to use. And the interesting thing to look for from that news conference from the Prime Minister is not just his run-through of the names, but how he links these names, the vast majority of which are pretty familiar ones, to his agenda, which we know he wants to set out, of saying what his government wants to do in terms of constitutional reform, public service reform, and further activity in terms of boosting the economy, which are the three themes we keep on getting from his advisors. How does he link this lineup of personnel to what the government's going to be rolling out in the coming days? We know there are documents that are going to be launched about constitutional reform, about public service reform, which is, I'm told, going to be looked upon as sort of mini manifestos for the government for the next 6 months or so, effectively saying this is the purpose of this government over the next 6 months. Let's hope you agree with it. What we don't know is how he links these personnel to that.
We've just heard that Ian Gibson has resigned, I suppose resigned from Parliament, or isn't going to stand again. I'm not quite sure which. But he's another victim of the expenses row, isn't he?
That would be fascinating if he has actually resigned from Parliament today, as in actually forcing a by-election, because that would be an extraordinary act to do, rather than just announcing his resignation at the next election.
Well, I'm told that is what he's done, that he's resigned with immediate effect, which means, of course, among other things, he won't get the lovely benefit they get of staying till the election and standing down then, which you get resettlement money and da-di-da-di-da-di-da, and all the things people are complaining about. If he goes now, he gets pretty well nothing, except he'll get his pension, won't he?
Well, what he does do is he gets the satisfaction of forcing a by-election at a very, very dangerous time for the government, at a time when they don't want to have to go to the electorate on something in such uncertain times as today.
Ian Gibson was an angry man, wasn't he, about the way he was treated?
Oh, hugely, hugely. He felt that he was being harshly treated compared to other ministers and other MPs. He was one of the 4 that were ordered by the special endorsements panel that had been created by the Labour Party, effectively to go through the books and look at all the expenses that had been claimed and the alleged misdemeanours of various MPs. They looked initially at 4 MPs and they came to the conclusion that they all should agree to stand down at the next election. Clearly Mr Gibson, who felt that he was slightly unharshly treated, he had been accused of using taxpayers' money to beef up his property, which he then sold at a profit to his daughter. He clearly felt that he'd been treated unfairly, and so if he's decided that he's going to go now, that means there'll be a by-election in Norwich, next to Charles Clarke's constituency. Interesting to know what role Mr Clarke will play in that by-election, but clearly this story ain't over.
I assume this is fact and not just more of the rumour mongering. I'm told it's fact. If it's not fact, don't blame me, because what I'm being told is fact. What is fact? Anyway, come back to this press conference, which we're waiting for, which is due, do you know when? It's just after 4 now. We were told it'd be about 4 o'clock. What are the key things that you think Gordon Brown will do? He'll be on his own there. He'll answer questions from the press, or will he just make a statement and walk out?
Oh no, I'll be amazed if he doesn't answer questions.
Right.
He'll come in, he'll make a statement, setting out what he thinks the purpose of the reshuffle was, where he thinks the government's going to go now, and then he will be bombarded by questions about his own standing, his own authority, which he will attempt to answer. I think the interesting point about this is will he look upon this reshuffle as an attempt to sort of relaunch, or will he just allow us to see this reshuffle as an attempt to shore up his own position? Effectively, he's re-established his authority by having conversations with 22 men and women today, in which they have all agreed, or not as the case may be, if they were resigning, to take the jobs that he's offered them. And he will, I think, be hoping to be able to present that as an example of these guys and these girls effectively coming behind him 24 hours after an extraordinary challenge to his authority by one member of that group, an ex-member of that group, James Purnell. And I think at the end of the day, if they can, Labour's advisers and the Prime Minister's advisers can say, look, we had a reshuffle, we've reasserted the Prime Minister's authority, and at the same time, the election results in the local elections that we've had today have not been perhaps as dire as perhaps they could have been, then we live to fight another day. And I think if they can get that message out, I think they'll be quite satisfied.
James, thanks very much indeed. Well, you'll no doubt be going into that, and we'll be going into that press conference. Let's just go down to Somerset, where Ken Maddock is just on the telephone, but just off the telephone to speak to us. And tell us what's happened. You've taken over as the new leader of Somerset County Council.
Well, yes, I have. We won enough seats to get a really good majority, and I'm really pleased about that.
What went wrong with the Liberal Democrats in Somerset?
Well,
because we've had the Liberal Democrats here in the studio crowing over the way everything's gone today. Hasn't gone too well for them down there.
I heard one of your Liberal Democrat commentators
Chris Huhne is sitting here listening to you.
Yeah, well, he said it was an awful day for the Conservatives because the turnout was low. I don't know how you can square that particular circle, because the Conservatives seem to be absolutely sweeping the board right across the country. Certainly Somerset's no exception. We've taken 9 seats off the Liberal Democrats and 2 off Labour, and we now have a very handsome majority, thank you.
Why
if
do
that's
you think,
failure, I'll settle for it.
Yeah, why do you think you've taken 9 off the Liberal Democrats? Chris Huhne is listening to you, and I'll give him a right of reply.
Yes, because we emphasise the fact that the Liberal Democrats have been in charge of Somerset County Council for 16 years. Frankly, they've done some good things, but lately they've made some awful mistakes, and it's those mistakes that we need to put right. And accordingly, we ran a campaign of it's time for a change. You know, after 16 years, we all get a bit stale, and I'm glad to say the electorate agreed with us, and they've supported that change.
Funnily enough, that's exactly what he said.
I'm glad that we're getting less of this nonsense that we had from David Cameron about the Conservatives sweeping the country, because we've actually had the biggest fall of any of the parties on your figures from last year is actually the Conservatives, followed by Labour, and the only one of the mainstream parties that's going up in vote share are the Liberal Democrats. So, you know, concentrating on these little anecdotal areas like Somerset, for example, where even then it's difficult to read across because you've got parliamentary seats where we're actually holding our vote share, and therefore you can't assume that the Conservatives will win it at a general election. But taking the national picture, your own figures suggest that the Liberal Democrats are the only mainstream party that's actually going up, and as far as I can see from those figures, we're going up more sharply than any mainstream party has gone up in 1 year before.
Has he got the story bang to rights, David?
I think it's just amazing that he can pretend that black is white like that. I mean, if he considers if he considers Somerset to be a little enclave, or whatever the word was that he used, well, I don't, because I think that's really where the Liberal Democrats have gone wrong, because they're trying to take a strategic overview instead of concentrating on local people and local issues. And if I might say so, much as I respect him, I think that's where he's gone wrong in this case.
But that, interestingly, was always the Liberal Democrat claim, wasn't it? Pavement politics,
Absolutely.
way back 20, 30 years ago. That's what you were good at.
That was
exactly, you lost out.
That was exactly what I was saying. And in fact, the new leader of Somerset County Council is confirming that this was involving local issues. We had David Cameron, the Conservative leader, and Caroline was saying the same thing earlier, saying, no, this was part of a great national sweep. It's simply not borne out by the fact, for example, that we, the Liberal Democrats, took on Bristol, adding to all those other big cities that we control, and that we've got an increase in the national vote share, unlike the fall in the national vote share for both Conservatives and Labour.
But it's not yielding you the
I'd
council.
say so. He's really missing the point. The fact that localism is sweeping the country doesn't take away from what I've been saying. I really think he misses the point if he thinks that the two are mutually exclusive. But anyway, I'm really pleased that we've taken control of Somerset County Council for the first time in 16 years. We campaigned on a ticket of change, and that is what we will bring to Somerset. And I'm starting on Monday morning with interviews with the Chief Executive and the 4 corporate directors in order to start working on that change.
OK. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks for joining us, Mr Maddock. And let's just hear now from the Norwich MP, Labour MP, Ian Gibson, who said he's standing down with immediate effect. And this was his explanation of why he's done that.
I want to say that it's been a real great honour to have served the people of Norwich North as their MP since 1997. I've indeed been proud to have voted with the government on the introduction of tax credits, pension credits, the minimum wage, for example, but equally as proud to have voted against invading Iraq, ID cards, renewing credit missers and the charging of university top-up fees. I wish publicly to thank the hundreds of people who sent me messages of support. The decision of the NEC leaves me today bowed, but certainly not broken. However, I believe that my position as an MP between now and the next election is untenable. And after discussions with my family, colleagues, party members and my admirable staff, I've decided to tender my resignation as an MP with immediate effect, and I expect it to be accepted. Thank you very much. And I'll pass you over to Martin. He'll say something, and then I'll take a few questions.
So that was Ian Gibson explaining why he's very upset and has decided to stand down. We're joined by Dennis McShane. Mr McShane, I have to say, it's very nice to have you here. You're the first Labour person who's turned up for the last hour. We thought Jeff Huhne was coming to us, but he never came. I'm not bitter about this, but it's a bit sad because we haven't been able to give you a fair shout, so now we'll give you one. First of all, Ian Gibson's standing down, by-election in Norwich. What do you make of that?
Yes, I think that's Ian's personal response, and there may be others to follow in all parties. Mr Cameron has been pretty rough with some of his MPs. Some are deciding to stay on until the general election. Some may decide to quit now.
All right, come to the government reshuffle and the fear, I suppose, in number 10 that there may still be a backbench revolt from Labour. What's your assessment of the reshuffle there's been today?
Well, clearly ministers come and go, and ministers...
Including you, of course.
Well, I came, I went, and I had a very wonderful time as a minister, and I really enjoy being an MP, and I can say what I think. But ministers like generals in war are replaced, and there'll be very, very good replacements. These are all friends of mine. Some I think are leaving because they're young enough to have a career outside politics. John Hutton standing down as an MP, and frankly, if I wanted a first-rate executive and a leader, I'd give John a job tomorrow in the private sector or the public or voluntary sector. That happens. We're at a huge changing point in politics. I think, David, we've come to the end of 30 years of the kind of Mrs Thatcher's deregulated economic thinking with the credit crunch and the joblessness. We've come to the end of the Blair-Brown 15 years worth of the new Labour project. Labour has to rethink what it is in the future. We've come to the end also of a political class, a way of doing parliament, and of MPs being full-time people with pay and allowances that have been exposed as being unacceptable.
Have you come to the end of Gordon Brown by any chance?
No, I think you see... At the moment we've seen William Hague and Liam Fox and George Osborne. I've been here, I came down from my constituency this morning to do one small interview for BBC World Service, and they were jumping around like, you know, slightly mad rabbits saying, Gordon must go, election now, as if they were in a students' union. I think to have a pushed against the Prime Minister, to have a general election now in this fevered atmosphere, it'll be on expenses and Esther Ranson and all sorts of issues except policy issues, almost as Silvio Berlusconi, I mean no insult to the great Italian, as if he was writing the scripts of British politics at the moment. Can we all calm down? The English summer seems to have disappeared, it's quite chilly now, and I think we just need a little period of calm, get back into Parliament. Labour has to try and get the debate onto policy and away from where David Cameron and Nick Clegg wanted, which is on personality. And I think it would be very, very foolish for the Labour Party to do what the press wants and do what Messrs Hague, Osborne and Fox want.
You sound like Michael Winner.
I think
calm down, dear. Calm down.
Do you know? I think Michael Winner's actually writing the script at the moment. I mean, he hasn't made a great film. He's a wonderful journalist and writer, but you do think this is like one of his old wonderful Gothic films at the moment. This is surreal. This is Britain. We're going to get some very weird results on Sunday with some very fruity parties emerging. In Doncaster already something called the English Democratic Party, which I don't know if you know anything about it, David, or the BBC experts do, I don't, nearly won the mayoralty. Chap who was a monkey a few years ago.
It did win it. It did win it in Doncaster.
No, the Independent won it because the Lib Dems did not put up a candidate showing how irresponsible they are.
In Doncaster, English Democrats won, or the English Democrat won.
I'm terribly sorry. I was informed they came second, but you may be right.
Yeah,
I'm not
I hope I am right.
Nonetheless, I mean, it's not important, but this is what's happening. Now, if this
let's just leave that for a moment. I'm sorry, I'd come to a more important point. Before yesterday, before Purnell went, the story was that Labour would, and Labour backbenchers in particular, would absorb these results, absorb the results of the European elections, which we're getting on Sunday, and would then sort of decide how they felt about the prospects for Gordon Brown and him remaining in office. Now, I just want to ask you this. He's changed his cabinet. We're going to hear a press conference in a moment. What do you think they will make of the smallest share of the vote that they've had? Well, I go back on this card for 20, 30 years, as far as anyone knows, since they've been a fighting force in British politics and local politics. 23% projected national share. What impact is that going to have on backbench opinion?
An awful blow. What impact was it on the Lib Dems when UKIP pushed them into fourth place at the European elections 5 years ago? What was it like for the Conservatives in 1989, 1994 when they collapsed to very low rates and the Greens suddenly popped up and won 15% of the vote? Bad news. But do we give up? No. Do we think the Conservatives should be able to call a general election now by getting rid of Gordon Brown? I think not. Oddly enough, I think William Hague and George Osborne, by their demands that Brown go and a general election is held today, have actually probably saved the Prime Minister. I think he is there. The debate goes on. Our task still is to make the argument for policy, but I acknowledge, as we all do, we are in an era-changing moment. I'm just not convinced that the Conservative Party have got the policies that will take them to any kind of real victory. Where that leaves us all, I'm not sure, but I don't want it to be left in this sort of, forgive me, I love Italy, but this kind of comic political opera that could have been directed by Michael Winner from a script written by Silvio Berlusconi.
Dennis McShane, as our man on the green for the moment, will you just stay with us, because we want to make sure we have a properly balanced programme here, but thank you for joining us, and I hope we'll be able to come back to you in a moment. Let's just see how we stand on councils. We've had 23 results in. That means we have 11 to go this afternoon, and this is what we've got so far. The Conservatives on 20, Liberal Democrats on 1, and 2 hung, or no overall control. This is the change. Up 6 for the Conservatives, down 1 for Liberal Democrats, down 4 for Labour. And the councillors, these are the figures at the moment. There are just over 2,000 councillors being elected. Slightly mysterious to me why we have so many results in, but so few councillors apparently. We're waiting on full results. David Cowling, can you throw some light on those figures? Here's the change so far, just up 77 for the Conservatives. Let's go back and show that again, can we? Yes. David, what's happening here? Look, up 77, down 27 for the Liberal Democrats, down 53 for Labour. But we've got over half, nearly 2/3 of the councils in.
Because I think we don't have the full results in all those councils. We're getting partial results, David.
So there's still councillors who don't know whether they've been elected or not at this stage, even though they know that there's been a change of power?
Because actually what's happened is that the results are being called once enough seats have gone for them to get a majority, but then others are still yet to be done.
Right, okay. Warwickshire, we got the result from Warwickshire. This was no overall control, Warwickshire. Conservatives were in a minority here. They now have a majority, so they had a reasonable chance of doing this. They were short by 4 of a majority. They've gone up 11. Liberal Democrats have gone up 2. Labour have gone down 12. Now, let's join John Hess in Nottingham. John.
Well, David, the River Trent, which I can see just outside the building here, is flowing far more quickly than the results coming in from what would be regarded as the former Labour heartland here in Nottinghamshire. We are still waiting for 2 more results which would confirm or the Tories need 2 more results which will confirm that they are the party in control here. As things stand at the moment, the Conservatives have got 32 seats. That's up 7. Labour are on 8. That's down 11. And the Liberal Democrats are on 4. They're up 2. The Independents have also taken seats off Labour as well. The Deputy Labour leader, Mick Story, has lost his seat. And one of the key seats we're waiting for is actually held by the Labour leader here, David Kirkham. Now, he represents a division that's in the constituency, the Ashfield constituency of the former Transport Secretary, Jeff Huhne, and it may well be that he's also a high-profile casualty of what's seen as a rout here of the Labour Party by the Conservatives. There's no doubt that there has been a lot of dissatisfaction with the government in those suburban seats where certainly New Labour did very well in 97 and continued to do well in the general elections. But that old Labour heartland, what was regarded as the coalfield, where we have seen huge industrial changes both in the mining industry and in the textile industry, there's no doubt that Labour have taken a big hit there as well, with voters who perhaps traditionally have voted for the Labour Party for generations, voting either for independence or for the Liberal Democrats.
Indeed. Let's go and join Jeremy Vine now and have a look at Jeremy. Nice to have you with us this afternoon. I'm sorry you're not actually sitting here next to us, but anyway, it all looks fine. We're about to hear, or we're told we're about to hear, and what's the time now? 4:21 now, but apparently at 4:30 we're going to get, and it's an important moment because it's the first time we've seen him for a number of days, it has to be said. Seen a lot of Harriet Harman, not much of the Prime Minister. So 4:30. We'll get the Prime Minister's press conference. There's the press going in, taking their seats, and we'll hear what Gordon Brown has to say about the reshuffle. But in the meantime, his standing and how it's been affected over this last period, Jeremy.
Yes, because so much of what you're discussing comes down to Mr. Brown's leadership and to his personality. And so our polls that we take have been focusing on exactly that. And we asked which statements could apply to Gordon Brown. And let's have a look at last year's results first of all. Here we go. 2008. And 38% of people thinking he was decisive in 2008. Not a particularly high score. Competent, 46%, I'm sorry, and tough, 41%. So fairly low scores in 2008. Now we will programme in the results of polling, those same questions, asking about Mr. Brown's personality. This year, just before these local elections, let's have a look what happened here. And what you see here, critically, is that everything is down. Decisive, down to 31%. Second quality, competence, down to 40%. And then is he tough? Fewer people now saying he's tough. 36% of people only in this poll, in our most recent poll, saying Gordon Brown is tough. So there is attrition there for all of these key characteristics. In one area, though, Mr. Brown has made an improvement. Let's have a look. Is he respected around the world? 28% of people said yes in 2008, very low figure. 2009, this year, 32% said yes. Perhaps he's helped there by the bank's bailout and meeting with international leaders in London to sort out some of the solutions to the financial crisis and so on. So that at least is something that Mr. Brown can clutch at in these difficult times. We did also feed this in and look at the other party leaders. So we took certain quality, we took the competence question, and we put it through and fed the same question to people and said, would you think that the competence quality applies to Mr. Cameron, Mr. Clegg as well? Let's have a look who comes out on top when we compare the leaders. 40%. Mr. Brown, as we mentioned, and then Mr. Cameron, look at this, substantially ahead here on 66%, David Cameron. And quite a good score for the Lib Dem leader there, Nick Clegg, as well, 45%. So, again, you see Mr. Brown lagging behind the two other leaders and the Conservative leader with something to celebrate on perceptions of competence. David.
Good. Perceptions of competence. The Conservative leader ahead. Paul Flynn, we're joined by the Labour MP for Newport West. Perceptions of competence. David Cameron's ahead. Does that surprise you, and do you think you ought to have a change of leadership in the Labour Party?
Sadly, it doesn't surprise me, and perceptions, I'm afraid, are everything. The way that people see the party leader determines their votes in many cases. And we're in a situation now very similar to 1983, when we had a greatly loved, respected leader in Michael Foot, but we all knew that if he had been replaced before the election by Dennis Healey, we would have a far better result. And we're in that position now that Gordon has had a marvellous career, been a brilliant Chancellor, is held in high esteem throughout the world for his economic competence, but he behaved very badly, unfortunately, and cut a very poor figure in the expenses scandal, and we're paying for it now. The other party leaders managed to deflect criticism from their members by appearing to be the reformers, although their own MPs had been in serious trouble as well. Gordon Brown didn't do that, and because of that, the blame is being put onto Labour MPs for the scandal on expenses, which is
when was the last
unfair.
time, Mr. Flynn, that you remember the Labour Party in such open, public disarray or disagreement about its leadership? I mean, you mentioned Michael Foot. I don't remember everybody jumping up and down, even though they were heading for an electoral disaster.
We don't use our party in the same way as the Tories do.
You do now.
Are pretty brutal. The Tories are pretty brutal with the way they got rid of Margaret Thatcher. It was the right thing to do. But we didn't get rid of Michael Foot, and he still remains a greatly loved figure.
So you're saying that you must now act brutally and get rid of Gordon Brown?
No, I don't think we should do it. We should do it as gently as we possibly can. And
What's the gentle process of murder?
The gentle process is a secret vote amongst MPs, and I believe if Gordon sees there's a majority or a very large number of Labour MPs are saying, Gordon, you've served the Labour Party well for years. The best thing could happen for those millions of people who depend for a better life on Labour governments, the best contribution you can make is to let someone else lead the party into the general election. We want someone with better presentational skills, which is so important in today's election.
Dennis McShane, what kind of damage is it doing to Labour that you are now so openly outspoken about this decision over whether Gordon Brown should remain Prime Minister? I mean, I can't remember people coming out like this, and we've had a number today saying Brown must go, and we've got to make sure he goes for the sake of the party.
It's damaging, and I think it's irresponsible. It's why when I was at university I didn't take any part in students' union politics, and I don't think it's good, frankly, for members of parliament elected by thousands of people to behave like student union politicians. I can remember good colleagues and friends telling me Tony Blair was a disaster, that John Smith was a disaster, Neil Kinnock was a disaster. I can go right back to Harold Wilson being a disaster in the eyes of some Labour MPs. And yes, they did write it, but that's why I would prefer to have my conversations with Paul. People are asking me to go into discussions with Labour MPs. I'm quietly saying no. I mean, I've stayed on to be talking to you, David, but forgive me if I just don't think it's any use Labour MPs coming out to have their little 15 seconds of glory saying a Labour Prime Minister should go on air. Gordon Brown, frankly, is getting stronger by the minute, because when William Hague and George Osborne and Liam Fox says he should go ahead, and the Students' Union politician par excellence Nick Clegg says he should go, and the Daily Mail and the Daily Telegraph, and then one or two Labour MPs say he should go, I think the vast bulk of our colleagues, my colleagues, on Monday will say, keep him there.
Paul Flynn, you're being disparaged, obviously, by Dennis McShane, and treated as a student politician playing silly games for your moment of glory on television.
It's interesting being referred to as a student politician at my great age. My period in the Labour Party goes back to 1945, and I have a memory of much bitterness in the past, which was damaging to us. What we're in a position now, if we look at these election results today and look at the terrible results we're going to have on Sunday, is to realise what terrible trouble we're in. We must act with our heads and not with our hearts, and see that we cannot serve those people who depend on a Labour victory in a proper way and represent ourselves in the best possible way at the next election with Gordon Brown. We must have a new charismatic leader, and there are a number of those on offer.
How many people do you think will sign the round-robin letter, if indeed it exists, on Monday?
I think there'll be sufficient to cause an election within the party. There are groups of people for various reasons who will sign it, and it's not a left or right issue, it goes right throughout the party. But it's those of us who are realistic, who say, for goodness sake, yes, we should be sentimental, we should appreciate what Gordon has done. He's been a great personality within the party.
And the reshuffle, does that not affect you?
Election.
The reshuffle doesn't affect you? You don't think that's going to have make an effect on voters or indeed on the party?
I mean, it's a bit of a damn squib. Most of the people who reshuffle themselves in this reshuffle, that'll have very little effect at all. That'll be forgotten with a couple of days. But when we get the results on Sunday, we're going to find ourselves, I believe, in an ignominious position compared to other parties. When that comes out, I'm sure that will concentrate the minds of many people who say, yes, Gordon, we don't want to be disloyal to you, we don't want to desert you, but this has to be done. We have to get a new leader, and we need someone who's going to present himself in the attractive and persuasive way that Nick Clegg and David Cameron are doing. I mean, these are less substantial politicians, but they do have superior presentational skills, and these are absolutely crucial in winning that election next year.
Paul Flynn, thank you very much indeed. How I long for a pack of cards that would shuffle itself. I can never do it myself properly. But anyway, let's join James Landale now, and we should now, I reckon it's 4:30, be joining the Prime Minister in just a moment for this press conference. But in the meantime, James Landale, over to you in number 10 Downing Street.
Well, David, I'm amazed at your faith and trust in planning that press conferences announced for 4:30 actually start. Quite often there's quite a delay. I think what's interesting now is the question of how will the Prime Minister try and sell this reshuffle. I've just been doing a little bit of analysis out of it. There are 6 people leaving the Cabinet, 5 as resignations, 1, Paul Murphy, just a straightforward dismissal as far as we know, unless he's actually gone voluntarily. And so therefore there will only be in total 6 new entrants, at least one of them is a re-entry in Peter Hague. The number of women goes down by 2. There remain just 3 women, Harriet Harman, Jan Royal and Yvette Cooper, in a cabinet of 23 people. So that'll take some selling to some parts of the Labour Party that have always been concerned that Gordon Brown is a little bit too patriarchal in his attitude to filling his cabinet. Interesting debate about Norwich North, also the seat which we now expect there to be a by-election now that Ian Gibson has resigned. Ian Gibson has a majority currently of 5,459, which by my calculations requires a swing of less than 6% for the Conservatives, so well within their target list. If that by-election is going to be held anytime soon, which I imagine it will be, at least certainly in the next few months or so. Whether the government do it just before the summer remains to be seen. They could try and push it off till a little bit later on to win some time. Depends on their tactics on that one. But yes, all eyes now on the Prime Minister in terms of how he sells this reshuffle. There are an awful lot of names that are very familiar. Over half this reshuffle isn't actually a reshuffle.
How's he going to explain the Chancellor?
Oh, he will make the case that Alistair Darling is the man who should remain in post. He's the man who's done the heavy lifting through the brunt of this credit crisis and the financial crisis. It would be foolish to move a Chancellor at a time like this when we're in the process as a country, as a government, of trying to turn the economy round. And therefore stability is the watchword, and therefore it would be absurd to change Chancellor in times like this. That's what I would expect.
My memory may be at fault, but I thought just a few days ago he was talking about the Chancellor of the Exchequer purely in the past tense. And indeed the Chancellor was talking about himself as Chancellor in the past tense.
Yes, no, he was. His position has now changed. Before, there was widespread
What was will be, you mean?
Well, he began talking about the Chancellor in the past tense. Then at Prime Minister's questions on Wednesday, he started talking about the Chancellor in the present tense, or certainly using present participles when he referred to the Chancellor, but not confirming that he would stay on. So
is the truth in your view that he wanted him to go, and then Darling stuck his heels in and said, listen, if I go, I'm going to the back benches, and, you know, like
Yes, there
like
was
Geoffrey
clearly
Howe against
substantial-
Mrs Thatcher,
there
it'd be
was
pretty
clearly
damaging.
Substantial consideration for Alistair Darling moving. That's why Alistair Darling made it very clear in private and in public that he wished to stay. That's why others within the Labour Party went public in defending the Chancellor, insisting that he should stay. That's why others were sounded out within government as to whether or not they'd like to be the school secretary to replace Ed Balls, who was expected to be the contender to replace Alistair Darling as Chancellor. None of that has now happened. Essentially, what Ed Balls is one of the big losers of this reshuffle. His career, his potential ambition of becoming Chancellor is what Gordon Brown has had to sacrifice to keep everybody on board. That is clearly one of the concessions that Gordon Brown has had to make as part of his calculations today.
James, thank you very much. Well, we're keeping an eye on the inside number 10 for this press conference, which a few members, it doesn't seem to be very full at the moment. That's rather ominous. You'd expect it to be packed. And as James was saying, they say 4, they mean 4:30s, they say 4:30, they mean 5, they say 5, they may mean any old time. And there we are with our lovely helicopter looking down on the little Legoland of Downing Street, totally deserted. What isn't deserted is the seat that Ian Gibson is sitting in, but it will soon be deserted because, Mr Gibson, you tell us tonight that you're quitting Norwich North as of immediate effect. Is that right?
That is indeed true. I think it's the honourable thing to do in the current situation as far as the constituents, I think, are concerned.
What led you to take this decision? Because, of course, it'll be an embarrassment, won't it,
Yes,
to
well,
Labour, because there'll be a by-election.
Well, the NEC, of course, did a scrutiny or an interview with me in terms of an expense misdemeanour, as they put it, but as yet they've not defined that or what rules have been broken. And I think I was the only one who went to the NEC to defend my position, and they made the decision to bar me from running at the next election, which who knows when it will be. So, I mean,
stay to fight your corner.
So I stay to fight my corner because I think I have a strong case.
No, but why don't you stay in the House of Commons to fight your corner?
Well, because I think it's embarrassing in the sense that, you know, I won't be there in a few months and so on, and it's time for the party to get hold of things now and give the chance of somebody new to take on the cudgels and try to maintain our presence as strongly as it is in Norwich North.
Would it have been better perhaps to, if you feel so strongly about the way you've been treated, to resign and stand as an independent,
well,
if you have the support of the people of Norwich?
Well, I've got hundreds of emails suggesting that. I am not an independent person in that sense. I'm a party animal first, with independent views within the party. I believe in the party and would never desert it for independence, although other independent MPs have been in touch with me to come and join them. That's not me, I'm afraid.
So the line between being a rebellious MP and being an independent MP is a very thick line, a difficult one to cross, you're
Yes,
saying.
because I think a party, for example, which ends up in government, you know, you have to be there to fight your corner, to try to change policies, be it invasions of Iraq or ID cards, trident missiles, all that stuff. You've got to be there to fight that corner because that's what your constituents expect you to do. It's very hard if you're alone or a couple of independents sitting there in the Commons. You don't have that same kind of clout of fighting within a party.
So what will you do? You'll stand down, there'll be a by-election, presumably when Labour calls it, so they may put it off until the end of the summer. They can put it off quite a long time. Will you be there supporting Labour in that by-election?
Of course I shall. Of course I shall.
But that'd be weird.
Well, it will be strange, but I'm quite prepared to make the arguments about what I think Labour has done well. And also what it should be doing in the future. And of course the party now is in the position of trying to adapt its policies, a new cabinet and so on. So I will be glad to fight that. It will be strange, of course, because people will want to talk to you about your own personal situation. But as I've done in the last few weeks, I will be talking about the need for good, strong Labour representation.
Are other Labour MPs going to stand down like you as a result of this row?
Well, I've had lots of MPs in touch with me, encouraging me to keep fighting on, to try and make sure that the feeling at the grassroots in the Labour Party is manifested at the higher echelons, because a lot of them feel that I've been bounced from above. Rather than them acknowledging that I have a lot of support from below. So there are big issues to come up about who runs the Labour Party, as there always have been.
What's your feeling about what's going to happen next in the Labour Party over the issue of Brown's leadership?
Well, I mean, it's you know, he's walking a tightrope at the minute. It just depends what the events divulge in the next few hours and the next few days and months. Depends if people are still intent on removing him. I've not been part of that movement particularly, but I do understand how far behind the Conservatives we have got in terms of the percentage in the polls, and that really does need a new radical thinking. I was part of a movement at the beginning when he came in to say, go radical, go for it, and sadly that hasn't happened, and I think we've landed up where we are because of that.
Did you expect more ministers, and particularly more cabinet ministers, to leave over this period?
I can't guess. I mean, I'm continually shocked. There was Purnell yesterday. I believe Huhne's gone now. I don't know who else might be going. I'm not party to that kind of level within the party. I just know that a lot of rank and file Labour MPs are very worried about their seats and want to get a fight back going before the general election. If that happens in October, it may come too soon. But who knows what's going to happen. The whole political scene is in flux at the minute.
And has been put more in flux by you.
Well, I'm not sure that a mere backbencher has really making any difference. Mine was to address the constituents' problems here in Norwich and how best we could serve them. I think that, you know, I'm very proud of the work that I have done, my staff have done, the colleagues I've mixed with, the things we've done and so on. I shall continue in charity work or something, doing the same kind of things and using the experience that I have in politics to make things happen. It's in my DNA and I'm not going to change.
Ian Gibson, thank you for joining us. Jeremy Vine is always with us. Jeremy, what's this day looking like now? Where are we now? 20 to 5, and we've got 7 councils still to come in, but we've gone far enough down the road. 27 results from the UK. A reminder, of course, that we'll have the Euro elections on Sunday, so if you think we've been neglecting those, it's because, unlike the Netherlands, the United Kingdom doesn't announce these results until Sunday, but we will with those. But anyway, with 27 councils in, Jeremy, give us a rundown.
Well, let's just take a look at the projected national share, first of all. This is when we bring in all the figures and we work out what the parties would do nationally if this election were held not locally but nationally. Here we go. So, as we've said before, it's been a pretty terrible time for Labour here, 23%, and the Conservatives, 38%. You can see there. And then Lib Dems, 28% are celebrating at that because they came up on last year, and the others on 11%. But it's really this figure over here, isn't it? The Labour figure, which is going to cause Gordon Brown even more trouble. It's a historic low last year, 24%. Well, it's gone down even further. So very bad news for Labour. Here's the change. As we say, it's Labour down 1%, Conservatives down 6%. So they're taking a hit, it looks like, on the expenses scandal, and they are suffering from the very strong figure of 44% last year. Lib Dems celebrating to be up 3% and the others up 4%. That's where it is in terms of the numbers. Of course, until you look at the map, it doesn't make any sense at all because it's all region by region, vote by vote, council by council. This is how we started the day with... well, 34 councils, 27 county councils. It was this big splash of orange, which we realised quite soon on was being threatened by the Conservatives. Lib Dems in Devon and Somerset were going to be thrown out there. And we focused at the beginning, didn't we, David, on these 4 Labour councils in the top left of the map, Lancashire, Derbyshire, Nottinghamshire and Staffordshire. Let me change the map and let's see where it stands now. These are the old colours. Let's look at the new colours. And there we go. It's very dramatic, isn't it? Partly because, of course, down here, Devon and Somerset have gone Conservative. Bristol, we shouldn't forget, City of Bristol has gone to the Lib Dems. They're very pleased about that. But the overriding impression here, which we'll take away from tonight, is this wash of blue, and particularly the 4 Labour councils that I mentioned at the start. Lancashire, Derbyshire, Staffordshire have gone blue. It's Nottinghamshire that's hung. There's no overall control. The Conservatives didn't manage to take that. But as they look across the country, we're hearing from Eric Pickles earlier on saying it's not just about the overall percentage, it's about where you target your resources, and they have done in many parts of the country very well indeed. So that's where the map is at the moment, and as you say, David, we've got a UK-wide European election vote to look forward to as well, which will colour in some parts of the map we haven't even gone to today.
Well, we'll have a better map, won't we, for that? A bigger map, it'll be excellent. We've had news that Tony McNulty, the Employment Minister, he has resigned. So another minister gone. Jeff Huhne went earlier this afternoon. Now Tony McNulty has also resigned. Curious, the difference between being resigned or being told that you can resign or you'll be sacked. I don't know which way round it was with those two, but it seems rather late in the middle of a reshuffle for this to happen. John Curtice now joins us. John, we haven't spoken for a bit, an hour or two. What's your summary now at 5:15 and with only 7 more councils to come in? Well, of what's actually happened.
Well, you might have felt that today was a long drama, but I hate to tell you this was only part 1 of the play. On Sunday night, we get the Euro election count, and I think what's interesting to do is to speculate about what we might anticipate on Sunday evening, given what we've seen today. Well, the first striking thing is that both the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats have performed in the local ballot boxes in very similar vein to what they achieved in the local ballot boxes in 2004. If that therefore means that the European election result for the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats is likely to be the same, the Conservatives are indeed likely to struggle to get much more than the very modest 27% they got in 2004, and the Liberal Democrats will have another fight on their hands to stop UKIP from overtaking them, which they managed to do in 2004. But the one big difference between today and 2004 is the Labour performance. The Labour performance is clearly less strong than it was in 2004, and that must raise the possibility, or at least continue to raise the possibility, that the Labour Party will fail to hit the 20% mark that some at least have argued is necessary in order to avoid there to be yet another round of muttering and speculation about Gordon Brown's leadership. So I think we have to say, despite today's events, despite his apparent success so far in reshuffling his cabinet, we shouldn't necessarily assume that the drama of recent days is necessarily over.
And could it be that on Sunday we'll be reporting Labour sliding into 4th place behind Conservative, Liberal Democrat and UKIP?
No guarantee of that on these results, but certainly equally not something that we can entirely rule out. It does look as though UKIP and the Greens, on the basis of local election performance, may well be doing better than they did in 2004, and maybe that might just enable the UKIP not just to stay ahead of the Liberal Democrats, but overtake Labour. Certainly it could end up being rather an exciting and rather an interesting set of results.
What about the BNP today? How have they fared?
Well, the BNP certainly have had a striking success in managing to pick up a couple of seats. But looking at their vote performance, certainly substantial, double-digit percentage of shares of the vote, quite common. But it's not clear that their performance was any greater than it was in 2004. So that probably means that perhaps they won't manage to pick up a seat, but certainly they're not sufficiently far away that we can be sure that won't be happen. So that will again be something else to look out for.
You were saying that they have difficulty picking up a seat in the European Parliament?
They may do, but we certainly still cannot rule it out.
Where is it that they have proved strong or stronger than people thought they would prove?
Well, certainly one of their substantial successes was in the northwest, but undoubtedly the BNP does relatively well in places where there are nearby, particularly Muslim and ethnic minority communities, and where white voters, as a result, have a certain amount of concern. That's the classic BNP place where they tend to do relatively well.
I think France for the D-Day commemoration tomorrow. I've been talking to President Obama. I'll be meeting President Sarkozy and President Obama tomorrow. But I'm here to be totally candid, to accept my responsibility and to set out what I intend to do. The elections yesterday were a painful defeat for Labour. Too many good people doing so much good for their communities and constituencies have lost through no fault of their own. And I want to thank them for their public service, as well as congratulate all those who have won elections. Since the global economic crisis first hit Britain, I never doubted how difficult it would be, not just for our party, but more important, for our country. It's indeed a testing time. An economic crisis, and now a parliamentary crisis for MPs, is a test of everyone's resilience, mine, the government's, and the country's. It demands that we continue making the very difficult decisions, but also it requires deep reserves of strength when things are difficult. As we have responded to the economic crisis by taking control of our banks, aggressively fighting repossessions, and preventing higher unemployment, so too we are wrestling today with stabilising and supporting Britain's car industry and building the foundations for Britain's prosperity. And we've responded on the expenses crisis by taking steps to reform the system. And of course, we have a record that we are proud of in schools, in hospitals, in fighting crime. But the task in front of us is clear. First, to clean up politics. Secondly, to push forward with our economic recovery. And third, to ensure the best opportunities for people through reformed public services that are tailored and far more responsive to people's needs. The lesson that we have learned this week is that we must push ahead further and faster on all these three fronts. And to do this, I've reshaped the Cabinet and will reshape and streamline how we deliver our policies for the country. 3 ministerial councils will now report weekly to the Cabinet. The Democratic Renewal Council will push forward the clean-up of politics and our constitutional agenda, and it will engage in an extensive programme of public consultation, including with other political parties. The Domestic Policy Council will meet for the first time next week, and we will publish later this month our prospectus for Britain's future. And of course, the work of the National Economic Council will be enhanced by the departmental restructuring and the new appointments we have made today. So our purpose and priorities are clear. First, we need to continue our policy of active intervention. When people are suffering, you cannot have a do-nothing approach to the recession. You cannot cut your way out of this recession. You can only grow your way out. And in the coming weeks, we will outline our future plans for jobs, especially for green jobs, a new infrastructure plan for our country, and of course, more action on housing and on the digital economy. We need to create a decent, honest politics in this country, a politics clearly dedicated to serving the public and never politicians serving themselves. So we will introduce before the summer legislation for a new independent regulator for MPs. We will introduce a tough, legally binding code of conduct for MPs. Every single expense claim made by MPs of all parties over the last 4 years will be scrutinised by an independent audit panel with the results declared as soon as possible. We will go further and look at issues about how we elect our MPs and how we open up government and, of course, all public bodies to the closest of public scrutiny. And we want to put power in the hands of our citizens to strengthen the public services upon which a fair society depends. We can only build Britain's future if we have not only a strong economy, but good public services that can meet the challenges of the future. So the third leg of our strategy for building Britain's future is the next stage of reform in public services, a reform driven by one central principle, that a fair society is one in which everyone, and not just the privileged, have a fair chance to succeed. And this will depend crucially on putting power in the hands of the people, that's patients and parents. We will outline new plans for education, health and policing in the next few days. If I didn't think I was the right person leading the right team to help Britain meet these 3 great challenges, then I would not be standing here. I have chosen a cabinet who are likewise committed to serving the nation first and foremost. They are people of character and strength, experience and resilience. Talented people who will not shirk difficult decisions and will not walk away from their responsibilities when the going gets tough. No one could forgive the Labour Party or a Labour government if, facing an economic and political storm, we just walked away from our responsibilities. I have faith in doing my duty, in being fair to others, and in honest politics, and this is who I am. I believe in never walking away from people in difficult times. This is what I stand for. I have the determination to take this country through the most difficult of economic times, and this is what I'm doing. I know where I and my cabinet team want to take this country, and I know what we as a nation have it within ourselves to achieve. I still believe fundamentally what everybody who is a decent-minded citizen believes, that service to the country is more important than service to self or even to party. And like all my colleagues in this new cabinet, I did not come into politics to stand in the limelight, but to fight for a fairer prosperity and a stronger society true to our best values. Today, these issues, these challenges, the economy and ethics, demand strength, determination and character. Our party cannot lead or succeed by heeding the empty and expedient reactions of the hour. I'm certain of what is at stake, not just for Labour, but for Britain. Yes, it was a tough night, but we fight on for what we believe. I will not waver. I will not walk away. I will get on with the job, and I will finish the work. Nick.
Minister at number 10 in his opening statement saying he has deep reserves of strength which are required and he won't waver. And taking a question from Nick Robinson.
On an economic crisis and a political crisis. The Labour Party suffered its worst election results in history, a series of cabinet resignations and demands for you to stand down. Doesn't candour require you to say, this was in part my fault and I must do better or get out of the way?
I think the first thing I said is I accept responsibility, but I'm not going to walk away from our duty to the country. I'm going to get on with the task. Now, what people want us to do is three things. It's clear from what people are saying, and it's clear from what I believe, that we've got to clean up politics. It's clear also from what people are saying and what I believe, that we've got to take this country through the economic recession. And it's clear also that we've got to show people that the future, particularly the future of our public services, is one that people can have confidence in when they have more control over these services themselves. So I'm not complacent. I've never been arrogant. I'm not doubting that we suffered a very big defeat. But the task before this country is so big that we've got to get on with the job. Now, if you look around the world, of course, every country has been affected by the recession. Nobody expected it to be so great. On top of that, to have a crisis of MPs' expenses is something that is, I suppose, unprecedented. But I think people will see that we are ready to deal with these problems, and by not shirking your responsibility and getting on with the job, I think that's what people will see as the right thing for Britain. Adam.
Forgive me, doesn't being candid require you to say, this is what I got wrong and this is what I personally will do differently?
Yeah, and Nick, I will always allow you two questions now because you take them anyway. The importance of being candid is to accept responsibility and to accept blame and to accept where mistakes have been made. But I think the importance of talking to people about what we are doing and what we're trying to achieve. If you like, we're going through a big economic recession. People have seen the policies, but they've yet to see the results. People know that we're trying to clean up politics. They have not seen the answers yet because the legislation has not been passed. But in time, they will see that we have taken and will take decisive action. Now, to have legislation on that before the summer is to make sure that no stone is unturned, and to have all expenses claims of MPs looked at in detail over the next few weeks is to make sure that the system now works fairly for people. So being candid is to accept, yes, there are real problems. Yes, we are not complacent about them. Yes, mistakes have been made, but yes, we... Adam.
Prime Minister, now we've got the full list of your cabinet. We see we've got the elevation to this title of First Secretary of State of an unelected peer who's twice had to resign from the cabinet. We've got the return of two cabinet ministers who've previously been demoted. We've got another department going under the control of an unelected peer. We've got both defence and health, little known and untried ministers in charge of some of the most important departments in the country. And we've also got a significant drop in the number of women who will be attending your cabinet. Can you honestly say today that you have strengthened the government team or indeed come up with a team fit for the 21st century?
Well, let me first of all say, Adam, to correct you, there are 7 women who will be attending the cabinet. Harriet Harman, who's obviously the leader of the House of Commons and deputises for me at Prime Minister's question. Yvette Cooper, Jan Royal, Tessa Jowell, Baroness Scotland, Don Primarola and Rosie Winterton. So there are a large number of very, very talented women. The second thing, Andy Burnham has proved himself to be an excellent Minister of State and when he was at the Department of Health. Equally, Bob Ainsworth has been a loyal Minister of State at the Department of Defence, is highly regarded by the generals and all the commanding officers, and will make an excellent Secretary of State for Defence. Look, you make changes as things develop, but you make changes for a purpose. The changes I have made are for these 3 purposes. We've got a new constitutional renewal council that is going to deal with the problems of cleaning up politics and democratic reform. We've got a new economic enhancement of the Economic Council by what we're doing with the new departments and how they are being merged together to focus our effort on the recovery. And of course, we've got a new National Domestic Policy Council to look at all the changes we can make in public services. So this is focus, it's determination, its energy. And I do think when you look at the new people who've joined the cabinet, you'll see that we've chosen very talented people who have got a determination to serve the country. Tom.
Prime Minister, you say you want to be candid, so can I ask you a very simple, straightforward question? Do you acknowledge today that you wanted to sack your Chancellor and were simply unable to do so?
No, no. Alistair Darling, as I said in the House of Commons only 2 days ago, is a Chancellor who has served the country not only well domestically, but is internationally acclaimed for much of the work he did in relation to the G20. And I was asked this in the House of Commons only on Wednesday, and I paid tribute not only to his work in the past, but to his work in the present. And the work that he's doing to bring about the economic recovery. Look, we're at a situation where, you know yourself, we have announced what we're doing on housing and homelessness, what we're doing on jobs, what we're doing on businesses, but you have yet to see the results. It's hardly surprising that people are asking, are all these policies working? Because it takes time for policies to make a difference. The lending agreements, it takes time for them to come through. The action we've taken against housing, I am assured that it will reduce the expected rate of repossessions, but it takes time. We are not complacent and we are not arrogant. We're waiting for these results, but when these results come, people will see that this is a government that rejected the idea that doing nothing was the best way through the recession, rejected the policies of the Conservative Party in that regard, followed and then led to some extent other countries in taking the same policies on us, and the result is that people will see the difference. Now, you want 2 questions as well.
You said you're going to be candid, and you're just not being candid, are you? Because everyone in this room knows that that is what you wanted to do. All your closest aides have been going around Westminster this week saying that you wanted to sack the Chancellor, and at the last minute, you just haven't been able to do it.
No, Alistair Darling is not only, as I said in the House of Commons, a very good personal friend of mine, and I've known him for many years, and you can talk to him as well. But he's also been a great Chancellor. Look, we're going through an economic crisis. It's unprecedented. The idea that we would split over this issue of working through the economic problems and getting the solutions is just ridiculous. Alistair and I are not only friends,